welcome everyone to Stream 2 of the USATF 100-mile Road National Championships here at Jackpot Ultra Running Festival. We've got Camille in the booth with a special guest once again. So we're going to send it over to Camille. Camille, how are you guys doing over there? I believe you're gracing us with the wonderful Jake Jackson.
Yeah, we are.
Happy hour.
It's happy hour / hoppy hour here in Henderson, and we've got some great tunes playing. This is the portion of the evening that is officially the on-site viewing party. So there is not just the 100-mile road championship happening today, but there are a multitude of events happening out here at the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival. And the 72-hour is already on course. We have a bunch of races starting tomorrow. We have 48-hour, 24-hour, 100-mile, 50-mile, I believe. And we're just enjoying the evening. It's cooled back off again. And so I think the hot conditions of the day are behind us. And we are now looking ahead to the evening and getting our first finishers here in this 100-miler in the next couple of hours.
Yeah, it's super exciting. And, you know, as we mentioned on the maybe off the stream here, we've got a pretty I don't ever want to say, oh, there's a good chance that we're going to see a world record. But Camille Herron breaking the age group 50-mile record en route to this 100-mile effort. How exciting is it that we could potentially see a new course record on the men's side and potentially a women's world record on the ladies' side?
Arlen looks amazing. I don't think I've ever seen a runner just so dialed in as he's been. You know, he ran a great race at Desert, and he just, every lap, he looks exactly the same. It's crazy. And Camille's the same way. Like, she's just so dialed in.
Yeah, it's a very typical Camille run, like when she's having a good day.
Yeah.
Just
definitely.
very strong, very consistent. I know that her crew is working even with the USATF officials that are here to like project out her time. And I know that she's also ahead of her 12-hour mark. So I think, and that's going to be a little bit of a carrot, get that 12-hour mark. And then, you know, the women's world record is 12:42 as of right now. So she can get that 12-hour and then push on maybe another 20, 30 minutes. She can get a new world record on the 100-mile side too.
Super exciting. And yeah, her run today has reminded me a lot of her run at Javelina last fall, where she's just looked super strong, super consistent the whole time, and is really just putting on a masterful performance out there today.
Definitely.
Yeah, just to throw out some numbers behind that 12-hour en route record, it currently sits at 146,221 meters for the 12 hours, set by Camille back in Albi, France in 2019. So it is definitely potentially something to witness. Gets a lot more complicated than a 100-mile mark where you actually have a timing mat there at the finish. Looking forward to the USATF official who has to like run there and then dive with the sticker to put exactly where on course it is. Not as soft as on a track when you have this sort of event. But
yeah, we might need to bring in the aerial. We might need to bring in the aerial support to get the exact moment that happens. I'm not sure. We'll have to check with the officials here, maybe.
Do you think it's going to be a full dive?
I would hope so, but I say this as a registered USATF official, not the youngest, most spry group oftentimes. So don't want to go hurting anybody out there on these concrete surfaces as well.
Yeah,
Awesome.
I don't know if you guys touched on this at all, but this course is not 100% flat. There's about 30 to 33 feet of gain each lap. And the past years, I was looking the other day, it's about 2,700 feet of gain over the course of 100 miles. So it's not nearly as flat as you would hope it to be to set a world record or any kind of record, actually. So
Yeah, we had talked about that a bit earlier when we were doing some Strava deep diving, looking at Mark Hammond's previous performances out here. But one of the questions that I had, and you are probably the person best positioned to answer this, is that 30 to 33 feet per lap, is that enough variability to give the muscles a bit of a different feel as you're moving around, or are we going to start getting to the point where the same muscle groups are going to be kind of overtaxed and you start having that sort of just general skeletal muscular fatigue setting in?
I think the variation is actually a little bit beneficial. Last year when we were closing out the 100 mile, there were several laps where I was running behind Camille, and I noticed that she was definitely increasing her pace on the downhills, and it definitely does feel nicer to be able to open up your stride a little bit when you've been running. You take Desert Solstice where you have no elevation at all, and it's the same muscle groups that you're using. So to be able to open up your stride a little bit on the downhills, and the incline and the decline are not significant. It's very gradual. So you don't feel it as much as, say, running up in the mountains or on a trail. So I think it's actually beneficial. It breaks up the monotony, of course, of running on something that's pancake flat. And I think it's just a good way you can mentally also get to a point where, okay, I know I'm coming up to the downhill section, so I can open up my stride a little bit. Okay, I'm getting to the slight climb, so we'll just ease back a little bit. So it's good mental break too.
Yeah, and we've got a question in the chat here from Sabrina Little. Is the uphill section that we see on camera by kind of the start-finish area, is that the only uphill section on the course? So, Jake, I'll throw that one to you as the on-course veteran here.
Pretty much. That's the biggest climb, I think. The way the park is kind of set up, there's a section with picnic tables up here by the start-finish line. You kind of loop around. It's a gradual downhill once you get past the start area. And then once you reach on the opposite side of the lake, there's a significant downhill. You definitely feel it. If you're able to run fast, you can move. And then once you hit the dirt section, it kind of flattens out, and then you loop back around.
There is kind of a small rise, I think, over there
right.
to get back up a
yes.
little bit. But
yes.
I think the major climb is there, and the major descent is more on the south side of the lake.
And Ken actually changed the course from the first time I ran it 3 years ago. There was a major climb when you would get onto the opposite side of the lake here. And thankfully he changed that because it made a big difference the following year.
Yeah, definitely. Taking that climb out probably helped just ensure that this is a little bit faster course, which I think is important when you're talking about, crowning a national champion at the 100-mile distance. You want the course to be runnable and flat and fast, so that we can, kind of find out who can cover that distance the fastest.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what makes this course so special versus a Tunnel Hill like course where 95% concrete and asphalt, 5% gravel. So whatever you're putting in the ground, pretty much going to be returned right back to those feet and to those legs, which can be good for running fast. But the flip side of that coin is you got to be ready for all of that pounding and being able to withstand that over the course of the full 100 miles, in addition to that slight decline and incline. So definitely going to be something we continue to watch moving forward. And appreciate you guys in the finish line booth hanging out with us. Jake, I know you're having a grand old time out there and taking it all in. Now that we're on stream number 2, we're approaching Aerovibe After Dark type territory. Anything you want to, any vibe you want to throw out to set the night off right?
Yeah, it's like this whole experience has been completely different for me. I'm usually running the races and my wife's crewing, so I'm just excited to see what happens when the sun actually goes down a little bit. Things are going to get a little bit tricky on that dirt section. There's a few spots that you really have to be paying attention. But yeah, I mean, I'm excited. We got some good music going on here. and just looking forward to some nice cool temperatures tonight.
Yeah, that is something that I don't think we've talked about yet. It is going to get dark here in probably another hour to 2 hours. And can you run this loop without a light, or do you need to carry a flashlight? I know there's some darker sections potentially. What worked for you in the past?
Well, I know Ken is trying to address. There's a section on the dirt that it does get quite dark, and typically in the past years we've all had to use headlamps or some kind of lighting. I don't know what he's got in store tonight for the runners, but yeah, besides that dirt section, you could pretty much run without a light. Last year I was turning my light on and off, you know, just to save the battery, and you really don't need it when you're on the paved section. So hopefully we can get that other end on the dirt. It's probably going to be lit a little bit better, but yeah, you're definitely probably going to need something over in that section though, because there are a few tricky sections. And I mean, you run the course so many times during the day, you kind of know where the dips are and the rocks are, and there's no major rocks, but running blind, you might not see that and trip. So
Yeah, it's definitely going to be exciting to see how that, impacts any of the runners, right? They'll get reprieve from the sun and the heat, and maybe they won't need to do as much cooling, but they will want to make sure that they're able to see some of these sections that maybe aren't as well lit as best as they can in order to, keep cranking as fast as they're able to go.
yeah, I've been over by where Nicole Monet and Steph Flippin has been getting crew, and they're still getting some sponges on them. Ice bandana switched out, so they're still trying to keep things cool, but I'm sure that's going to stop here shortly.
Yeah, is it starting to feel noticeably cooler out now that the sun is slowly starting to tuck its way away?
Yeah, you can definitely feel it. And thankfully, in years past, we've had quite a breeze come on as the sun would go down, and there's not much of a breeze at all right now, so it's going to be great for the runners.
Absolutely, yeah, because people forget the desert gets hot, also gets pretty cold. So to have such a swift temperature change can be pretty jarring to the system. So good to hear that the wind is staying low. And yeah, we have about a 6 p.m. sunset here tonight. So about 90 minutes from now, we should be approaching just overall the wildness that a Friday night outside of Vegas can bring, I guess. It's going to be a good time.
Well, it'll be exciting to see what the atmosphere is like on the Henderson Strip, as we've now dubbed the crew row over there. As the lights turn down for the evening, I can imagine that the vibe that Ken creates over there is going to be pretty amazing.
Yes, just because
there was a question.
Yeah, what's up?
There was a question in the chat. Someone was asking. It says there looks like there might be some out and back sections on the course. Do you want to talk about that?
Well, I think any of the out and back sections would have to be the 72-hour runners.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
USA 100 mile is just
it's a
straight
single loop. So
Right.
if you see people, you'll see some people, if you're looking at the screen right there, they're coming in from the left side of your screen. Those are the 72-hour runners. They're actually doing more like a 2.5 mile loop.
Right.
And there is also a pure out and back. They have to do a 180-degree turn right around in the center of your screen on the other side of those large trees right there. They do a parallel course, turn around, and then they're actually heading head on with some of the 100-mile runners for a little bit as well.
Jake, how is that when you're out there trying to run super fast and you have to maybe navigate some of these 72-hour runners who are maybe coming at you head on or or maybe entering and exiting kind of the same course you run at various points?
Yeah, it's been really weird. Years past, before they moved the 100-mile championship race to Friday, it was on a Saturday. So you'd have people coming out just casually walking their dogs or out with their kids, and it was really tricky trying to go around some of these. Like, there's one 45-degree turn that you have to make, and it get kind of tight in spots. And so now that it's on a Friday, it's been much better. But yeah, there are times where you got to be paying attention when you're making some of those turns when you got head-on traffic coming towards you. And at night, especially, can be a little bit weird too because some of the people are just out for their nightly walks and they don't have headlamps on, so you don't actually see them coming. So yeah, you always got to be paying attention.
Keeps you on your toes, I imagine.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
hallucinations happening in this race. Well, none that would be beneficial or entertaining. So awesome. Yeah, we just linked the live tracker in the live chat. Going to pin that bad boy to the top of the chat. So if you're trying to keep up with the leaderboard at home, that is available for you. So not just the sharp end of the spear, but all 70-plus runners that are a part of this USATF 100-mile road national championship can be followed along with at that link. But to get everybody up to speed real quick, let's go through the top 10 overall as it currently lies. In first place, we have Arlen Glick out of Ohio. Second place overall, Camille from Oklahoma, officially now. Alex Nichols is in third, representing Colorado Springs, Colorado. Fourth place, Jonah Backstrom, your top Masters male as well, coming out of San Francisco, California. Fifth place overall, Nicole Monet, second female on course from Michigan. In sixth place, Brian Hannock from Redlands, California. Seventh place, Mark Hammond, two-time winner here in 2019 and 2020, is representing Utah. In eighth place, Nick Iben, representing Fall City, Washington. His cow print short partner, Paul Young, is in ninth place. And in 10th place is your third female on course, Stephanie Flippin, representing Evergreen, Colorado. And she's just got one lap lead on the fourth place female, Katrin Jones, who's sitting in 11th overall. So that's the state of play of your top 11 here at the USATF 100-mile road national championships. But important to remember that every 5 years, or every 5-year age group, it's another opportunity to become a national champion. So we'll crown somebody in the 40 to 44, crown somebody in 45 to 49, and so on, all the way up to that 80 to 84 division on the men's side, so long as Ed Mercer. No, Ed, is he still on? Make sure I get his positioning correct. Yep, Ed Rousseau still on course, the 82-year-old out of Park Rapids, Minnesota, 26 laps into his 85-lap journey. That's right, we had people ranging from 25 to 82 out there on course today. So something for everybody. Got a lot of national champs that we're going to crown in these age groups, but we're also definitely on record watch at the front end of this race. Looks like we got Mr. Warden sitting in the booth as well.
Well, we've got Mr. Warden, but we also, look who's back on the Staticam there. We've got the Las Vegas Showgirls back.
Yes.
And in action here. So I don't
We've
know
been
if these are the
upstaged.
same girls as this morning. However, I believe that whoever this is, that they are much warmer than when they were there early this morning. It seemed like it might have been a bit frigid earlier today.
I felt so bad for them. They were so cold. I wanted to step in really quick. Hey, Jake, if you want to reach over and grab that, we've got a sample swag bag for the Jackpot Ultras. And I have done my best to not know what's inside here. And so we're going to kind of explore this together. Jake and I are. So shall we?
Go for it,
All
Chris.
right.
The floor is yours, my friend.
All right, let's see what we've got here. First, so I don't know if you've seen this year's Jackpot shirt, but it's pretty sharp. I made sure I got one in my size, so like I'm taking this one home with me.
And Stephanie Rubeli designs all these shirts and the belt buckles, the
This is
100-mile
sharp.
finished belt buckle.
This is a heck of and this is a nice a running shirt. I mean, it's really, really pretty. I mean, you know, the effort that went into these designs, and maybe if we can
spend some time later on, maybe I'll head over to the registration tent, because you can see some of the past year designs.
Right.
And these are sharp. These are sharp designs that they put together. So, obviously one of the great things you want to do when you put together a race is put together a shirt that people are wanting to wear and proud to wear. Let's see if we've got some. Looks like we've got some stickers here. Is this got a magnet?
Yep.
That big,
Got a
run
few of
long. Is this how you keep your kids' pictures on your
Oh, yeah.
refrigerator
Oh,
at
yeah.
home? Because Jake has had a few of these. So let's see. There's a coupon for Epsomit.com. The original Epsom salt soak without the tub. Let's see. We've got a Jackpot Ultra bumper sticker. You can check that out. Do you have any of these on your truck, or?
No, don't have any of those. Usually on my crew totes, I put that kind of stuff on.
We have a sticker for Tailwind. This is the kind of thing I would actually put on my coffee mug myself.
Nice.
Let's see, we have a coupon for Mod Balls. Scan and save $10 on Clean Energy Bites. And I thought I just saw, actually, there's a couple of Mod
nice.
Balls here. I don't know. Have you guys had Mod Balls? So these are like basically gumball sized, I guess you could say, or like maybe chocolate covered cherry sized energy
Dates?
balls.
Date?
No,
Oh,
no.
okay.
So if you want to try one, I mean,
Yeah.
they're literally this one I believe is chocolate almond coconut,
Okay.
and the other one is peanut butter chocolate.
Oh, wow.
They're good.
That's not bad.
And to avoid talking on the screen, they're 100 calories a piece, and they're only like literally one bite. Let's see what else we got going on here. We have a Bet Big Run Long headband. We have some Epsomit muscle recovery lotion. We have some Run Goo anti-chafing. Prevents blisters, lasts all day, works in wet and dry conditions. Today is very dry, so. We have another refrigerator magnet.
I do not have that one.
Did I have this one? Okay.
Guess I should have ran it.
Yeah.
Just for the magnet.
Just for the magnet. So Jake's going to change his Instagram handle to I do it for the magnet.
There you go.
And the bag itself is actually pretty sweet. It's a nice little drawstring bag with the Bet Big Run Long slogan and the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival. And yeah, if I can, maybe I'll see if I can get over and show you at the timing tent what the previous shirt designs look like, because they're really sharp. I mean, if you're a runner who does it for the t-shirts, and I know that there's some of you out there, this is obviously a race for you. Plus, you get to come and hang out. Like, maybe we'll try and also get some views of the backdrop at sunset. It is gorgeous out here.
Very
I mean,
pretty.
we're facing the the start finish line, and behind it you've got some great mountains in the background, and you look the other direction, some actual some snow-capped mountains right now. So of course you drove up here from Southern California, whereas I flew in. So what was the drive like for you up here?
I didn't get to see much.
Oh, that's right, you came
because
in last
I
night.
came right after work, so just pitch black, which that's fine. I considered going home and sleeping and then getting up early and driving out early morning, but figured it'd be better just to come out right after work. So
yeah, no, we're crashing at the same house, so I forgot that you literally pulled up seconds after I did.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that was our opportunity to show off the swag bag here. Ken definitely puts a lot of effort into every aspect of the presentation. So, I think that there's some pretty neat stuff in there, and I'm probably going to try and grab some more of those mod balls on my way
yeah, those weren't bad.
out the door. So, yes, Rob Ricardo, welcome to Home Shopping Network with Chris and Jake. If you want us to plug something, we'll plug it. I mean, we're Our
Do you have
talents
a
are
do you have
for
a
sale.
phone number where people can order these items using your special discount code to get 2 for 1 or anything like that, Chris?
I have not thought this out in advance, so unfortunately I do not. So if you do like register for Jackpot on the basis of our talents that we've just shown you, I don't get anything for it. So
Just make sure you ship it through UPS so you can help me.
little
I love
employer
it.
plug there.
Yeah.
I love it. But yeah, this has been a great day so far, and obviously with some of the runners hitting that 100K mark and getting beyond that, we are to the point where we're able to kind of gauge, if and when they hit that 100-mile mark, and you know, and it's been fun, but it's getting exciting because we've got a couple of runners that could potentially be chasing some historic marks.
Yep, it is. It's going to be super exciting to watch over the next few hours here. And let's see, what is our race time at officially? It looks like we are 8 hours and 36 minutes in as of now. So, we're about a little over 4 hours away from seeing likely our first finisher of the 2022 Jackpot Ultra Running Festival USATF 100 mile, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah, and as we know and as we've seen, we do have two clearly defined leaders of the pack right now, one on each side, on the men's side and on the women's side. But by no means is the race a done deal. I mean, we all know, the longer a race goes, the more things can go sideways, the more somebody can recover and, potentially put something back together to mount a challenge. So, if you're watching now and you see, both Arlen Glick and Camille Herron have significant leads on their respective, men's and women's fields, doesn't mean this race is over by a long shot. A lot can happen.
Yeah, most definitely. And we're currently taking an aerial look at Arlen Glick, still looking smooth as ever, having himself a really good run up to this point. That being said, as we all know, everything can be going great until it's not going great. So while he looks, really good right now, there's a lot that can happen over the course of the next 4-ish hours. And it's going to be super exciting to follow along and see if he's got, a course record performance in him to go along with what could be a national title.
That would be fantastic. I mean, I'm excited to see who comes away as the champion of this event, and maybe if we're lucky, we'll see some course records or some world records fall as well. That's always an extremely exciting thing to see.
Yeah, amazing. Well, Chris and Jake, thank you guys so much for your time. If you have any insights or want to pop back on at any point later on, just feel free to grab the headset and we'll pull you in at any given point.
We'll find something to sell. That's what we'll do.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, y'all have a good
All
one.
right, thanks, guys. You
Hey.
too.
And as I said here just a second ago, we are currently watching your race leader, Arlen Glick, who's still just having himself a really good run up to this point. Looking strong. And Skylar, you got some things queued up for us here?
I do, yes. So we have Mr. Arlen Glick, Ms. Camille Herron, currently out front, first and second place on course. Here on the screen is our degradation rate compared to Zach Bitter's course record here last year at Jackpot. That's the green line. And then Camille's own world record run from Tunnel Hill back in 2017. As you can see, both Camille and Arlen have slowed their overall pace down a bit, as to be expected from their basically first 6 to 7 hours out here on course. So really, they're still both in record position. Arlen to get the overall course record here, Camille to not only potentially get the female course record, but also a outright world record. What we're going to have to watch here over the next couple hours is if those blue and red lines drop down at the same rate, the same slope that we're seeing the historic times, or if they can maintain their current pace, hopefully flatten out the curve as it currently lies and pick up some time on those record paces. So we'll keep checking in here to see if the red and blue lines can cross over the time horizons currently shown via the orange and green lines, and ultimately not only break the 13-hour barrier, but potentially get under either Zach Bitter's course record, 12:52, or in Camille's case, getting under her world record of 12:42.
Yeah, going to be super exciting to follow along. Camille hasn't slowed her pace a ton, but it's definitely leveled off at the very least, which is pretty exciting. So hopefully she can, continue to just find herself in a rhythm and just kind of see where the chips might fall when she gets into kind of the late stages of this race.
Yeah, it's worth noting in Camille's case that her pace is actually on average still faster than her world record run, sort of between the 7.5 and 9.5 hour time bucket during that world record run. She actually significantly slowed down, then had to speed up again. She's still actually running faster than that world record run, even though we're currently 8 plus hours into this event, almost 9 hours. So if she can just hold on to this pace for quite some time, probably another hour and a half or so, that's going to give her a nice, healthy cushion that she can work with, and then it's just going to be a war of attrition to hold on. But as it stands, she's still moving faster than she was during this point in her world record run.
Yep, and we've got a question in the chat here. What does the y-axis mean here? So that is relative to a 13-hour baseline, is what we had it set at. And so that would be miles ahead or behind of that 13-hour baseline measurement there. So,
correct.
If you see a positive 2.5, that means they would have been 2.5 miles ahead of 13-hour pace at that point in the run. So,
and given folks generally tend to slow down at the end of races, that's why you see sort of the slope of the curve change, because they're bleeding time and getting back towards that baseline x-axis.
Great question. Chat keeping us on our toes here.
Valid.
Yeah.
It's Friday night, but people still want to do math, so keep going, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, let's go. It's closing in on 6 p.m. here in the great city of Phoenix, Arizona. 5 p.m. Here in Henderson, Nevada, almost 4:47 local time there. So, again, we have, I think you said, a 6 p.m. local sunset, correct?
Correct.
So once the sun sets, the real Aravaipa After Dark begins, and it'll be exciting to see what our camera feeds look like, but also how the runners are doing at that point, because they will have been, at that point, 10 hours into their race. And so for the leaders, just a little less than 3 hours to go at that point.
Yeah. The race started at 8 a.m. 8:05 a.m. local time in Henderson. So it should be about 3 hours, hopefully less than 3 hours of nightfall that our lead runners have to run through. But obviously, we have age group athletes from across the spectrum that are going to be out there throughout the evening into the wee hours of the morning. So super excited for them to continue their journeys. And ultimately, just make sure that they are set up to just crush it. Because a Friday night in Vegas, the clubs don't close till 6, so might as well just keep running until 6 a.m., right?
Why not?
Let's get weird.
And then you got to go to the breakfast buffet.
That makes one of us. Some people like to sleep, okay? It's like, hey, if you've been on a Vegas dance floor until 5 in the morning, you usually need to get off your feet and take a beat. That is an ultra marathon of a different variety. A lot more squatting, a lot more popping and locking. So yeah, he's got to rest those legs.
That's an image I will never get out of my head now. Is you pop and locking.
Hey man,
right?
we got a lot of time here tonight. It might not just be in your head; it might just be on camera. The way that things are going.
I mean, you never know when the lights turn off, right? When Aravaipa After Dark rolls out, you never know what's going to happen. And so again, we are currently looking at race leader Camille Herron, who secured a age group 40 to 44-year-old women's 50-mile world record. She's now en route to trying to surpass her 100-mile world record as well. She's running very strong. Her coach and husband, Connor, seems pretty confident that she is well on her way if she can hold things together over the next 4 hours.
Definitely. And thinking through what sort of lap splits we would be needing to see to maintain this course record, world record pace. When Zach Bitter ran his course record of 12:52 here, when he was in the sort of 60 to 65 lap range. Again, these are 1.1761616 mile loops. When he was in that range, he was still running about 9:30 at the slowest for a lap. So anywhere between about 9 flat and 9:30 for that full loop is what Zach Bitter was running en route to 12:52. So even though Camille is a touch ahead of that pace right now, if she starts bleeding into the double digits, that wouldn't be a phenomenal sign. So as we are approaching laps 60 and beyond here very shortly, definitely want to see her still running sub 10 for that full loop to stay on record pace. It looks like here we have Alex Nichols currently sitting in third place overall, second place male. The Scott-sponsored athlete with his bright neon shoes. That'll make him easy to see once nightfall hits. But he's been having an absolutely crusher of a day. Started well back, wasn't even in the top 10 overall for a good chunk of the early miles, and has just steady stepped his way into a podium position. And if there's any hiccup with Arlen, Alex is only about 2.5 miles behind on course and can make that up quickly. And that looks like Nicole Monet just right there along with Alex. She herself is 5th overall, second female on course. The Michigander has been pretty much in the top 3 for almost the entire day, it feels like. Went out strong. There was a point early in the race where all of the top 4 women on course were Hoka-sponsored athletes. They're still out there having themselves quite the nice day, with Stephanie Flippin in 3rd, and Katrin Jones has actually snuck her way back into 4th. So across the board, it's a good day for the women of Hoka. Camille obviously having a stellar run, but Nicole really capitalizing on the success that we saw from her over 2021 between the Carbon X2 project and then ultimately at Desert Solstice. And speaking of Hoka athletes that leave us wondering many things.
There you see the great Pat Reagan. Pat was putting his face right up in the camera, so I wanted to make sure the world could see him on a big screen here, see that beautiful face, that beautiful mustache. Pat, how are you doing, and how are you feeling now that your day has come to maybe a premature end?
Oh wow, you did put me up there with my mouth. Wow, yeah, for the world to see. Hey guys, yeah, it wasn't exactly the end of the day that I wanted to have, but it's nice to see a bunch of the ladies I work with out here tearing it up, and it's great seeing Alex and the other guys having a great run out there. So
Yeah, and can you just give us, maybe a little bit of an update with, what caused you to call it a day early, and how you're feeling given what you went through there?
yeah, I felt like I stuck to my game plan of running a really sustainable pace early on, and just gradually moved up throughout the day and stuck to my topical cooling plan. But I started having some really bad IT band issues that were leading to below the kneecap, like the bursa below the kneecap were swelling a lot, and it just became really difficult and painful to flex the knees. So I haven't had that in a long time, but I didn't think it made sense to run 48 more miles today, sadly. So it's a bit of a bummer.
Yeah, well, it sounds like, you made, the smart decision, um, despite it maybe not being the decision you wanted to have to make, really. And can you just touch on a little bit, how did the weather and all of that feel out there? Obviously, you're no stranger to competing at a high level at hotter races. You're a three-time Javelina 100 champion. You were 11th place at the past year's Western States. How did the heat feel out there, and then what did you do to help kind of mitigate some of those things?
Yeah, it felt pretty reasonable. I mean, it was a high of maybe 68, 69, or 70 degrees today. It is, of course, a dry heat, which is always a bit tricky for me, coming from the East Coast where it's very humid. So I did a lot of topical cooling with ice in the back of my hat. I didn't really break stride today. I just had my crew handing me large baggies of ice where I would load them into the back of my hat and let it drip down the neck on a neck gaiter. And I was also using topical cooling at the wrist here, under some cooling sleeves, which is a great tactic too. So those are some of your main cooling centers, like your occipital bone in the back of your head, leading down your neck and spine, and then at the wrist. If you can really do a lot of thermoregulation there. So
Awesome. And then obviously, we knew coming in that you had a game plan that you were going to stick to. If anyone wanted to take it out fast, you said you felt like you had kind of maybe learned a little bit from last year, where you got sucked in with Raj Paul and Zach a little bit. Were you surprised that a number of kind of the younger guys, the guys with maybe less experience at the 100-mile distance, took it out so quick, so early?
yeah, I was a bit surprised, just how many guys were going out sub 7 minute pace. I went out at maybe 7:04, 7:0, 7:03, 7:02, and I thought, wow, that's about where I want to be. I even took a couple miles back in the 17s, and I thought, based on the weather today, how hot it was going to get midday, that was a sensible pace that would allow me to stay ahead on cooling throughout the course of the day. I was surprised how many guys were north of that. So to be moving up throughout the day felt really great. That's always a big motivator for me personally, to move up throughout the field. But sadly, I didn't finish the race today, so it didn't really pay off. But yeah.
In terms of your execution with your crew, you were dialed in. Everyone who popped into the finish line booth commented on how dialed in you were. How have you gotten your setup to be so efficient, especially in a race like this where, it's very tempting to stop every lap and, you take 10, 20 seconds to load up, and that adds up over the course of an 85-lap race?
hmm Yeah, well, number one, really good crew that listens well, that's really responsive. My good friend Chris Brown came out, my good friend Randy, Barry and Jen Sterling. Formerly, my mom and dad at Javelina were kind of the origin of really helping me to get that dialed in and try to be as efficient as possible. And I found that from watching athletes like Megan Canfield, Jeff Browning, Pam Smith, they're very efficient at aid stations, right? And they make up a lot of time on runners that are maybe running a hotter pace by being very clear and concise with their crew what they need at each aid station. So here it's nice because I can say in one lap I need ice, and in 2 laps I need Guru Octane sports drink, tea flavor. So they know what I'm doing 2 laps ahead, and I think that type of communication really helps a runner and a crew to make just really smooth transitions where there's no confusion and you don't have to stop.
Amazing. And how, I guess, just circling back to the knee, how is it feeling now that you've stopped running on it, you've stopped pounding, you're able to kind of rest it a little bit? How is it feeling, and how do you think, what are you looking forward to, from here in terms of whether it be racing or anything like that?
Yeah, so I'm currently signed up for Mad City 100K in April, and I'm really keying this year on the Dome in July for a fast 100-mile race in June 17th, and Spartathlon in the fall is the big goal. So this year is a very road-centric and track-centric year for me. Trying to get back to kind of my roots and what I'm targeting. So fortunately, my coach Ian Sharman talked me out of continuing on the knee, and my wife was really supportive. Just say, hey, do it. You're the professional. Do what you know is right. I think we made the right decision tonight, but it was a hard decision. That was my first DNF. So I mean, runners can relate. It doesn't feel good to step off, right? And there are times at which it makes sense for our body to make the call to step off. So.
Awesome.
I have to ask because we've had this ongoing debate, and people have brought it up in the chat, and we had a conversation with Callan Khan, early leader of the race, who also had an unfortunate DNF here. He had mentioned that he'd gone with a Vaporfly or Next Percent Nike shoe and had difficulty basically slowing down. We know that there's a trade-off between doing a carbon plate type shoe versus getting a little bit of extra cushion, especially when you're planning on pounding your legs on mostly asphalt for 100 miles. What was your shoe choice, and sort of what went into your calculus to roll with that?
Yeah, I've been doing most of my training in the Clifton Edge, which I'm a huge fan of. It's got a bit of an extended heel geometry, super cushioned. Arlen Glick ran Javelina in it this year, so it's really great on sand because it has such a large surface area. I find that for my gait and my strike, it's kind of perfect for me. It's really responsive, yet it has a nice amount of cushion. There's no carbon plate, so for a course like this that's already all concrete, I like a shoe without a carbon plate because I find that the carbon is even more pressure on the foot and can kind of derail a race from the perspective of maybe being too hard on a surface that's already very hard. So for me, the Carbon X or the Clifton Edge was perfect. And it's been great in training too. I've done most of my miles in it. I did my 40-mile tune-up in it in January. It's an awesome shoe on sand, on dirt, on roads, on trails. I really like it. So.
Awesome, Pat. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really appreciate it. Obviously we are glad that you're not in a worse spot coming out of this, than you could have been. So we appreciate your time, and we hope you get healthy soon, and we look forward to seeing you at some of these upcoming races.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me on. I can't wait to see the finale here in person. So.
Absolutely. Hey, and if you want to drag Chris into the booth with you as well, I'm sure once nightfall happens, the crowd would love some shenanigans, and I know that you two get down with them. So just tell them I said what's up.
All right, consider us here. We'll see you later.
Awesome, boss. Appreciate you.
See you guys.
And there you saw the great Pat Reagan. And now we're joined by another ultra running great. The great Joe Fejes is going to be joining us here. Joe, how are you doing, my friend? Thank you so much for taking a little bit of time out of your day to join us.
Doing great. It's tough to follow up on my low country Carolina brother, Pat Reagan. He's one of my idols, so I hope to keep up with his expertise.
Yeah, he's a tough act to follow, especially given his beautiful mustache that he always adorns. So. Joe, you've obviously
with Chris Brown and Pat. Yeah, this bald-headed guy can't really keep up. So,
well, we're so happy that you joined us. Obviously, you've raced almost everything that there is, every distance between fixed distance stuff, fixed time stuff. You've done a little bit of it all. And can you just tell us maybe a little bit? How do you know Ken, the race director, and how'd you get suckered into having to join us here on the live stream?
Well, I ran with Ken came. I hosted, had a wild, crazy idea of hosting a 6-day race in Alaska back, I don't know, it was probably 2014 or 15. So we rented out the Alaska Anchorage Dome and had a 6-day race, 6-day race. And Ken was fortunate enough to hold on here a second. Ken joined us for the race, and I was able to run his 48-hour event in California as well. So that's how we first got to meet. And also across the years, also I ran the 3-day, the 72-hour and across the years.
Awesome. And so, running, on some of these shorter looped courses for some of these, faster athletes, they're going to have to deal with, a fair amount of traffic. Obviously, maybe not as much in this race because the 72-hour that's currently going on, does run on a slightly different course that has some overlap. But in terms of like navigating traffic in races like this, what kind of tips or strategies did you have as you would be kind of finding yourself maybe in situations where you may have a fair bit of traffic in races?
Well, when we had the Anchorage race, Zach Bitter actually he was trying to break the 100-mile record at the time. We had probably 60 or 70 runners on the track. He still ended up running, I believe it was 12:08 or 12:12. So, even in trying to do a elite 100-mile race, you can navigate. And the longer the race, the less issue it is with people, especially taking breaks, getting off the track to take a nap or whatnot, especially if it's a 6-day race. The short loop fixed time races are of course a lot different than your adventure mountain trail point to point hundreds and things.
Yeah, and then given the kind of the nature of this course where you're primarily fully exposed during races like that, what kind of I think for example maybe races like across the years where here in Phoenix it's December, January, it's not necessarily hot, but for big sections of that course you're exposed to the sun.
Yep.
Are there any sort of like strategies you had for either skin protection or kind of cooling and hydration to make sure that you can kind of keep going that distance?
It's a different perspective. For me, when it's 45 degrees, I love 45 degree compared to anything hot. I can't run, even though I grew up in Atlanta and live in South Carolina now. But it's a different perspective right now. You have 3 hours left for the 100-milers. The temperature's dropping. They're going to feel like they're on rocket fuel. Compare that to a 72-hour runner who's got 60 hours to run, and it's very, very difficult. With the first time I did across the years with the 3-day, I made the mistake of trying to sleep in a cot, and it got down to the low 40s, and I had the draft coming from underneath the cot. I was freezing, and it's very difficult to get to sleep when you're freezing, and then you have to get up and start doing it again. And day one, it's not a big deal, but day 2 and day 3, trying to get up from that cot to try to get your legs going when it's cold like that. And then you get, with that temperature variance in the desert where it goes, up to the low 70s and it feels like it's 100 degrees and it's miserable. So, I mean, in the one thing about a 72-hour race, I'm talking a little bit more, I was a decent 100-mile runner. I did 14:41, but really my focus was on the 6-day and the multi-day. And the difference, with the 72-hour is if you want to run 300 miles, which I've done 6 times, there's no easy way to do it. Now you can do it like Harvey Lewis and do it backyard style, which is something kind of neat where you do very little sleep, 100 miles, 100 miles, 100 miles. Or you could do it like me, and I usually do, 130 to 135 miles day one, and then a little bit less on each day. It'll be interesting to see in this race between Bud and Victoria. Victoria's PR is 273 miles. Bud has done 282 miles. They're very, very close. They both ran in the 6 day. Bud whipped me. He ran 561 miles. I ran 501. Didn't have a very good race. But actually, when I look back at the first 3 days, I ran 290 miles. Bud ran his 282 and Victoria ran her 273. But interestingly, Victoria took 8 hours of breaks in those 3 days. Bud took 11 hours and I took 12 and a half hours. So you can see that it's not necessarily who sleeps the least to get the most miles. So you have when you start getting into the multi-days, you have a lot more nutrition, eating, drinking, sleeping, trying to figure out the variables to get what you want to do. But any way you cut it, whether you do it like Harvey backyard style or you front load it, there's no easy way to run 300 miles or anything close to, it's tough.
Yeah, definitely. And that's actually something that will be interesting to see how that plays out, not both for the USATF 100-mile race, but also the 72-hour race that's going on right now is, like you mentioned, Joe, you get into these desert-type conditions, and while the thermostat may only say 65 or 70 degrees, you're just in this exposed sun where it feels really warm, and then all of a sudden the sun goes down and the temperature is down to like a cool 40 degrees, and it feels like a cool 40 degrees. That temperature swing and feel can be pretty drastic, and I think that's one reason that races like across the years, races like Javelina comes to mind, where you see these really wide temperature swings and feels can be so challenging for runners. So it'll be super exciting to see how that kind of affects these runners, both in the later stages of this 100-mile race, but over the next couple days for this 72-hour race as well.
Absolutely, yes, yeah, that's right.
So I guess we have to ask, you're not on course today, but we know you have to have something up your sleeve. What's coming down the pipe for you in terms of upcoming races?
I figured I got to get in shape somehow, so I ended up signing up for another 6 day. I'm running in Policoro, Italy, in 3 weeks. So me and Mike Doby's my longtime handler who does some of these graphs and things for the races. I talked him into, we're flying into Naples on, I think it's March 11th for a couple days beforehand, taking a 3-hour train ride right above Sicily, overlooking the sea. And so it's in a campground. So for 144 hours, I'll get to explore a half-a-mile loop in a campground in Italy. So
that sounds
fun
like
stuff.
A lot of fun.
Yeah, hard life. Yeah, feel really bad for you.
There you go.
Well, Joe, thank you so much for taking a few minutes out of your day to join us. We really appreciate it. We appreciate you, showing or sharing what is, an immense wealth of knowledge on a segment of the sport that needs to be talked about more, which is really awesome. So we really appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Thanks to Ken for everything he's done, and y'all have a great event. So thanks very much.
Thanks. Have a good one.
Speaking of the devil, Ken right there on screen with the.
So I have a question.
Yet another
is that
phenomenal
the same
suit
as before? Because he said, I've got a bunch of different outfits, but does it count as a new outfit if it's an old outfit?
I mean, it doesn't at award ceremonies, but I think it might apply here.
Well,
listen, I got to
Ken
get a
looks
closer
so
look.
Fly.
It's he's crushing out there. Ken of Beyond Limits Running, who puts on this Jackpot Ultra Running Festival, which is hosting this USATF 100-mile road national championship as well as the 72
Chris,
hours.
if you can hear us, can you get Ken to show off his suit for the static camera A right there? I don't know if Chris can hear us or not, but if so, we need like a little catwalk,
That's what we need. We got the showgirls right there. They can do sort of like the official walkout, sort of like fan out. He'll come through the middle. Yeah, sure. We'll completely block the finish area run through, but hey, it's good material. So, no, shout out to Ken. He's been absolutely dynamite in terms of putting this race on, bringing us in, and you know,
Yeah,
allowing
huge shout out to
this
him.
to be.
And it's amazing to get to not just share the elite field, which is obviously awesome, but to be able to share this very unique vibe here on the Henderson Strip, I think is really a lot of fun too. And that aspect of all of this is the Rubelis, you know.
Absolutely.
But him and his wife do a great job at. Him and his wife Steph do a great job at putting this together and making this a really fun race. That's not just an elite race. It's a really fun race for the other participants as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about some of the age groupers in this USATF 100-miler, but tomorrow there are 6 more races popping off, everything from another 100-mile to a 48-hour, a 24-hour, a 12-hour, a 6-hour. So a lot of opportunity for people to get involved and hop in and enjoy their tour around Cornerstone Park in Henderson. So shout out to Ken, shout out to Beyond Limits Running. And shout out to everybody who is making this event work both on course and behind the scenes. Just appreciate us being a part of it.
Yeah, and a huge shout out in the chat here to the great Scotty Trayer.
Nice.
Earning himself a golden ticket last weekend at Black Canyon Ultras at the 100K distance. Aravaipa employee, 3rd place at the Desert Solstice 24-hour. What else can I say? A media darling with the Chasing Gold series. Incredible button-up shirt at the finish.
Yeah.
Those are all the nice things I can say about Scott. But Scott's apparently a huge Arlen Glick fan, as many others are. So thanks for tuning in, Scott. Hope that your recovery post-Black Canyon is going great. Hope you've been enjoying some beverages, maybe at the top of mountains in Somo. Hope you're just living your best life right now, my friend.
Yeah, you brought up Arlen, so maybe it's time to pop up this leaderboard and get a quick check-in as we are approaching the I guess we were in the 9th hour of really the 10th. We're in the 10th hour. We're in the 10th hour of running. So Arlen Glick still out front, still clocking off those 9 mid laps. Looks like his last lap was 9:45, so one of the higher lap times that we've seen from him. Obviously still within about that 10-second variance, but got to see if that's going to be a continuing trend.
Could we possibly see, sorry to interrupt you, Skyler, could we possibly see Camille Herron with the overall lead at a national championship event?
Yes, we've seen crazier things. Absolutely. It would not surprise me if Camille popped up there. We're talking, through their last pass through the timing mat in actual time on course, we're looking at about 5 minutes, 5.5 minutes separating Camille
and their last
Arlen.
lap was 24 seconds faster.
Correct. And so, obviously, we were talking to Pat around the need for efficient crew stops. This might be, as nightfall approaches, where folks feel the need to either add more layers or maybe make some gear changes that don't lend themselves to necessarily a relay baton style handoff. So all these things could come into play. But yes, Camille in position in 2nd place, first female, to, give Arlen a bit of a nudge, which could be good for him. He said coming in that he was in shape that is irrecognizable to his self at Tunnel Hill, where he set his PR of 12:57. He is so much more ready to rock than he was about 16 months ago. So excited to see what he can do with a little bit of pressure from Camille. And then in third place overall, you got Alex Nichols. Fourth place and first Masters male, Jonah Backstrom. And in fifth place overall, Nicole Monet. So really diverse array of folks on the front end. Mark Hammond still cruising along in sixth, though. Not to be discounted by any stretch as a two-time winner of this event back in 2019 and 2020. No stranger to this course, these conditions, and what to expect moving forward. So just about
pop that
2
leaderboard
laps.
back up in a couple of seconds here, but we've got a good shot
Yeah.
at Ken's suit. It is a different suit, I believe.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
it looks
definitely.
amazing.
Definitely solid. Yeah, we got the Royal Flush. We've got poker chips. We've got slot machines. Just a whole lot of great Vegas vibes on that suit. So,
And to amend my previous hot take, Arlen Glick is sponsored by a company called UR Ultra, which is a race registration platform. So I want to take UR Ultra and remove them from the bus that I threw every other company in the world under. You all are incredible, and huge shout out to you for recognizing Arlen's ability and talent. Every other brand,
what are we doing here?
yeah, it's shameful. Shameful might be a little rough, but yeah, it's not good. He's incredible. He's on an incredible run right now, and for him to not have a footwear sponsor or an apparel sponsor or a nutrition sponsor that we know of, that should change probably. And so that's why we're here. You know, we're here to share the athlete stories and get the names out there so that it's easier and more valuable for some of these brands to partner with these incredible athletes. So, all right.
Absolutely.
I'm going to hop off of my soapbox now, and we can return to the results here.
Yeah, you actually just saw Nicole Monet run through there. That second place female, fifth place overall. Yeah, Mark Hammond creeping up, and then Nick Iben, Brian Hannock, Paul Young, and Chris Pope making his first appearance in the top 10 overall. So we see that we are in we're basically beyond 100K. This is where things get real. You got a lot of runners out there who have experience covering 100 miles, but you have some folks where this is their first foray. So we're going to see who can hold it together as we approach sunset, approach nightfall, and get ever so close to naming your 2022 USATF 100-mile national champions on the road.
I like the sound of that, man. Like, it's got a nice ring to it, you know? We're gonna get to bring the people a national championship here.
It's great. It's absolutely great. And we're doing it for free, no paywalls on YouTube. So shout out to the sponsors who are helping support that coverage. We're talking Gooder. The glasses that will match Ken's shirt, Gooder. They're stylish, they're fun, they're fancy, but they get the job done. We've definitely seen some runners out there rocking them in the daylight. And, hey, if you need to block those UV rays, those UVB rays in the eyes, Gooder will take care of you and make sure you look good doing it. Look good, feel good, run good with Gooder. Check them out at gooder.com. Also got to shout out Salt Stick, the electrolyte of choice here at the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival. Listen, it was hot out there. You heard everybody talking about it for the last 5 hours, all exposed, all dry heat, that 11% humidity. Folks are sweating out, and Salt Stick was on a lot of those crew tables to make sure that these athletes could keep moving forward well. So shout out to Salt Stick for their support, not only of this live stream, but of the runners on course. Make sure to head over to saltstick.com. And if you use the promo code USATF100, you watching at home can go ahead and enjoy 20% off your first order. So, hey, fuel with what the athletes on course have been knocking out. And last but not least, we got to shout out the watch that ensures that no matter how long this 100 miles takes you or how much you actually get to charge your watch if you're running the 72-hour race that's also happening out there, that your battery life gets you to the finish line. You can get that race uploaded to Strava, and you get all the kudos you've earned and deserved. That watch, that's right, is Coros. They've been crushing it. They have so many watches that, listen, if you've been anywhere in the last 2 years, you know that many people have made the change to Coros. It gets the job done. It's effective.
Including the great Eliud Kipchoge.
That is true. Absolutely. Listen, if Kipchoge can wear it, I think it's good enough for us. So Coros definitely has been behind the scenes ensuring that the best technology is on the wrists of their athletes. And, hey, you can be a part of the Coros movement as well. All you got to do is go over to Coros.com. And if you use the promo code Jackpot, you can, when you snag a watch, get an additional free watch band. So get a stylish watch band to go with the stylish, gooder glasses, and then just don't look horrible because you're sweating out. When you have Salt Stick, make sure you look good as you're running, feel good.
Well, it's like look good and feel good, right?
And then actually run good.
Salt Stick's going to keep you feeling good. The other stuff's going to keep you feeling good or looking good. It's a win-win.
It's all good. It's all good. I didn't even mean to say that, but here we are. So make sure you, whatever.
Is it all good or is it all gooder?
It is. It's all fantastic here at the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival. So thanks to our sponsors for helping bring this live stream coverage to you. And also just a shout out to the great folks in Henderson, Nevada, for hosting us at Cornerstone Park. It has been a delight to have the local community come through. You've seen some of them. It's still an open park, so you've seen some of them actually walking around, walking their dogs, walking their kids, walking around holding hands. And sure, it's a little bit of an extra navigatory obstacle for some of our runners. But, hey, Henderson has been a delightful host, so appreciate them coming through with the hookup and allowing this race to happen, allowing us to bring a couple extra bodies down there and broadcast the glorious views that you see here on screen from their great city.
Yeah, no, a huge shout out to them. And I think that, some of the views that we've been able to see here provide a little bit more perspective to the state of Nevada as a whole, right? I think when I think of Nevada, I think of, really dry desert, or I think of the Las Vegas Strip. And you can see here there's, mountains in the backdrop. Mm-hmm. You've got this beautiful Cornerstone Park where this race is held. And, it's just a beautiful place. I know Ken gave them a great shout-out earlier where they were voted as one of the top 50 places to live in the U.S. But, yeah, a huge shout-out to them for letting this race happen at such a beautiful venue, and then for allowing us to come and broadcast from their park has been great, and to fly drones and all of those things.
Absolutely. Yeah, it really does take a village. So we appreciate the community of Henderson for bringing us in, and looking forward to seeing what the runners tomorrow and into Sunday can do, because the party doesn't stop tonight. We have those 6 races kicking off tomorrow, as well as the continuation of the 72-hour race that you're also seeing cross through here. But, hey, the party is driven by the folks on scene right down there. You've seen the showgirls in the background over there. So they're out and about saying, hey, we got a whole viewing party because the races that are occurring tomorrow. Packet Pickup is on site tonight. So folks are showing up, hanging out, watching the races, and getting their wares. If you were here for the unboxing video we did live, you get to see a lot of the sweet swag that his runners are taking home. So appreciate Ken and the whole volunteer team pulling this race together on site as well.
Yeah, definitely amazing, and I think we just saw Stephanie Flippin come through there as well, but looks like we've got a bit of an announcement here from Ken, so we're going to pipe it down and let Ken have the floor here. And we may be just a minute or two away here still.
Was that guy? Did he have an accordion?
Was it an accordion or was it like one of those ballpark vendors?
Either way,
Either way, it was pretty cool.
it's gonna be pretty. It's gonna be a weird night down in Henderson for sure. Yeah. Well, hey, now that you said ballpark vendors, got me thinking about ballpark Franks. We got to check in on everybody's favorite ultra runner / competitive eater.
Joe Schmall.
Is Joe Schmall out there? Where's he at? Let's find out. We had him featured yesterday during our athlete panel. And he is still out on course, knocked out 49 loops at this point, sitting in 17th place overall.
Solid run so far. I imagine that if he's running smart, he'll kind of slowly work his way up the field here as well.
Worth noting, he is 3 loops behind Tim Higham and Chris Pope. So he is currently sitting 3rd place in the 40 to 44 age group, with just a little over half the race completed for all 3 of those men. So more than enough opportunity for him to move up in the field, potentially take that 40 to 44 age group national championship. And it looks like we're about to have Camille Heron coming through the start-finish line right here.
There she goes.
Oh, Camille!
Can we throw up the leaderboard again really quick? I just want to see if we can get some updated lap times here as we start to approach. So, yeah, we're in the same boat. Arlen back under 9:30s for his laps. He's holding steady. But Camille still taking out yet another couple of seconds in that last lap. So she's staying even, if not picking up time on Arlen as this race continues, with under 30 miles remaining in this USATF 100-mile road national championship.
I want to say everyone right now.
And I'm going to do some quick math over here.
Love it.
All right, so if we you want to flip over real quick, I'll show you the graph. So we've been tracking the progress of Arlen and Camille against both Zach Bitter's 12:52 course record here from last year, as well as against Camille's world record performance of 12:42 at Tunnel Hill back in 2017. You can see that both Arlen, the red line, and Camille, the blue line, have slowed their pace since earlier in the race. However, we're looking to see if they trend downward at the same slope as those prior historic performances. Right now, looks like they're holding strong, a little bit of a flatter line, less aggressive downward trend than the other races, but we got to see if they cross over those lines and get wildly ahead of the trend. So we'll keep monitoring it with less than 30 miles to go, about if all goes well, about 3 hours left in the race for both of them. But that's where the data stands by the numbers.
Love it.
We'd love if you can to shoot from that corner to here. Hey, can you get any chance to move your little solar thing? Like if you could be in that corner,
Running like 2.7 miles ahead of that 13-hour pace, which at 7 minute miles, it's gonna be real close. It's gonna be real close to that world record if she can hold this. So we'll keep tracking it as Arlen actually just passed through the screen there, still crushing it. Looked relaxed.
Yep.
Looked real relaxed,
Looks
but
like we got something here, maybe.
Thank you. We'll be careful. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my God, look, Kevin. My abs hurt from sucking in earlier.
All good.
Good, man. No, it's cool, man. Yeah. I'm sorry it's not really windy like that. We're trying to make it windy. Yeah. Yeah, okay. What? Oh, start the thing? All right, so Pedro, you ran here a couple years ago, and as you remember, 3 years ago, you were running with your guides, and I was cleaning up here at Jackpot, and I would ask them, why the heck are you running? You guys just ran this multi-day Jackpot Ultra Running Festival, and they go, we're helping Pedro. And you remember you and I met and said, if you ever want to run an Ultra, come see us. And then sure enough, you hit your Ultra the next year, and it was very moving because you had a lot of gratitude for the people who helped you. And it very much moved us how much gratitude you have. And we want to help grow the Achilles International chapter here in Las Vegas. More important, we want to help educate the community it exists. So when there's young 12-year-olds who might not know that there's people who can help them do things, help them go beyond limits, which we're about, we want to do what we can to help. And so my wife and I, who our company's about her, pushing beyond limits when she got her transplants, when she quit, she died. We wanted to do something in recognition of yourself and for Chris, your guide, and your other guides, to really get Achilles going, because it meant a lot to us. So what I'm going to hand to you is a check for $20,000 to Achilles International, because we want you to help. We want it to grow so everyone out there knows there's a resource, right? That there's Chris is out there who's going to help them, that 12-year-old who wants help. So what you have in front of you here is a big check, one of the big ones, right? For $20,000 Canadian. And you know, we want to help Chrissy educate everyone, and you've really meant a lot to us. So, you know, Chrissy's going to work magic, and but it's your gratitude, the way you treated your parents, and the way you wanted to thank your guys. So I go on, but it meant a lot to me. And I see people do a lot of cool stuff out here. You know, we just had a woman do 2 world records today.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Camille hit 2 records. But you know what? What you did impresses me even more, because it was all about gratitude. So thank you. And with this, we hope you and Christy can really help grow Achilles here locally. So, all right, there you go, man. Thank you, man. Thank you.
We're completely speechless. Lots of athletes who are out there who, just like myself, just needed an outlet, something that will connect me to my community, make me feel that I do belong.
And there you just saw Ken Rubeli, the race director at Beyond Limits, the race director of the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival, with a very generous donation to a local organization, Achilles, I believe the local chapter, but Achilles International, which helps people with disabilities, and in particular this runner is a blind runner who has run the race with guides. Ken doing some incredible things to, you know, help make the sport more inclusive for those who maybe have boundaries. So huge shout out to huge shout out to Ken. That was awesome to watch.
Yeah, Achilles International. a massive nonprofit organization. I actually first experienced their power firsthand when I ran the New York City Marathon this past fall. And they have a huge chapter out in New York City, 28 chapters around the United States, 42 chapters internationally. And it really is just trying to help those who might have be living with some sort of disability to get out and explore sport. And the volunteers that come out come from all walks of life. So even if you're somebody who just wants to volunteer to be a guide, be it in running, in cycling, in swimming, in any number of other sporting opportunities, you get to interact with folks who come from different walks of life. I've heard stories of you have investment bankers and doctors hanging out alongside students who are all coming to be guides at Achilles International and really get the most inclusive environment and allow folks who have been aspiring to achieve athletic pursuit but might be battling some sort of physical disability to allow them to come and enjoy the sports that we all love. So super excited that donation was able to be made, and I know that the Las Vegas community can definitely use more good people out there. So whether you're in the greater Las Vegas area or you're elsewhere across the country, check to see if you have a local Achilles International chapter that you might be able to sign up as a guide for.
There we see Camille Herron still looking really strong.
Yeah.
As of right now. So huge shout out to Camille. Wow. She looked really, really good coming through there. Let's go ahead. Let's pull up some chats. Ken and his wife are stand-up people and put on an amazing event. Couldn't agree with that more.
Absolutely.
Ken is the reason that we're broadcasting this event. Ken reached out to us and wanted to amplify this. He wanted to, continue to move the sport forward, and obviously that's what we're about here as well. And so Ken's just a great person. And while I may, joke about his outfit choices from time to time, it's all in fun, and it's all a part of what makes this event so epic is, Ken and his family and all of the support staff that they have going, above and beyond to make this event so fun.
Absolutely. Yeah, you actually heard him reference during that presentation, but this company was started as a result of his wife needing a transplant and the desire to not only rebound from treatment but also excel and show that there is life after treatment and after recovery from some pretty traumatic events. So super excited to be able to highlight some of the work that they're doing in the local community, because if we want to talk about one of the most diverse sporting communities that there is, it's running. We see it across the board. That folks from all walks of life participate in this sport. And so glad that we can try to bring even more folks into the fold and make this a place where they feel welcome.
And who do we have walking there?
That looked like Katrin.
That also, that did look like Katrin, I believe.
So Katrin Jones, currently 12th overall, 4th female. About 8 minutes behind her teammate, Stephanie Flippin, in 3rd. And this right here is Alex Nichols, 3rd overall, the Scott-sponsored athlete out of Colorado Springs, Colorado, just 3 laps behind your race leader, Arlen Glick.
And pop Alex's bio up on the screen. And one interesting thing about Alex is him and his wife recently became beekeepers.
Word.
I found that super interesting.
I was unaware.
And I believe that I believe like the head of the hive they've named Freddie Mercury. Not sure why, but that's what it says. The Queen is named Freddie Mercury.
Bohemian Rhapsody?
Yeah, must be.
Yeah.
Love it.
Sweet. We're getting weird. Yeah, no, Alex, obviously very accomplished runner. Will be back at Western States this summer, towing the line. He was 10th place last year at that event, so no stranger to the 100-mile distance.
We just saw Arlen Glick there.
Rolling through as well.
He did not look as spry as he did a little bit ago.
Well, this is exactly when we said nightfall coming. Things, if they were going to start getting a little squirrely, this is prime time with the temperatures dropping relatively rapidly, the sun going out of view. Got to be able to troubleshoot quickly. Naturally, Arlen ran 500 milers last year, so he should have it pretty well locked in his mind what he needs to do, and he's probably feeling pretty comfortable at the moment in terms of his positioning on the podium. But as you saw, just run through Jonah in the third place there. Jonah ODB, Old Dirty Backstrom from West Valley Track Club in San Francisco. You know, he's still out there hunting. Alex is out there hunting. Camille's out there hunting Arlen at this point. So he definitely's got to keep his foot on the gas a bit here. No resting on your laurels. Use whatever inertia you can, because an object in motion will stay in motion. So try to keep it that way. That's the name of the game here over the last 3 or so hours on course.
And it looks like we've got Jamil in the course side studio, and he has the headset on. So I don't know if that means he has an update for us or not.
But before he hops in, we were tracking back in this live shot with Katrin, and she yes, okay, she does look like she is dropping from the race. Had taken off her hat, and it looks like we just got confirmation from our camera operators that Katrin Jones, who's currently sitting in fourth.
This real quick, see if we can get some audio up in here.
85. Yeah. Oh, all right. It's all good.
Yeah, so she's currently fourth on course, and had a 9-minute lead over fifth place Alex Rudania. But looks like she is calling it a day. Hopefully we can get a little bit more intel as to the cause of this apparent drop from Katrin Jones. But a solid, looks to be about 100K in the books for her overall. So
Yep. So we'll definitely look to get some more information there, and we're going to bring in Jamil Curry. Jamil, how are you doing, my friend?
Good. How are you guys? Yeah, we're doing well.
We've got a
We
bit
just
of an
had that-
audio echo there again now.
How about now?
Nope, perfect.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, let's see. We had that. Were you guys able to catch that check presentation?
Yeah, you were doing a great job behind the camera, making sure the shot was good. We had some good audio. That was actually really cool to see, and to see Ken present, such a generous donation to, such an incredible organization.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, really great to see. I know that they have quite a few participants with the Achilles group out here, and definitely makes a big difference. I can hear that a little bit. Yeah. Sorry. And what I was noticing, kind of looking back at the race, is Arlen is, I think Camille is like on the same lap as Arlen, or just less than one behind now. I don't know if you guys touched on that already.
Yep, a little bit ago, we had looked maybe a couple laps ago, and she was, I believe, about 5 minutes behind in total time, and was making up about 20-ish seconds per lap on him. So I don't know where that currently stands, where their current time difference is at, but Arlen had a couple laps that were in the 9:40, 9:50 range, where Camille was running in the 9:10 to 9:20 range. But I believe Arlen has rebounded a little bit and is running down under 9:30 again. But it could make for a really interesting finish for the overall win of the event.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, right now, Arlen is 77 miles in. Camille is 76 in. I was just talking to Connor, Camille's husband. Camille just came through right now. Let's see what that lap was. Can you turn that off, please? The audio. Oh, is that Chris's? Sorry. I could just hear it echoing. Yeah, that was a 9:15 lap from Camille. So she is pretty solid right now. But Connor was saying that she's still on track for the 100-mile world record and also for 12-hour world record at this point in time.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting. You know, her pace hasn't really, fallen off significantly or anything like that. If anything, it's just maybe leveled off compared to compared to her world record performance, and so, her pace isn't fluctuating as much, and Skylar's got the iPad up right now. If you want to, why don't you go ahead and just maybe share what you're seeing real quick, Skylar?
Yeah, so in a nutshell, we talked about how Camille, during her world record run, actually had slowed down significantly between 7.5 and 8.5 hours, and then had to speed up again. Currently, she has just maintained a sort of steady arc through this entire duration, and is still running at this point in time faster overall splits than she did at Tunnel Hill in 2017. It's closer than it was when we briefed it about 35 minutes ago or so, but she is still hanging in there. So if she can go another 35 to 40 minutes, clock in these low 19s type of laps, she's going to cross over the time horizon and have a very healthy cushion to play with for the last 2 hours on course.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and let me just look at the progress here as well, because that's the one that I'm able to interpret a little bit better. And so in terms of progress, kind of like you just said, her pace had slowed quite a bit more at this point, and was had maybe a steeper regression to it at her Tunnel Hill run, whereas her pace hasn't really fallen off quite yet. It's more just like leveled out, more so than anything, which is going to be really fun to see how long she can kind of prolong this consistent pace before eventually you do start to see some slowing.
Yeah, even compared to Zach Bitter's run here last year, in which he ran 12:52, by this point of the race, granted it was like 20 degrees hotter during the daytime, Zach was aggressively falling off. If you were to graph current progress against the 13-hour barrier, we're talking a function of about 3 times as steeply Zach's pace started falling off compared to where Camille is currently at. So if she can just maintain her current form, and based on the video that we're getting on site, no reason to believe that she won't for the foreseeable future. This could be a pretty spectacular day here at Jackpot.
And And there we just saw Arlen come through. He doesn't look as spry and as springy in step as he did maybe 3 or 4 hours ago. But he doesn't look like he's too deep in the hurt shack either, which is promising. So it'll be interesting to see not only if he can hold on for a new PR and a new course record on the men's side, but if he can hang on for the overall win, which could be in play for Camille Herron, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, we'd have to go back and look at the that last lap split, but again,
I believe it was a 9:37.
Okay.
Okay, so Arlen's still holding strong right in those 9:30s to 9:40s for each of these 1.1761616 mile laps. But Camille,
how many 616s is that?
I think it's 4. But Camille's consistently running, 9:10s. So 20 seconds.
Yeah, but how many laps are left? We could do some quick math as to whether she could feasibly make.
I believe 19 laps are left. Somebody can fact check that really quickly. It's going to be either 18 or 19. So if Arlen has approximately a 5-minute lead, she's getting back let's say 15 seconds conservatively per lap.
It's not going to be enough, right? It'd be close. It'd be within 30 seconds.
It's going to be pretty close. Yeah, it legitimately could be one of those fun tasks where, you'd get a minute every 4 laps.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it'd be right there against it. So we'll see. This could be fun. It's going to be fun. I'm not going to, but let's be real. So excited to see. No matter what happens, we also have to keep in mind the age group record that Camille is also targeting right now in the 40 to 44 age group record for the 100-mile road race is 15:02:36.
I mean, she's
gonna smash that.
She's got that in. I would say Sharpie is the exact terminology. I would use.
Just get to the finish is pretty much the need there.
Yeah.
And then the 12-hour mark is the American record for the 40 to 44. She's going to smash that hardly. 128,747 meters. And her own open record from the run in France in 2019, 146,221 meters.
So just some quick math. We're being told in the chat that they have 19 laps remaining.
Okay.
If she makes up 15 seconds per lap for 19 laps, that would be 4 minutes and 45 seconds. And what do we know? Do we know what their distance, their difference is?
Arlen crossed through to start his next lap 3 minutes and 50 seconds after Camille went through. So we're talking a 9-minute lap. So it's closer to 5:45.
Well, the better idea, I guess, maybe when Camille crosses again.
Yeah, it's less math for me. If we can, just that little window where they're on the same lap.
You've got, a 3-minute period? It's going to be close. What if it comes down to the last lap?
Well, and here's the thing is...
Do you think Arlen will race her for the overall win?
Yeah.
You think he'll throw down?
I would assume so.
I would hope so as well.
No holding hands in this one. But here's the thing. The graphs that we keep showing against progress is you're fighting attrition. It's not like, hey, they're going to maintain an even slope. They're both going to maintain exactly even paces to the finish. There's a very real possibility that one or both of them will slow down. And if that happens to be Arlen more so than Camille, that makes the calculus a lot more reasonable for her to come through for an overall victory. So,
do you think Arlen has a sub-6 last quarter mile in him, like we saw from American record holder Nick Curry at Desert Solstice?
I don't know. Nick needed that to get to the American record, so that's why he was able to throw down.
And
I don't
here
know if
comes
Arlen has the
Camille.
same intrinsic motivation other than just to not get nipped at the line.
There we saw Paul Young come through, and here comes Camille. So we should be able to get that split difference here shortly. Doing the classic refresh.
Refresh. Do a barrel roll.
We got a comment in the chat. Camille is going to crush so many Masters records in her first year. Yeah. We've got a little bit of time before we get there, right?
She already took one out.
That was an age group, right? What are the
Yeah, I guess that's
official?
true.
Is Masters 50 plus?
No, Masters is 40 plus.
Oh, okay.
And generally speaking, the 40 to 44 usually are the fastest of the Masters groups.
Well,
just
I mean,
'cause-
whatever Camille runs is probably going to be the fastest.
Yeah, let's be real, yeah. So if you didn't get enough from the road running scene between Sarah Hall and Kira D'Amato, Camille Herron showing that you don't need to be in your 20s or early 30s to run some very quick times.
What do we got going on over here? Still waiting on a refresh.
Still on an aggressive.
That is okay, because as you can see on your screen, we are joined by someone who needs no introduction. The great Zach Bitter is with us. Zach, I just need you to unmute yourself on your end, my friend. Zach, how are you doing?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Dude, we are great. We're getting super stoked to see, how these next few hours unfold as we've, witnessed a lot of the carnage already and are kind of getting into, these final laps here.
Yeah, they're getting close at this point, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think they're right around 17 or 18 laps left. So, shouldn't be, too much longer. I believe, I'm trying to pull the race clock over here. We're looking at probably around our first finishers probably within the next 3 hours or so, give or take a little bit, which is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's been exciting. I missed a big chunk of the middle. I was listening to the live stream earlier today, and then I got busy with some stuff. So when I tuned in right before this, I think I saw it was Camille in the lead out right now, or
no? Arlen Glick is currently in the lead. He is up by around 5-ish minutes on Camille, and Camille is making up about 15 to 20 seconds per lap on Arlen. So
he officially has
it's going to be really close.
5 minutes and 26 seconds lead with 18 laps to go.
So Camille's in for another last minute hurrah like last year, right? It was pretty tight with the women's race, I think, last year amongst the top three the top three podium positions. So she's definitely no stranger to having to keep it going up into the very last lap, I guess, at this one.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be super fun to watch. Obviously, up to this point, she finds herself in a much different position than she was in last year. Obviously, conditions much different running in Henderson, Nevada in February than in April. We did see some cooling mechanisms coming out during the day today. Can you just speak about maybe what your cooling strategy was last year when you're in this kind of desert area where you're fully exposed on course, and it's in April where it's really, really hot?
Yeah, this is a really good question, and it's going to be different when you're running in dry heat like this versus some of the humidity that you might see in the Midwest or out east and some other areas of the country when it gets hot. But like when you have the dry heat like that, you want to have something very thin and white covering as much skin as possible, because you're actually going to overheat quicker if the sun is hitting bare skin in that type of a scenario. And since you don't have that sweat pooling on your skin the way it would have been humid weather, In the dry heat, sometimes you don't even realize you're sweating because it just evaporates so quick, which that's the body's evaporative cooling process. But if you can get whatever thin layer of hopefully white clothing or very light color clothing wet as often as possible, you create kind of a thin layer of moisture that kind of helps assist with that. And you keep the UV rays off your skin directly. So like last year doing Jackpot, I think it hit 94 degrees in the middle of the day. It was the heat, the top heat. And it was basically every lap. I mean, I felt bad for Nicole crewing for me. There was no lap that she got to take a break. I was like super needy all day long. If it wasn't something to drink or eat, it was something to pour on my head. And, fortunately Ken had a great setup there with wet towels, because really like towels are a great move in this type of a situation, because you can get them soaking wet. You can grab them and then you kind of sponge it out on your head and then wipe yourself down a little bit with it and spread it out a little more over a course of time versus just dumping it all in your head and having a lot of it just kind of splatter everywhere versus get where you need it to go. But yeah, topical cooling is definitely important. I think even this, like, I don't know what it hit this year. I heard it was a little warmer, but probably not. It might be a tricky warm where you don't think you have to topically cool, but you could still definitely benefit from it. So maybe not every lap, but certainly some of them.
Yeah, I think the highs were in the upper 60s, which, as someone in Phoenix, it seems really nice. But as Zach, as someone who lived in Phoenix for a while, that in that kind of full sun exposure, it's a lot different than, like you said, a high 60s in the Midwest where maybe you get some tree coverage or some foliage to give you a little bit of reprieve from the sun. So now that we're rolling into kind of these nighttime hours, what was the course like for you last year once the sun went down? Are there any kind of spots along the course that you needed a headlamp? I think we've seen some people that have had headlamps here, some that haven't. What was kind of your go-to in this situation?
Yeah, I don't think I used a headlamp at all last year. In fact, I don't know that I even put on any extra clothes. I think it was still warm enough even when the sun down to still kind of stay going. I just kind of discontinued the topical cooling once it officially set and got down, a little closer to, like you said, like 70 in the dark is going to probably feel an awful lot better than even 68 in the direct sunlight. So once that sun goes down, this year they may have to bundle up a little bit, because I could see someone's core temp dropping down with the temperatures where they'll end up being. So this year might be a little bit different. Last year, it was kind of a huge break. It's like, okay, now the sun's down, one less logistic to deal with the topical cooling. Now I can just focus on running and fueling.
So we've talked a lot about sort of as nightfall occurs, just the war of attrition for the legs. These are hard surfaces. It's a lot of pounding, and there's just, skeletal muscular breakdown, right? How did you try to manage how much pace you were bleeding in the back half of your race? And is there anything that you, moving forward, learned from your race at Jackpot where you're like, oh, this is how I need to sort of work to maintain this level of strength and endurance so I don't bleed as much time in the closing hours?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think with Jackpot last year, once it got postponed to April, it kind of went away from this is going to be an event where I really chase one of my faster times. And it was a fairly competitive race on the men's side last year, especially for kind of the short loop stuff where historically we haven't always seen like as deep a fields as we did last year. So it was, you had to respect the other competitors and what they were going to do to the degree where you kind of had to race for the win versus try to race for a time. And last year it kind of played out, it played out well for me, obviously, but it was like interesting on how it did, where I think I had a kind of a window around mile 30 where Raj and Pat both kind of had some digestive issues and sort of had to take a break and reassess what their approach was going to be a little bit. And it was a little early in the race to make a move, but I saw that as maybe an opportunity where if I can put a little bit of a gap on those guys, it could be kind of like a defensive race versus a real aggressive race. And I put the pedal down fairly aggressively between 30 and 50 miles, probably a little too aggressively in hindsight, given where the heat was at. But I put up a pretty big lead on the rest of the field at that point, and that allowed me to kind of get in a little bit more of a defensive mode in the second half. But I was at a certain point, I think around 70, I was in more of the mindset of just don't do anything stupid and end up sitting in a tent for 2 hours and forfeit the lead and kind of try to just like, still keep moving, but you don't necessarily have to be moving like tremendously faster than the rest of the field if you want to make sure you come away with the win. And I had my mind on the course record a little bit too, because I think Mark Hammond's time there was still reachable despite the heat, given the way the course is set up now with the 1.17 mile loop. And so I tried to keep myself in check with that, but the legs were getting a little heavier at the end there. So it was, I was content not having to chase someone down, or try to anyway.
Yeah, awesome. And Zach, I just want to, thank you so much for giving us a little bit of your time tonight, taking some time out of your day to, drop some knowledge on us. Yeah, I just want to say thank you, and we want you to have a great rest of your evening. Yeah,
thanks for having me on. It's a fun race. I hope to come back at some point. This year just didn't line up very well for me, but Ken's a great dude. Really love his races and what he's got going on there, and I just really love to see the people finding these flat runnable stuff. I think when I first did one at Desert Solstice in 2013 on a track, it was an eye opener for me. I wasn't really aware that there was those sort of opportunities, and it's kind of fun to see the sport kind of grow in all areas, but also be growing in some of these runnable fast time chasing type events as well.
Yeah, and just to touch on that before we let you go, I think that's one of the unique things about this event is you do have, this elite field that we hope continues to get deeper and deeper and continues to become more and more interesting on the elite side. But then Ken and Steph do such a great job at, just creating like such a fun atmosphere, to where even like Pat Reagan didn't have the day he wanted to and had to, step off the course and call it a day. He's still out there. Obviously, he has athletes that he has connections with that he's watching, but he's also just like enjoying the atmosphere. And I think that's a tribute to Ken and the job that him and his whole team do it. And, making this a really competitive and important race for the sport in terms of being a 100-mile national championship, but also making it just a whole lot of fun. We saw, Elvis, and we saw the pink Cadillac, and we saw the showgirls, and we saw this and that, and Ken pulled out no stops, and it just looks like a really a fun atmosphere, aside from also being a hyper-competitive race.
Yeah, for sure. And one quick shout out to Alex Nichols for coming down off the mountain and trying out some flat stuff. I love to see that.
Yeah, and he's having himself a pretty good run for, coming from Colorado Springs where, Lord knows, I've seen some photos because that's where our AeroViba Colorado office is based now.
Yeah.
There's been some snow in the photos I've seen, and for him to come down here and switch from mountains to roads and then be in the upper 60s and fully exposed to the sun, it just shows how much of a G Alex is. He's just here to compete, Who cares?
Awesome. Yeah, I love to see the range.
Yeah, amazing. Well, thanks so much, Zach, and have a great rest of your evening.
Yeah, you too. Take care, guys. Thanks for doing the live stream.
Appreciate you. Yeah, we're going to get Alex Nichols a "You're Not on Pikes Peak Anymore" shirt that he can wear after this. But, hey, he's sitting in third place overall, second male.
Just did Nolan's recently, too, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Why not?
Yeah.
Nolan's, then I'll come run a flat, fast 100.
Any distance, any surface. Here we go. It's the Colorado way.
I love it. Huge shout out to Zach Bitter for joining us there. That was awesome.
Absolutely. Yeah, wealth of knowledge, not just about this event, but for the sport writ large. So super excited that we were able to have a conversation with him as we watch both Arlen Glick and Camille Herron try to put an assault on his course record from last year, where he won that national championship in a course record time of 12:52. So we'll see how it plays out for the rest of the evening as we continue to watch runners coming through this start-finish line. Got another Arlen Glick sighting right there coming through.
We should start a stopwatch next time so that we can get like a.
That would probably make life easier. You are correct.
Switch the camera here. There we go.
Okay, so now we're just going to do all the fun math. So originally, after 67 laps, it was a 5 minute and 26 second gap. After 68 laps, so 1 lap later, we were looking at 5 minutes and 6 seconds gap.
So that's what, 22-second swing, yeah? I think you said 5:28, right?
I wrote it down somewhere.
I don't remember what you said.
5:26. Yeah, I said 5:26. We're good.
Okay, so 20-second gap there. And it looks like we are going to be joined course side. Got to enunciate that, as it can sound like courtside, and there are courts here, but not a part of the course. We are joined by sorry, 1 second here.
I think we got it. Everything's unmuted.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, we're good with we have Katrin Jones.
Yeah, sorry, Katrin. I was trying to make sure everything was unmuted here. We're joined by Katrin Jones, who unfortunately has called it a day. Katrin, can you just talk us through maybe what led you to calling it a day early today?
I had a rough one. Yeah, it comes down to that. It's sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But yeah, it started out pretty solid. Like I was on the pace that I wanted to and didn't go out too fast or anything. Unfortunately, last night got some food poisoning, so I think that kind of caught up with me. So yeah, nutrition-wise, trying to keep the nutrition in, and that was doing fairly well. But my body just started to say no, and I had a few downs and managed to come back a little bit, and then eventually it just kind of started to shut down to the point where it was like no luck.
And it was a little bit of a warm day out there today, especially being in the exposed sunlight. What types of hydration or nutrition or cooling strategies were you utilizing to help continue to get through some of that sun exposure in that kind of warmer conditions?
Yeah, it definitely was. Like I usually don't mind running in the heat, but home for me right now is a lot cooler. Being from West Coast Canada, it's not as cold as the East Coast, obviously, but definitely wasn't acclimatized to running in temperatures and the exposure for sure. Like it's one thing having some shade here and there, but yeah, so I just made sure I hydrated regularly, electrolyte drinks, cold water. Yeah, cold water tasted the best ever today. And then I was dumping some water on my head as well. And eventually they were handing out cold, wet towels, which really helped for sure. So I think, maybe the heat played a role in it, but it didn't get scorching hot, but yeah, definitely maybe not timing wise for what I'm used to right now. Not perfect, but
In terms of having to adjust on the fly, you throughout the night probably wasn't the best night of sleep. If you got a little food poisoning, you're waking up for an 8 a.m. race start. Did you have to make any adjustments even before the race? Did that impact your hydration and nutrition strategy for today?
yeah, I just wanted to make sure I got enough hydration, knowing that I probably did lose some fluids. But it was pretty hard to stomach anything this morning. And then, yeah, just like I said, like really trying to regularly take in fluids. And it worked. It seemed to work for a while, but yeah, like I said, my body just decided to not let me get my goals today.
Well, that's all right. We're glad that you're, coming out of it injury-free, which I think is, one important thing. And what do you have, coming up on your race calendar, and when can we expect to, see you back out there on the starting line?
I'm scheduled to run Chuckanut in March, so it's 50K down in Bellingham. March, and then in May, possibly another 100K back home. and yeah, just kind of go from there with the schedule, just kind of play it out. And now that, it's my first time back at a more international traveling race for almost 3 years. So it's kind of getting used to all the, being back into more of a normal normal race world too. We didn't have a lot of opportunities the last couple of years in Canada for racing ultras, so it was nice to just kind of feel my way back into it.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for taking the time after your race here to chat with us. We're glad that you're not injured, and hopefully you have a speedy recovery. And we look forward to seeing you back out on the starting line at the Chuckanut 50K, just about a month away here. So thank you so much for your time.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, guys.
And there you had it, Katrin Jones. Just not having the day she wanted, but still gave it a really incredible effort there, and super thankful for her to give us some of her time.
Absolutely, yeah. When you wake up and you're already like, well, assuming you even got to get anything that resembled sleep with food poisoning, when you get to pop up and you're like, oh, this is already going to be starting the day in a hole. It's good that she was still able to get out there and ran pretty well. She was definitely in that top 4 contention all day alongside of her other Hoka teammates. So glad that it was not anything more serious that took her out of contention, and look forward to catching her again real soon. So we do still have eyes here on the start-finish line. We've got folks coming through both in the 100-mile national championship here for the USA Track and Field, as well as the 72-hour race that's a part of this Jackpot Ultra Running Festival. If you are watching us live on YouTube and you are trying to get involved with the live tracking, looking for those results, those are going to be pinned right to the top of the chat. Also looks like we have a question, or actually a shout out in the chat about Alex Nichols. Yes, Alex Nichols, not just a great athlete coming down off the mountain, but also does coach a collegiate team out in Colorado Springs. So glad that he can provide a bit of inspiration day in and day out to his athletes down that way. If I remember correctly, I think they might have actually made their respective national championship race for cross this past season too. I might be slightly misremembering that, but I remember looking that up back in the fall. And hey, if you can get the most out of your athletes, you probably are doing something right. So it means that we can expect Alex to have some stories to tell when he gets back home. They can't complain about any workouts, any hill sprints, nothing after he's out here grinding his way. Currently sitting in 3rd place overall, 2nd male at the Jackpot Ultras, host of this year's USATF 100-mile road national championships.
Yeah, and we're gonna actually pull up the leaderboard here. Last laps: Arlen Glick 10:04, Camille Heron 9:20.
That is correct.
That's super important if you only have a few minute lead.
Yep.
As we just saw Arlen come through the screen there. And we're getting a classic campfire cam right now. Again, it's not a live stream if we don't have a campfire cam.
This is true. So as we mentioned about 3 or 4 laps ago, Arlen needed to hang in that 9:30 to 9:40 lap split to keep on pace. Camille has stayed right in that 9:10 to 9:20 bucket that she was at, but you see Arlen's last lap, his first one, I believe, above 10 minutes. The gap time between those two athletes, they have both completed 69 laps. Camille made up 40 seconds on that last lap. The difference is now 4 minutes and 22 seconds between Arlen Glick, your first place racer, and Camille Herron, second place outright on course.
And then someone in the chat was asking if Stephanie Flippin is making up any ground on Nicole Monette. Based on just their last laps, Stephanie ran about 12 seconds slower than Nicole.
But let's see if I can pull up a few laps worth of data and give you a little bit of granularity on that.
You know, that's what you're here for. You're running our virtual board here of the broadcast. And so I'll go ahead and pull it to the iPad here.
Sure. So as you can see, the quick and dirty explanation is on this vertical axis, the higher the line, the slower the lap. So it does look like Nicole is still running faster per lap than Stephanie and making up a bit of time lap over lap. They tend to have one fast lap and one slow lap at about the same time, which is interesting. But it does look like overall Nicole is still closing that gap, or I guess really pulling away from Stephanie.
Yeah, but it's pretty amazing that Stephanie has kind of weathered the storm here in ways, right? You know,
Absolutely.
she was falling, you know, a pretty good ways back at one point during the race, and so for her to be back up on the women's podium now, you know, and to have you know, seemingly gotten through the carnage-filled times, I think that's super amazing.
Yeah, it's actually pretty interesting. We can flip it back over to the iPad real quick. If you compare her run this year versus her win last year at this race, you saw there were a few laps there. There was like a 20-minute lap in there where for a moment we thought that she had actually potentially just stepped off course outright and might be dropping. But she's really charged back in the last couple of hours and is actually running faster at this point in the race than she was last year. Again, significantly cooler temperatures this year, but if she can maintain you know, a steady progress and really eat into that advantage, she could threaten her time from last year of 14:35, even though with Camille well out in front, likely will be losing her course record tonight. I mean, with the afternoon that she had, I think she'd be quite pleased to still run, you know, a 14:30 or faster performance here.
Yeah, for sure. And this graph does an incredible job at really showcasing kind of exactly what we were seeing on, you know, on the live tracker and on the screen here. Was she had this, you know, few hour period where it was just she was having slower laps, right?
Yep.
But it's amazing that she was able to you know, to get past that and grind through it, and is you know, making a strong run here.
So as we look at the start-finish line, we are approaching 10.5 hours of racing here on site around this 85-lap course. 1.176161616 miles apiece. And we have Arlen Glick out in front of Camille Herron, Alex Nichols in third, Jonah Backstrom, the first Masters athlete on the men's side, in fourth, Nicole Monet in fifth, Mark Hammond sitting in sixth, Stephanie Flippin sitting in 7th. Now that Katrin has dropped, the women's race currently has Camille Herron in front, Nicole Monet and Stephanie Flippin second and third. Fourth place now belongs to Alex Rudena, the former obstacle course racer, the Red Bull athlete, who is the first and we believe only female to summit 3 separate volcanoes in the same day. An adventure she did down in Mexico, I believe a few years ago at this point. And then after her is going to be Julie Kafetz, who we talked to her crew earlier, and she's just trying to get a Spartathlon qualifier.
Right?
So she just has to break 16:30, and that's their goal in mind. So wouldn't expect her to really be gunning for anyone ahead of her, just trying to make sure that she maintains good, consistent pacing and gets out of here as healthy and smooth as possible with that qualifier in hand.
And we are now going to be joined course side by the great Chris Warden. Chris, how are you doing, buddy?
I'm hanging in there. It got chilly, at least by comparison, and so that.
Chris, we're having an issue with your audio there. Not sure exactly what's happening. It's very grainy.
Headphones then. Is that better for you, or?
Yeah, that's a lot better. We've got maybe just a little echo, but I think it sounds okay.
Okay, that should take care of the echo as well. So I was speaking with the crew for Stephanie Flippin, and I wanted to ask, because she was looking pretty rough there for a while, and then all of a sudden she seemed to have it back together. So they basically said that the heat hit her harder than it did the other runners, and that maybe harder than they expected, and that she simply has just felt rejuvenated by the temperatures coming back down to a normal range, at least, or a more palatable range, rather. I mean, it's not cold per se. It's probably in the mid to upper 50s. I haven't seen a temperature. It's a 60. Okay, I can buy that. I mean, it's just that, with the sun being gone, that, you know what that desert sun does. We saw it at Black Canyon in full effect last weekend. But now that the sun has gone down here, the runners that still have something left to offer are offering it up on the course right now and looking very, very strong. So Stephanie being one of those who seems to have been rejuvenated, as well as Alex Nichols. I've been absolutely, I've been a huge fan of what he's done today. He ran a very conservative race, sticking, further back in the standings than I would have expected earlier on in the day, and now he's worked his way up to second place male and third overall. So hats off to Alex Nichols for running a very smart, very calculated race. I can't wait to talk to him afterwards, assuming he's able to finish strong and find out exactly if it was a plan that he had followed or how it came to pass. He's ran an excellent race.
Yeah, no, he definitely has. He has run a really incredible race, and in turn, he has showed some really strong range by stepping down to this road 100. Alex, up in Colorado Springs, known more maybe as a true mountain runner in a lot of ways.
Yes.
For him to show up and just say, I don't care that it's been, we've had snow in Colorado and it's going to be warm here, and I don't care that I'm, typically someone who just runs up mountains and crushes it. I'm going to come down here and just compete my butt off on the roads, and I think that's super admirable, and I think that, sets a great example. Alex is a collegiate coach at Colorado College And I think that's, a mindset that he would love for all of his athletes to embrace there. So huge shout out to him. Super stoked for, the performance he's putting on, and hopefully, the race continues to unfold in the trajectory that it is for Alex.
Well, he's definitely got a cheering section here. People have been, cheering him on. That's one of the great things about this race is that it is open. The course is open to the public, and people have set up their own little cheering sections.
Yeah, and sorry to hop in here, Chris. That actually brings us to a comment in the chat, is that apparently 17 Colorado College cross-country team runners road tripped down there to be course side today to cheer on their coach, Alex Nichols.
That would make
That's
sense.
pretty awesome.
Well, I know exactly where they're parked along the course, so maybe I'll have to swing by and we'll have to get a chance to get to know them a little bit better. So.
Yeah, shocker! A bunch of college students drove down to Vegas for a holiday weekend.
Sorry, Skylar, we're in Henderson.
There.
Oh, there we go. Okay, one for you and one for me. Yes, we are in beautiful Henderson, Nevada. The course itself, I mean, I can see most of the course here. It looks like it's well lit enough. As somebody had mentioned earlier, it's not the kind of situation where you need a headlamp. I mean, maybe some will wear it for comfort. I do see a couple of lights moving around the course on the far side, but it's also not a very remote area. I mean, there's a couple of shopping centers within a block or two of here, so it's not like you're out in the middle of nowhere by any stretch of the imagination. So.
Yeah, amazing. How is the atmosphere out there now that the sun has set? Are the good vibes rolling on there at the Henderson Strip, or what's going on?
Oh yeah. The atmosphere and the vibe is still pretty strong here. Ken is the modern day P.T. Barnum of ultra running. He has this sense about him. I met him for the first time today, and I can't say enough about how bombastic of a personality he is. He's having fun out here, and he wants to make sure that everybody that's out here, whether they're running, crewing, volunteering, spectating, that they're having as much fun as he is. And he really, he's definitely everything that you see on the course, and when he's riding around in a scooter or he's peddling ice cream to runners, that's pretty much what he is, even when there's nobody around, from what I can tell. He's just a very bombastic personality, and he's a wonderful conversationalist. He's had some shared some great stories. We've had a lot of time to talk and get to know each other, and he absolutely loves this sport, and he loves doing this event and putting it on. So he comes up to Henderson to do it because he actually is a Valley resident. So hoping that I intend to be back to check it out. If from the sound of things, I think everybody's pretty happy with the coverage that Steep Life Media has provided. So we'll see about coming back out here in the future, but the vibe here is absolutely one of a ton of fun. So I'll see if I can corral Ken and Jamil to come and have a conversation with you guys as well. So
awesome, Chris. Well, thank you so much for dropping some knowledge on us around what you're seeing course side. If you have any further updates, feel free to hop right back in.
I will. I'm probably going to stop over and have a conversation with Connor Holt here in a little bit, because we're getting to the point where we're, every minute, every lap matters more and more as Camille attempts to chase history.
Awesome. Sounds good. Thank you so much, Chris.
And piggybacking off of that last statement, after 70 laps, Camille is just 4 minutes and 2 seconds behind Arlen Glick for the outright win, still clicking off the exact split she needs to stay on pace ahead of her world record pace. So, yes, as we have but 15 laps to go, here around the Cornerstone Park course in Henderson, Nevada. She's given us something to really sink our teeth into here. Arlen Glick out first, trying to hold her off, and then collegiate coach / mentor / boss athlete in his own right, Alex Nichols, currently hanging on to third place overall. And ODB still in fourth, Jonah Backstrom. So things are happening. Not a lot of movement on the top five yet, but gaps are closing. Things are staying interesting. But hey, there are a lot of other races within the race happening. Just scrolling down, looks like we have Chris Pope still leading the men's 40 to 44 bracket out there. We've got, looks like Blaine Reeves heading up the 55 to 59 age group for the men. Franco Soriano is leading the 50 to 54 range for the men. Both of those podiums or those championships are definitely not secured. We got other athletes that are within 10 minutes of them on course. So in terms of those age group national championships, a lot still to be decided with, for those folks, about 30 more laps to run. Ken Hurst holding it down for the 60 to 64 age group. Norma Roberts is leading on the women's side in that same age group. Just good times all the way down. And we got to talk about it. That men's 75 to 79 age group, the hyper-competitive four-way battle for a national championship. We do still have Mr. Jim McGill out front in the 75 to 79 age group. But we have finally had a bit of separation in the rest of the field. David Blaylock moving into a hearty second place, getting about a 10-minute lead on Dennis Traficante, who himself has about 6 minutes or so on Todd Lee. So no matter your age, people are getting after it. Super competitive in that men's 75 to 79. And our oldest athlete on course, Mr. Ed Rousseau, still getting it done. Completed 32 laps at this point, so just 53 to go. Yes, 53 laps to go. He's grooving, all 82 years old of him. So shout out all the way down.
Yeah, it's super interesting. Obviously, we're, focused on kind of the open race in a lot of ways, right? With the kind of overall male and female leaders. And you are, I want the people to see this. You are currently you're touching my shoulder.
Lap 71.
Lap 71 out of 85.
Out of 85. Arlen Glick still in first place. Camille Herron now 2 minutes and 58 seconds back.
Is she going to get the outright win? Is she going to be only the second? Is Camille Herron going to be only the second person to defeat Arlen Glick at 100 miles?
Well, given in the last 5 laps, she's clawed back 2.5 minutes. over the course of basically 6 miles, a little over 6 miles. And she has another, 14 laps to go?
Yeah, what was their last lap splits? The chat is saying that she made up 1 minute and 4 seconds on their last lap.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. She
so
picked
it might
up
not even be a wire finish.
No. I mean, we did see Arlen just come through a few minutes ago, wrapping up his 72nd lap. So we should have had the stopwatch ready, but we can anticipate somewhere in the next 3 minutes, theoretically, Camille coming through. And then it's on. The thing is, I don't know if Arlen knows that Camille's coming up on him this fast. I don't know if that's been communicated to him.
But he's going to know when she passes him that she has passed him.
Correct.
Like, in terms of, like, oh, I haven't lapped her. She is now ahead of me in the race.
Yeah.
You know? That deserves a sip of coffee at the exact same time.
If this doesn't get you awake, I don't know what will. As it is now 6:45 local time in Henderson, Nevada. If you're joining us on the East Coast, 9:45 p.m. on a Friday on a holiday weekend,
you're going to want to pour yourself another beverage.
You know how to rage.
For this.
Yeah, you party. So thanks for spending it with us as we watch this USATF 100-mile road national championship being hosted by Jackpot Ultra Running Festival down in Henderson, Nevada. This is getting my heart rate up, which is good because it might just be the caffeine, but here we are.
And we're gonna do some behind the scenes work here. It was requested in the chat by Randy to make sure we get a clean shot of the finish. We're gonna work on getting that set up. Obviously didn't have some clean shots at Black Canyon. There were also some connectivity issues that we had at the finish line area with Black Canyon, where you're in the middle of the desert and there's a lot more media there. So, Randy, thank you for keeping us on our A game. We're going to make sure that we get some camera angles moved around here so that we have, hopefully, a nice clean shot of the finish when our race leaders come through.
Absolutely. And we are going to, really be celebrating not just some national championships, but just overall feats of performance here, because this spans across genders, across age groups. This is going to be quite the spectacle. As we've continued to give the top 5, you've heard me say Jonah Backstrom, third male, first Masters athlete, given he is the first male over the age of 40. Camille would, at this point, be the first female and the first Master, and finds herself closing in on potentially being first overall in the race, regardless of gender. So that would be quite the spectacle, quite the storyline, as we see quite the good dog going through the shot right there. And you actually see Jonah coming through the screen right there, still rocking just the tank top from West Valley Track Club. Wearing it loud and proud. West Valley Track Club, one of the original track clubs in the United States, hence why they get to wear their logos so much more prominently and large than most other teams across the country.
You think we should change that rule?
You know what? That's a much larger situation. So the reason it came to my attention again, I didn't realize you're only allowed to have one apparel sponsored logo on the garment itself. And so there are Nike uniforms that have their swoosh on each of the straps. And when I was down at Cross Country Nationals, Emily Enfeld was racing, and she had like this crazy tape job. I'm like, did she like jack up her shoulder, like whatever? And it turned out it's because she had to cover the second logo. So very specific rules about what you can and cannot wear in national championship
logo and one sponsor brand logo. Right?
Exactly, and they have to be a certain size unless you're grandfathered in as one of the, I believe, 8 or 10 original track clubs around the country, of which West Valley is one of them, as you saw Jonah going through the screen very largely across his chest. So yeah, that's why things are the way they are here with the Hoka athletes having the very, very noticeable but relatively small Hoka brand right there on their chest. Also the same sort of regulations that inform the shoe choice selection. Again, because this is a national championship race, all of the USATF and World Athletics rules apply, including the fact that the maximum stack height for any shoes worn today is set at 40 millimeters. So no moon boots, no clown shoes, but it's a bummer because in Henderson you could probably get away with some platform shoes, but it looks like everything we've seen out there today has been compliant.
Yeah, not going to see anyone out there in the Adidas Adizero Prime X.
Yeah.
Which is what got the gentleman disqualified from what marathon was that?
Vienna?
I was going to say Valencia, so Vienna is probably right. Yeah, the Vienna Marathon.
All right.
Man, we're going down a nice little rabbit hole.
Well, it's the nuance of the sport. These are the important considerations because, as we've noticed, and it should be very apparent watching this race, is you don't have to be a professional to be at a national championship race. You can if you are a USATF member and you do the training and you want to show up and see if you can win your age group or win outright, you have the opportunity to do so. And so maybe someone watching at home is like, hey, I run ultras. This seems like a fun event to come knock out next year. It'll be your opportunity to do so. Just got to make sure that you follow the USATF rules and pay that nominal fee to join the membership, which goes back to got to be a member, that first and foremost. So, all those dues go back to supporting the athletes, the enterprise, and helping to put on events, not just in the ultra running space and the trail space and mountain space, but also the track events, cross-country events, race walking, and that extends all the way from the youth programs all the way through these masters events.
Yep, love it. Youth programs are incredible as well. As someone who was a product of the USATF youth system, they do a great job, put on incredible youth events, and do a really good job at fostering the growth of the sport. And without organizations like USATF, who knows whether, track and field or athletics would be the most participated sport in the country like it is at the youth level.
Absolutely. So it is worth noting, I haven't seen Camille come back through the start-finish line. Part of that might be because of the guy who was standing in front of our camera. And
we're sorry about that. We're trying to move the second camera to get a better shot, so we currently only have one camera. So next time I'll have to, send the muscle to take care of him, a.k.a. get Chris Warden on it.
I was going to say, I'm currently sitting in studio. I'm not going to drive 5 hours just to move a guy. So I guess Chris can take my spot in that respect.
And the athlete coming through there that we just saw walking by there, I believe, was Jamila. And the only reason I know Jamila is she is a legend in the city of Atlanta, where I used to reside. And so huge shout out to her. I know there were some Atlanta folks in the chat here as well a little bit earlier. So huge shout out to them. And we've got the Chris Cam back up and running.
Got the Chris Cam
as
up.
We just saw Arlen Glick come through there.
Yeah, so this is about to tell me something quite telling. Says Stephanie Flippin also rolling through. We do still have 65 athletes on course officially. But as we're moving down the Henderson Strip, you see where the crew's been hanging out all day, making sure that these runners are well taken care of.
What do we have here?
Let me a party.
Let me unmute Chris here. Nah,
oh, the Colorado College guys.
We got to get him to chat here, Chris. Chris, who do you got there? We got you unmuted, my friend.
Go, Alex!
Hey, it's the Alex Nichols fan club here. Huge shout out to Alex. Huge shout out to Colorado College. You know, like you said, why wouldn't some college kids want to make the trip down just outside of Las Vegas to the beautiful city of Henderson? But amazing to see them out supporting their coach. You know, here in Henderson.
Indeed, indeed. And while we were shouting out the Colorado College crew, we did see Camille pull into Henderson Strip.
And there we got Nicole.
Got Nicole rolling through as well.
Let's take a look at this new secondary angle. Oh.
Hey, can we throw up the...
Hey, Randy, if you're still in the chat, this is just for you, buddy. There's a fence there. I don't think the timing people are going to let people get in the way. I think this is a pretty good shot. Yeah, we're gonna do our best to make sure we get the best shots possible, including maybe some follow cams as well. You wanting the results page here?
Yes, please, sir.
Let me bring that page a little bit closer to us here. And here we go. And it looks like on their last lap, 55-second difference when you only have a couple-minute lead.
And you give up almost half of it in one go. Camille is definitely pulling a bit closer. Just waiting for that last lap to refresh. But I would anticipate that Camille is about a minute and 30 seconds behind after lap 73, which is not completely reflected in the math, but we are seeing folks still cruising along. Also seeing some of the 72-hour individuals making their way through the common start-finish line. So what I'm going to do here... Just kidding. Switch that out. Yes, let's give a 13. All right, so we got both Jonah Backstrom and Alex Nichols currently second and third males, or third and second male, respectively, coming through that start-finish line. Jonah is just 2 laps back, may have just technically gained 1 there on Alex. But gonna throw it to the stats here. So on the screen, you're going to notice the green line is the degradation rate that Camille had at her world record run at Tunnel Hill in a time of 12:42. You're seeing that Arlen is coming back underneath that pace. He's actually going to be running slower here at the moment than Camille was towards the tail end of her world record run. However, Camille at that blue line, she's running faster, or I should say she's slowing down at a slower rate than she did at her world record run. So if she can maintain this same flake rate, the same slowdown rate, that'll put her right in line to cross over that green line and have a shot at taking down her world record. So again, the slope, the fall off of her progress today, that blue line, is less so than it is than it was during her world record run. So we'll see if she can hold this together, not only take over the overall lead, but ultimately potentially take out her own world record at the 100-mile distance.
Awesome, and we're going to keep it on camera B, as I believe we're trying to flip our A cam there. So we're gonna give you all a variety of angles here, as we can now watch runners head straight down the Henderson Strip once they come through the finish area here.
I mean, we could use a little bit more neon, but other than that,
I know
Henderson Strip is quite the party.
You will have to give Ken some good feedback. We do have Chris over here in the aid station. There was a question from Charlie Seymour in the chat. Oh, shout out to Modballs there. Those do look pretty good. Charlie in the chat was inquiring about what the aid stations looked like. They look pretty solid. We got a campfire cam here, which is classic. We've got a Skylar hand on Matt's shoulder, which can only mean one thing.
73 laps down.
12 to go.
12 to go. The gap between Arlen Glick, Camille Herron, 1 minute, 20 seconds.
So 10 seconds per lap, and it's a done deal. And she's been chomping in like 40, 50 seconds per lap.
Correct. So there's a world where here in the next couple of laps, we could see Camille take over the outright lead. That being said, still not sure if Arlen knows how close it's getting in terms
of. If she passes, do you think he's going to latch on, or?
I got to think so. I mean, unless he
just has nothing in the tank.
But also at this point, what's his incentive been to go faster other than just to time trial, right? Because he's in his mind, he's 3 laps up on Alex Nichols, so he probably feels pretty comfortable. What's that, about 30 minutes?
Yeah.
Of a
probably
cushion.
Feels like he's got it.
He's got that. He said his goal coming in during our athlete pre-show yesterday was to PR. He looks like he's bleeding a little bit more time than we would like for him to beat his 12:57 PR from Tunnel Hill a couple years back. But he is still in that ballpark. But Camille coming up on him viscerally, somebody might have told him, but viscerally that happening might be the kick in the pants he needs to, if not actually like legitimately race her to the finish and speed up to do that, at least get him to that PR performance. And hey, by any means necessary at this point. but he basically gave back 50 or so seconds on that last lap alone. So if current trends hold, we're looking at somewhere in the middle of lap 75, less than 10 laps to go, or really I guess about 10 laps to go to the end, that Camille could be making the pass. But we'll keep tabs on it with the finish line cam, and we should see them coming through, including, it looks like, Mr. Arlen Glick right there.
Yeah, and we also have Jamil Curry on the course side studio here, joined by everyone's favorite race director today, the life of the party, the man of many costumes, Ken Rubeli. Ken, Jamil, how are you doing?
You're seeing history happening right in front of your eyes, guys.
Yeah, man, it's God, we still have no wind and exceeding all
Hey, Jam, we're having a lot of echo there. Sorry, I had to mute you again real quick.
You want the music now?
I did some between those two.
So we will check back in with them as soon as we get that. I got you unmuted again now.
How are we doing?
No, it's not great.
Come back.
Awesome.
Shut us off.
And so we will bring Jamil and Ken rocking the the American flag straw hat. I've seen many of those hats in my time growing up in the great state of Illinois. Not in Chicago, not even remotely close to Chicago. Just another one of Ken's many outfits there.
We've said it all day. I'll say it again. The man is fashion forward. He's a trendsetter. He's a delight. He's crushing it.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel bad. Remember earlier I accused him of wearing the same suit twice because that's how good both suits looked. I thought they were the same. No. He's got two suits on deck.
Mm-hmm. No, you got to have adequate breathability if you're going to have temperatures like that. So
we just got to see a nice handoff there from Nicole Monette. As you can see, going down the side of your screen there. The chat is telling me, Skylar, that the lead is 25 seconds.
Honestly, that seems generous.
That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing a 25-second gap here.
So, yeah, we're in a good spot to see some pretty crazy things happening, including Camille likely taking the overall lead on this lap from Arlen Glick as she's on her way towards not only a course record here, but a potential world record at the 100-mile distance. And I think we're going to try to throw it back to the booth, give a shot at talking to Ken and Jamil again.
Guys, how are you doing over there?
Good, man. It's days exceeding expectation, and Mother Nature's been kind, and a few people have had issues, but man, Camille's been like a metrodome out there just clicking away, or her husband and Coach Connors are nervous wreck back and forth. I tell him to just sit down and let her do her job, and he reminds me every 2 minutes that I got to watch her when she gets to the 12-hour. But it looks like for sure she's going to hit the 12-hour record. 100-mile, we'll see. She's going to have to drop the hammer a little bit, but it's definitely in the cards. And I got to tell you, it's great because, we're all about people sharing the course out here, and we've just done a big media thing with the Achilles that provides the blind guides, running guides for the blind. And in the middle of doing that interview, she's like, well, how good can people be here? And Camille was running by and go, she just had 2 world records already. And she's like, so those same people are on the course. And I'm like, yep, that's what makes it fun. So it's been a lot of fun. Yeah. And again, Jamil, I tell people, they're like, you met Jamil? I'm like, I knew him when he was like 20-nothing. I was like 10 years. It was 11 years ago. Jamil and his brother Nick timed our very first race we put on, Beyond Limits Ultra. I had run some of his races and, got to know his mom and learned about pancakes with M&Ms. And they came out to time our race. And I knew so much about running that I had 151-gallon jugs of water in my U-Haul. So, I learned a lot about him there. And then over time, we've just been around and seen each other. And then, boy, the opportunity when Black Canyon wasn't on our weekend, I'm like, so about this video thing. And because I got to tell you, man, I might be almost 52 and he could be my kid, but he's definitely the mentor in the business. And I don't bother. I'll copy him all day long. I think he's going to copy my sandwich board sign I'm hanging down. But what's great is I don't know, Juba. I mean, we passionately care about this sport, and while I don't actively run right now or anything like that, just helping people, but to promote the sport. We've had a prize pool here for a while that, we take a deep breath to do, but, having, the best in the world with other people, but really pushing our sport forward and seeing the long game, and having Camille come out, I mean, and bringing all you guys and everything, I'm in the middle of the night calling him going, do you mind? He's like, no, send it back and forth. So I really see a future for the live stream and figuring out ways to go. And, man, I'm just delighted. I'm like with the God right here, And so I keep asking him, is it going okay? But I don't know. I just couldn't be happier that it's worked out this way. And matter of fact, before we even started, I go, dude, if Black Canyon's on the same weekend next year, remember, our race is on Friday. You'll be done at 10 at night. And Black Canyon's only 4.5 hours, so you're good. You can make it there. I mean, we're already thinking that forward. So we look forward to doing a lot more of this and taking it as to, another level kind of thing. So,
Yeah, for sure, Ken. And we're obviously super grateful for you, approaching us and bringing us out there because, again, I think one of the most important things is our shared interest of moving the sport forward, right? Like, that's what this is all about is this, in my memory, and I think that Skylar can attest to this as well, is the first time that a USATF national championship at an ultra distance has been broadcast live and free for the viewers. And that's a huge moment for our sport. And a lot of that is, you being willing to, work with us and bring us on board to help bring this to life. And I think it's great for the sport. I think it's, just a huge step forward, and we're super stoked to be a part of it.
Yeah, and, I think it's cool. As we know, a lot goes into doing this at the level you guys do it, right? And we're not out of the gate. We're not going to do this for 72 hours. And, you guys are going to go dark after the podium. And I'm like, so Jamil, I got 250 people starting tomorrow in 6 more races. And our start's a lot of fun. Can you guys please do an hour? And the idea being, we want those people to see what it's all about. And like you said, to push the sport forward. It's a regular day. It's not a USATF day. And, it's looking at those data points because, man, I'm in the long game. And I think Jamil is too. We had our PR person out here and I said, if it's iconic, you're on with ESPN Sport. I want, pitch it. Who cares, because this is iconic. What happens? I mean, these are the toughest people around. So, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, this could be also another key moment in the sport as well as Camille Herron may not only, win the ladies USATF 100-mile championship, she may win the race outright as she was, likely going to pass Arlen Glick on one of the upcoming laps here based on their current paces.
Yeah, she was just 19 seconds back at that last split.
She may also set a world record in the process. And so, yeah, I mean, that is something that is super exciting and could be just a huge moment in the sport for, a super athlete and an incredible woman like Camille to win a national championship outright and set a world record in the process would be super incredible, and I think that it could be in the cards tonight.
And I will say we do have confirmation from On Course that Camille has officially overtaken Arlen and is your outright leader on course of the USATF 100-mile road national championships here at the Jackpot Ultras.
Yeah, she's dialed in. I mean, obviously I see her every mile, and her husband's a nervous wreck. I mean, it's a nice because last year she was training in Tucson, and she called 2 days before to get in the race. Training in the heat, I think she thought she'd easily run away with it, and she struggled a bit. We had a great almost photo finish. 3 women in 10 minutes, but man, she's just dialed in and big smile ear to ear. Funny. Yeah. So, anyway. All right, well, I'm going to go eat some food here and get ready to officially see where she's at the 12-hour mark, because we're going to mark that because we're pretty sure it's going to happen. So what's going to happen is she set a few marks along the way. She had the 50 mile, the 100K, and probably the 12 hours. So what we're doing is we're marking a teeny bit longer because the certifier is going to come out in a week to actually certify to that distance. So in talking to Connor, I'm like, okay, Connor, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go over by, 0.04. Are you good with that? I'll go less, but if I get it wrong, no, that's fine. So we already had my the civil engineer guy's great. He's already sent me coordinates and he's ready to go. So we hope to certify quickly. And we've got it's good stuff. We're excited and we got the news out here. It's nothing, and there's no wind. Yeah. So all right, well I'll go. I'll stop talking. I got to go eat. So thanks again, guys, and we'll check back in later on. And Camille, thank you very much. This has been great. So thanks, guys. All right, guys, take care. All right, bye.
Appreciate you, Ken.
So much.
Thanks so much. I think Camille just.
Yeah, so we're in a position where we've now seen Camille Herron go through lap 75, 10 laps to go, and is your outright leader here. Arlen Glick coming through in second place, probably spotting about another 35 seconds. Still in top position for the men on course, and that will also garner him a national championship if he can hold on. But the story of the moment right now is Camille Herron has now just ripped through the entire field of competition and has now got her eyes set on that 100-mile world record, which is it's wild to think about. 12-hour also in play en route. So her 12-hour record overall, or for the open division, is 146,221 meters. The age group, record, I feel like, is going to be completely knocked out. The American age group record for the 40 to 44 bracket is 128,747 meters. So she is just absolutely cruising, still maintaining the sub 10 minute lap times. If we actually pull, you saw Stephanie Flippin go through, who is still the third place female on course. And a whole host of things are popping off. We got Chris Warden. Looks like he's hopped into the finish line booth. So we're going to go ahead and bring him in. Mr. Warden, how's it going, sir?
It's going good. With the way that things went the previous lap, I decided to head out back the other direction to try and see if I could follow along with Camille and Arlen. I don't know if you know this, I'm not quite as quick as they are, even though they're 80-plus miles in. But by the time I actually got down about a quarter mile down the course, Camille had already overtaken Arlen by a I would say at least by that point about 25-30 seconds. And so when she came up, she was looking and feeling great. I mean, not that Arlen was looking bad, but Camille looks like ready to go even now. 10, 11 hours into this race, she still looks and seems to be feeling fantastic. And her coach / husband Connor Holt has been keeping her in good spirits. He hasn't had to do much, though. She looks like she's having the time of her life out here. So I'm really excited to see how this race progresses as we get towards the waning miles. But as of right now, we have a good old-fashioned throwdown between Arlen Glick and Camille Herron. Obviously, the two winners of the 2021 Javelin 100. So that's kind of a fun little thing to think about. I mean, the two of them, both won in convincing fashion there, and now they're heads up here again.
Absolutely. And it's actually quite entertaining. If you look at their paces, it's actually not that Arlen is slowing down wildly from he's definitely shaded some time. We expected that to happen, but he's still running a very respectable low 10-minute splits. We know that historically, even Zach Bitter during his course record run of 12:52 here last year, he was running 10-minute splits in the last 10 to 15 laps. So Arlen isn't doing anything sort of out of pocket. This is great. It's just Camille is just going berserk.
She is having herself a day right now. And again, it's great to see because it's been a quick turnaround for her, not from just one race, but two races, from Desert Solstice and from Javelina. I don't know if you recall, but when we spoke with her prior to Javelina, one of the things that she had talked about was she kind of didn't realize that she had been having some issues with like a lack of iron, like an iron deficiency in her system. And it seems like they have really gotten a handle on that, because ever since that point, she has been on another level. She's had, success in rapid fashion, which has not been her MO in the past. Normally she, it was like a one or two races a year that she would target to try and throw down and, have a fantastic day. But this is her third fantastic day in 4 months.
Yeah, it's incredible. And, she hasn't really fallen off of pace hardly at all. I think we've seen like Arlen, for instance, his pace, you can notice that it is slowing, whereas Camille, while we don't know notice it slowing, we also, when we pull up kind of the data chart here, we're able to see that it's slowing a little bit, but it's almost more plateauing in a way.
Yeah, she's, she definitely doesn't have the degradation that you normally associate this late in a 100-mile race. So I'm really curious. I don't have the charts. I'd love to see, where she's at in relation to her world record, because obviously that's what she's aiming for now. She's actually obviously also aiming for the 12-hour, but the 12-hour and the 100-mile in this case come hand in hand, simply because of how close to 12 hours she would be in theory if she actually does break the 100-mile world record. So if she breaks one, she's almost assuredly to break the other.
Yeah, and it's actually funny you ask for the chart. So we're going to go ahead and pull that up for you. I think we can still have you on audio here. So you can actually see the green line is Camille's degradation rate during her run at Tunnel Hill back in 2017, the world record run. She is represented in this race as the red line. You can see if she maintains the same sort of slowdown rate that she's exhibited over the past couple of hours, that she is going to cross over the time horizon, and that would put her ahead of world record pace. She did have a bit of a kick when she ran the world record there for that last hour, but as it stands, she is definitely ahead of it and slowing down at a less rapid pace than she did at the world record. Whereas Arlen had a much stronger first 6.5, 7 hours of this race and has steeply declined as relative to that 13-hour baseline. He's still on pace to break 13 hours as well, but his slowdown rate has just been a little bit more hot. So that's the way to take that data in a nutshell. But listen, she is actually performing stronger in the sort of third quarter, and I guess the beginning of the fourth quarter of today's race than she did even back at her world record run.
Yeah, look at the slope of that line since the 6 hour mark. It's it's barely registering downward. She is having herself a great day, and it's also more impressive that it seems like she's gotten stronger as the day has gone on. And for somebody who generally starts, and that's another thing actually. Now that I think about it, Camille was always known for like going out and setting the pace and starting out hot, like and leading the field, male, female, whoever. And today, I mean, she was actually at or near the front of the field, but it wasn't like she was going out to try and set the pace. At least it never felt like that. So obviously there were other people looking to set the pace earlier today, and she seems to have modified her system in terms of how she races. She's totally content to not be the first person out, in first place after the first loop. She knows exactly where she wants to be and how to get there, and she's dialed it in at a level that and a consistency that we haven't seen from her to this point. So it's really exciting to see over the last few months and today in particular, where yet another world record could be coming down before the end of the night.
Are you ready to Sharpie the world record in yet, Skylar, or what?
Oh, you know better than to do things like that in ultra running.
How many laps do we have left?
We have 9.
Wow.
Skylar, you're gonna hear it here first. Camille Herron is going to break her own 100-mile world record today. I would put that in Sharpie. If I were in Henderson, I would find the nearest betting station. I would place my wager. It's a done deal in my eyes.
If there's a board for that in town, I definitely want to find it.
Yeah, so Camille and Arlen both with about 10 miles to go here at this USATF 100-mile road national championship, battling each other. I think we just actually had Arlen go through the start-finish line yet again.
You can see him there.
Looks like he's developed a bit of a lean that was not very pronounced earlier. So he still he's still moving, but this compared to even the runs we've seen at Javelina, Desert Solstice, I think this is the first time I've seen him where he structurally looks a bit fallible.
Yeah.
He's always had a little bit of a lean, though, actually, because I brought that up to his crew at Solstice, and they said that it was kind of just built in with the way he runs. At least that's what they said. I mean, I noticed it at Solstice, but I didn't. But he does. Maybe it is more noticeable at this point. I'm gonna have to take a closer look. But one of the cool things, again, about this sport and about this event, did you see who was cheering him on as he went by? It was Connor Holt. Like, the support and the camaraderie in this sport and in this space is unparalleled.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And obviously, while, we're talking about vying for the outright title, at the end of the day, the USATF recognizes gender-specific champions, right? So at the end of the day, if they both hold on, Camille Herron and Arlen Glick will both be 100-mile national champions. And so it only makes sense. And regardless of that, I think that there's always that camaraderie in the sport, right? There's competition, but you want to kind of support each other and uplift each other because, while you're competing, you want to, see if you're truly better. And you want to, get the best out of each other as competitors.
Absolutely. Well, guys, I'm going to get back actually onto the track. I might have some more Chris Camp feed for you guys, but it's getting exciting. It's getting really exciting.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Chris. And we are likely, let me check the race clock here. We are likely about a little over an hour away from our first finisher. About an hour and 20-ish minutes.
Well, if it's an hour and 20, then the world record for Camille will have just been missed. But if it's an hour and 18, then we got a new world record. So that's where we're at.
An hour and 10.
We are now, we're grinding out here. So let's go ahead and pull up the full leaderboard if that's possible, so we can also scope out how the rest of the field is looking. So again, Camille Herron out in front as your outright leader. Arlen Glick, first male on course. Second male on course is Alex Nichols, who is running about 3 laps behind, so giving up 3 or so miles.
And it may take just a little bit for this to update here.
Yeah, that might still be working its way through. And then, so Alex Nichols, second male, Jonah Backstrom. Your first Masters male is sitting in third male, 4th overall. Nicole Monet is in 5th overall. Mark Hammond's in 6th. Stephanie Flippin, defending champion on the women's side, is in 7th overall. Nick Iben and Chris Pope still going 8, 9, and Paul Young rounding out the top 10. As while the difference between first place and 10th place is 11 laps.
It's not that bad though.
It's not. I mean,
what are
12
the,
miles.
What's like 10th or 11th place running per lap right now? Around 12-minute miles, or 12-minute laps rather.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I mean, I guess that's a little over 2 hours then. That's a decent amount.
And then Tim Higgum in 11th, your leader in the 40 to 44 year, second place in your 40 to 44 year range. He is about 2 laps behind Chris Pope, who's leading that division. So there are still some races within the race on course, and really everybody's racing for something, whether it's you're trying to PR, you're trying to put your best foot forward, or you are trying to take your age group national championship. There's an opportunity to make something happen here. As you see, Jonah Backstrom, first Masters male and third male overall, coming through the line right there. You see it prominently, that 45 to 49 on his back bib. All of those back bibs on age group athletes, so that folks, as they are running up and passing individuals, know whether or not they are in the same division as them, just in case something comes down to a kick for the win.
Could you imagine having to sprint up this gradual hill at the end of a 100-miler?
No, absolutely not. It's just rude.
That's not very nice, is it?
But we are sitting at 7:30 p.m. local time in Henderson, Nevada at the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival. 10:30 East Coast time. So if you're still rocking with us on the Beast Coast, thanks for kicking off your holiday weekend with us. We appreciate you. Hope everyone is enjoying their evening and enjoying just some phenomenal athletic performances that we are witnessing here at this 100-mile road championship.
Yeah, and we are just a little bit over an hour away from what I am dubbing as witnessing history. We are going to likely see a women's world record at the 100-mile distance by Camille Herron, and an outright national title, becoming only the second person to ever defeat Arlen Glick at the 100-mile distance. The run that he's won like 8 out of his last 9 or 9 out of his last 10 milers, including the Javelina 100. And Camille Herron is just having such an incredible day that she's likely gonna see herself to an outright W.
Yeah. You just saw her come through the start-finish line again after that the previous lap. We had seen her open up her lead from 50, I believe it was 56 seconds. I wrote down. Now that lead had increased to 2 minutes and 37 seconds. And so the clock is on. As we continue to watch the start-finish line here. 85 laps to go around this course. 1.1761616 miles apiece. And Camille Herron, having completed 77 laps now, just 8 laps to go until she comes across the finish line. Arlen Glick chasing her down, lost his outright lead in the middle of lap 75, seeing if he can rebound and close the gap, or at least stem the bleeding. He's got a healthy gap over third place outright. Mr. Alex Nichols being supported on site by the Colorado College cross country team in which he coaches. But right now it is it's a matter of racing the clock for Camille Herron as she continues to cruise through this 100-mile national championship down in Henderson, Nevada at the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival. And here's the thing. Camille's moving fast. Arlen's moving fast. But even for the folks who might be taking a little bit longer out there, you know, we've been talking about our 70-plus athletes out on course. You know what's going to last the test of time along with them? A good Coros watch.
You're gosh darn right, Skylar. And one of the most incredible things about Coros, who's one of our partners for this live stream, is they're known for their incredible battery life. And so they've had athletes dare to be brave and start a 100-mile race with 30-some-odd% battery life left. And they made it to the finish with plenty of battery life to spare. In normal GPS mode, their Vertex watches can go up to 140 hours, which is absolutely crazy. So huge shout out to our good friends over at Coros. And for all of you, you can go to Coros.com, use the promo code Jackpot, and receive a free extra watch band with your new watch purchase. Huge shout out to Coros.
Absolutely, absolutely. Appreciate everyone who's been able to help support the live stream, including those of you who are joining us live in the chat. Make sure to shout out where you're from, where you're watching from, what you're getting into this evening as you join in. As we saw Arlen Glick just come through the start-finish line yet again here in the studio. Should see him pass right there. So,
yeah, a little bit more of a, so I do understand what Chris was saying earlier. He does naturally have like a little tilt to the left. Very like unnoticeable in a lot of ways. Definitely not as kind of tilted over, as ultra leaned over
for sure,
as he has there. So, you know, that's part of it. I mean, he fully sent it here in Senderson, Nevada, I guess we could dub it. Shout out to the great Rob Ricardo for coming up with that earlier in the day.
Yeah, he's still pushing. Let's not sleep on that. He's not just sort of grinding to a halt here. No, he is definitely still moving. He said yesterday in the athlete interview his goal is to PR. So he's running to break 12:57. That's where he's at, and he's got, about an hour and a half to do it, to go another 8.5 miles or so. If he's averaging, those 11-minute laps at this point, we can pull up the live tracker in a little bit and see exactly what that last lap time was. But if he's got 8 laps to go, he's got like 90 minutes, 95 minutes to get his 37. I guess he has like 80 minutes, huh?
Yeah, and he's got how many laps left?
80 minutes, 8 laps.
So he's going to need about 10-minute laps, right? Or does he have 7 laps left?
That's a good question. I believe he has.
And in the chat over here, we got people tuning in from all over the place here. We've got, a lot of Midwestern people. We've got some Chicagoland folks. We've got Michigan and, of course, Ohio in the house. But then We've got Corinne Chalvoy of the Air Viper Racing Team here from Castle Rock, Colorado. And then we've got, as we see Stephanie Flippin run by there, we've got Mama and Papa Curry in the chat now as well.
Hey-o.
You know?
That's what's up. Yeah. Arlen and Camille both have 8 laps to go. So
it's going to be close. It's going to be close. And the man of the hour, Chris Warden, has the headset on again, which means he's ready to grace us with his presence. Chris, what do you have for us?
The record right now is 92.66.
And I think it's going to be 1 second here, and we will check back in with Chris.
He's getting the latest and greatest. Yeah, they have about the leaders on course on that 70. I think they're in the middle of their 78th lap now. Have about 9.5 miles to go. So do the math. 9.5 miles in 77 minutes or so.
It's a little under 9-minute pace
per mile, which means about 10.5 minutes for each of these 1.1761616 mile laps out there around Cornerstone Park.
We got the great Andre Lee in the chat as well, representing Tempe, Arizona to the fullest.
Absolutely.
And here we go. Here is Chris Warden. Chris, how are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, but I'm not doing as well as Camille Herron. As she finishes this next lap, I just spoke with her husband, Connor, and when she finishes this lap, she will actually have set a new 12-hour world record.
And she's got she's got 25 minutes to spare as of right now. Skylar,
which means you could easily
get
we 2 more laps in
the 100 mile? Full Sharpie. I will paint the 100 mile world record now. Wow, that's incredible. She's going to have plenty of time to tack on some additional distance to that world record.
If she is where I think she is on the course, she potentially has time to do, the way she's moving, almost 2 more laps by the time the 12-hour mark hits, which would put her, 4 laps from the finish?
Yeah.
And that would give her 41 minutes to cover 4 miles. And the way she's moving, I wouldn't bet against it.
Yeah, so the 12-hour record, 146,221 meters. That's about 90.86 miles. And, she's about to blow through that.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see, that she, that she's going to get, 1 world record coming up here in just a few moments. So, congratulations to her. But the 12 hours is enough. We'll see what the final tally is at that point, and then shortly thereafter, potentially we could be looking at her chasing down her own 100-mile world record.
Amazing, super exciting, Chris. Thank you so much for the wonderful news. Here we go. Camille Herron, according to her coach, has just surpassed the 12-hour world record with 22 minutes and 30 seconds to spare as we just watched her on screen come across the start-finish line. Truly incredible. Chris, thanks so much for that update. And again, keep us in the loop if you have any more breaking news.
I absolutely will.
Yeah, so 78 laps of this course down at 1.17616 miles. That means she has already covered 91.74 miles and counting. As we mentioned, the record was at 90.86. So already got almost a full mile past the record and still has 20 minutes to go for that 12-hour record.
Did you say?
78. Which also means she has 7 laps to go, which is also insane to think about.
Yeah, she's just cruising too. What was her last lap split? Do we know?
It has not populated yet, but if she's still under 10 minutes, there's a world where she gets 80 laps done before 12 hours, which would be back of the calculator math. That's not the saying, but roll with me here. That would be 94.09 miles in 12 hours. That would that'd be 3.3 miles further than the existing record. Besting it by
like 5K.
Yeah. Yeah. It's absurd. So definitely watching a bit of history here tonight. Coming live to you from the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival down in Henderson, Nevada, home of this year's USATF 100-mile road Ultra National Championships.
Dude, I'm seriously getting goosebumps just thinking of what we're about to witness here. This is going to be absolutely amazing.
Yeah, absolute debauchery going down. It's going to be quite the spectacle. But here's the thing, still pushing as hard as she can. You know, she's not resting on her laurels of having just secured a couple of records already today, getting that 50-mile record, age group record en route. But, you know, she's still pushing. She wants the full 100 send.
Yeah, and Anime Flynn in the chat, shout out to you. Who currently holds it? Camille currently holds the 12-hour and the 100-mile records as well. So she will be besting her existing world records, which I thought it was bold when she said in yesterday's interview, I'm in better shape than when I ran my world record. But, you know, we should have just believed her. She told us, I was like, that's saying something.
Mm-hmm.
And she's come out here and she may break her 12-hour record by, 3 to 5K, which is pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Once you get, it's already her record, and so you could see maybe breaking it by a little bit here, a little bit there, and continuing to work it down, but to just kind of blow it out of the water, it's going to be amazing.
Absolutely. Yeah, she, during our conversation yesterday with her, she mentioned a few expectations she had. Goal today was to treat it like a long aerobic effort, trying to just maintain that 75% of her maximum heart rate. Then she said she was trying to be reasonable and just run within herself. But then she mentioned that her last workout was actually run at a faster pace than the one she did before her world record performance. And so she undersold, then just dropped that gym. And you're like, hold on, what are you going to step off the gas and stay relaxed? Nope. She clearly knew what she was capable of and has executed a very solid race thus far through the heat of the day. Got not nearly as warm as last year when she was here and had a bit of a fall off to finish second. But she has navigated being in the direct sunlight, that 70-degree temperatures that felt even hotter in the middle of the course, and is now, after nightfall, doing what she does best. So if anybody has a lightsaber floating around, they want to prepare for the moment. It might be time to recreate a bit of that Javelina 100 magic.
And I was thinking her run at Javelina was, one of the most impressive performances we'd seen out of her in quite a while in terms of just what she did to, such an incredible field, right?
Yeah.
This performance is going to be up there in terms of historically great performances in the sport of ultra running. For her to go out and not only run away from an incredible women's field, but to also run away from an incredible men's field, to set world records at 50 mile, to set world records at 12 hour, to set the world record likely at 100 miles, just truly incredible.
Yeah, what's wild to think about is she is on pace and may actually, this lap, I'd have to double check the math, but she's on pace not only to beat her 12-hour road ultra mark, she's on pace to beat her 12-hour track ultra mark. And we've talked about this course. It is designed for speed, right? 95% asphalt, 5% gravel. But it's got climbing. It's got about 30 to 35 feet of gain and loss per loop. And so when all is said and done and folks upload their runs, they're going to see over the course of this 100 miles, they will have gained anywhere between probably like 25 to 2,600 feet. So it's not like this coming without having to navigate other difficulties by any stretch. It's not just a flat all gas sort of situation. So what she's doing right now is it's impressive across all beats.
Yeah, most definitely. Such an incredible performance as we see Arlen Glick here. Once again, still moving pretty good. You know, just a little bit of lean to him. Still hanging on as your men's leader here. And Todd Rowe in the chat providing a little bit more clarity. And Trayson holds the road 12-hour, not Camille Herron. Camille Herron's is the track 12-hour. And so Ann Trayson's record of 144,840 meters is what we're being told in the chat.
Well, the road 12-hour was updated back in 2019 in France to Camille's 146,221. So Ann Trayson had held that record until, was that World Championships? That was in Albi, France, I believe it was. So that, yes.
So Ann Trayson used to hold
it, and then Camille had it. Or she still has it, and now she's got to
has it again.
Best herself again. So yes, and then there's
was the race in Albi, France, IAU track 24-hour worlds.
This is under the road record, so I will double check.
If we're wrong,
I'll look it up.
Blame the USATF website.
Yes, it was IAU 24-hour worlds.
So I wonder if that.
But it was not on. It's
so confusing.
Yes, it's held on. That year, it was held on a 1.5 kilometer loop surrounding the Terrain Honor Stadium, which I'm sure is not how you pronounce that in French, but hey, that's what we're going with. So that's why it was a road record. And yes, road records are different than track records because of the varying surfaces, surface types, and the potential for elevation gain and loss. So we could get into what then makes things trail versus ultra.
Well, at the end of the day, we're going to get a lot of clarity here.
Yeah.
Because we're going to have a new 12-hour record, and it's going to be held by Camille Herron, pending ratification, of course.
Of course.
As, again, we are taking a look at Arlen Glick, who is still grinding away. We do have a question in the chat here. What happened? What happened to Pat Reagan? Pat was having some IT band issues and had to call it a day. And so, yeah, he stopped at about the halfway point here. But was dealing with, some IT band issues that maybe caused a little bit of swelling in the bursa under his knee.
Yeah, but he was in good spirits afterwards. Realized he was making the smart decision after consulting with his coach and his wife and his crew. So lives to fight another day. Going to be a big year for him. So better to play it safe now and focus on the big goals coming down the pipeline, including the 100-mile in the Dome, and then ultimately Spartathlon in the fall. So current race time, we have 11 hours, 48 minutes, 3 2, 1. 11 hours and 49 minutes. You saw that, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't just me? Okay, cool. So we got 11 more minutes until we get an official 12-hour mark for Camille. Obviously, we won't know the exact number of meters that she will cover in that time unless she finishes exactly on the timing mat. But what will happen for those following along at home is essentially a race official will go around that final lap before the 12-hour mark hits alongside her. And right when the clock hits 12, they basically dive to the ground, put a sticker down, marking the exact location she was when that 12-hour mark hits. She will continue moving forward to complete her 100-mile journey, and a surveyor will come out in a few days' time and have to wheel from the timing mats at the finish line around the course, following all the tangents, just like how this course was originally measured to be certified to be a 100-mile race to begin with. And at that point, they will mark exactly how many meters to add to the total number of laps she will have completed at that point, thus giving us the final 12-hour total in meters because metric. Here we are.
Gotta love it. The globally recognized metric distance. Oh, and another great question here in the chat. Hold on. The real question is, has Camille had a beer yet? When we talked to her yesterday, she wasn't sure if she would be having an adult beverage during the race today. If so, she did say it might be an Athletic Brewing non-alcoholic IPA. So I have not seen any beers exchange hands as of yet.
I have not either. I don't know if what she even has packed in the cooler and what her options are, but she probably will want to crack one after this race is done. She will have to go to drug testing, so that might delay the celebration just a little bit. But
well, I wonder, this is actually a good point. I wonder if you can even have alcohol during competition at like a USATF sanctioned event.
You know what? Alcohol itself is not a forbidden substance, but whether it would be seen as performance enhancing in the course of competition, I will check the rule book. Give me a sec. That's actually just...
Shout out to Ben Cook in the chat for bringing that up.
It's a fair question.
Again, if you are just joining us, we currently have eyes on our current men's leader, Arlen Glick. Who led for a good portion of today's race. He is now the overall men's leader. Camille Heron is your outright leader. And is just on a mission. She's having herself an incredible day here and is just absolutely crushing it. And here we see Arlen coming up here to the start-finish line. here we are taking a look as you're going to have a number of runners coming through at a variety of different times here. You know, as we've got USATF 100-mile championship runners on course, as well as the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival 72-hour event, which is also on course here as of right now.
All right.
Here comes Nicole Monette right through the start-finish area. And Skylar, you got something for us.
My snap read of both the USATF rulebook and the USADA anti-doping rules would suggest that beer is not a banned substance in the course of competition. You can make an argument about diuretics or what, but it's not going to pop like that. So if she wanted to have a beer, theoretically, she could by the letter of the law.
Well, there we have it. Great investigative reporting there, Skylar. You're greatly appreciated.
That's what I'm here for.
There you see Stephanie Flippin just came through. And there is Camille Herron, who is just absolutely crushing it right now, as she has already surpassed the 12-hour mark, and she still has 3 minutes and 20 seconds left to spare. So
yeah, that should be her wrapping up
and
her.
there goes Ken on the electric scooter to
He
follow
knows what to
her.
do.
Probably got to dive and mark the spot, you know.
Exactly. Just take a nap while he's down there. Yeah, so that was the conclusion of Camille's 80th lap, which means she's already at 94.1 miles, plus whatever she can throw down here in these last 3 minutes. So, yeah, I think we can safely say the 12-hour is definitely in hand.
Well, I mean, she's past it. Pending ratification.
Pending ratification. But what I want to look at here is the progress against the 24-hour record. So
her 100-mile record.
Excuse me, yes, the 100-mile record. Okay.
We're going to throw this to the old iPad here.
All right, so quick and dirty is she has now crossed over the horizon of her 100-mile record that was set at Tunnel Hill back in 2017. So the blue line is her pace against a 13-hour barrier. You can see that she's been slowing down at a less rapid rate during this race today than she did during her world record race. She's already ahead of her world record pace and is not bleeding time. If anything, she's actually been gaining even more time against her world record. So at this point, with 43 minutes to go to clear what will be less than 6 miles, we have a world record watch on. We've got the world record for the 12-hour in hand. Now the world record for the 100-mile is under threat, and we are going to be here to carry it live as we close out Camille's run here at the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival down in Henderson. Just a spectacular athletic performance thus far, and she just has to hold it together for another, at this point, probably about 5.7 miles.
Yeah, everyone is loving your charts and stats here, Skylar, and we've got 30 seconds, roughly, left on the finish. And the reason you're seeing these folks right in the finish chute here is you can see the leaderboard, the digital leaderboard over there in the timing tent. So these would be coaches and support crews and things like that, just checking in on their athletes there, as well as the runners themselves checking the leaderboard.
And there it is, 12 hours. So you got spotters who can say officially, there it is, make sure that that was signaled over to the far side of the course, that the sticker is put down. But the work is not done. Camille still chasing down that world record, 12:42, that she owns herself. She's just trying to lower her own mark here at this race. Arlen Glick still in second place. Third place still belonging to Mr. Alex Nichols. Fourth place, Jonah Backstrom, Old Dirty Backstrom, holding it down. Number one Masters male in this field. Then fifth place still Nicole Monet. Nicole Monet's still having a pretty solid day, too. Like, let's not take away. Camille's obviously running lights out. But Nicole came through 72 laps in 11 hours and 45 minutes. So giving herself about 15 miles to go. I'd have to double check what her PR even is at this point, but I think it very well could be a big PR day for Nicole as well.
And we are unable to send it to our other camera here because there are a bunch of people standing in front of our shot here. So we'll have to see if we can, get them maybe to stand on the other side of the course, on the side that isn't where our camera is. But, yeah, we can. We'll sort that out with everyone who is, spectating. They're just there to support and cheer everyone on. So definitely no harm in that, and we appreciate them being out there, being a part of the vibe.
Yeah, so to wrap up my thought process there real quick, Nicole Monet, 100-mile PR, 14:45. So feel pretty good that if she went through with 15 miles to go and had 2 hours to spare to do that, I think she's in a good position if she continues to run strong and take care of herself here. And it looks like from the previous views coming through, she's in a great position to have a strong second-place finish on the women's side here in the USATF National Championships and walk out with the PR. And when you take second to a potential world record and you still PR, I think you can hold your head up high.
That's pretty good, right?
Yeah, it's a pretty good day at the office.
And we got Chris Warden joining us here. Chris, what do you got for me, brother?
Gentlemen, the horn just sounded signifying the 12-hour mark, and all we know for sure is that Camille has broken the 12-hour women's world record.
Can we use the word shattered?
I think that shattered would be appropriate. It's several miles, like at least 2, maybe 3 miles, like somewhere in that range, which when you're talking about a record like that is a big margin. Now only she's chasing one more thing, and that is the world record 100-mile. I'm looking for her to come through. She's just over my viewpoint. I can't see her. She's actually one of the few elites who's not running in a headlamp tonight. So I don't think she wanted to stop to actually to put it on. I mean, she's moving at a clip that looks extremely impressive. So hopefully she's able to run it down. I mean, obviously this is a record that she herself holds, but I'm trying to at least get a thumbnail idea of she's got 4 point something laps to go, and I can't see where she is on the course, but she has at this point almost 40 minutes exactly to cover that ground. So we'll see what happens. It's going to be close, but once I get a final tally on the 12-hour total, I will let you gentlemen know, and I will keep tabs on where she's at for the remainder of her 100-mile attempt.
Awesome. Thank you so
Appreciate
much,
you, sir.
Chris. We appreciate it.
You.
There you heard Chris Warden saying, pending ratification, we're going to have a new 12-hour world record. And in the chat, people asking for a little bit more clarity on the chart. Yes, the y-axis is distance above 13 hours, if that is correct. So we have the baseline set at 13-hour pace. The chart then is labeled in miles ahead of if it's positive miles, or miles behind if it's in negative miles.
Correct.
And a huge shout out to Bryce Brooks for doing the good work of clearing our finish line shot for us.
Appreciate
he had to ask a lot of really excited people if they could just be excited on the other side there. And Bryce, being just such a wonderful gentleman, made that happen. So huge shout out to him, and huge shout out to the people there as we see Camille Herron come through.
With Mark Hammond and Nicole Monet also in frame. And then Arlen Glick. It's just a party. And then you got the Jester, Ed Edenhouse, who's running the 72-hour, just kicking it as well.
Love it. Incredible. And so she should have 4 laps to go. Is that correct?
That is correct. Going around this 1.17 6161616 mile loop 4 more times. She's got to cover 4.7 miles in, what are we at, like 38 minutes now?
Roughly.
36 minutes?
36 minutes, right?
36 minutes to go, 4.7 miles.
It's going to be close.
Yeah.
My confidence level is maybe not as high as it was a little bit ago. But I trust the data that American record holder Nick Curry put together, showcasing that Camille Herron is still going to break her record. Maybe it's going to be really close. See, the thing that's making this hard is at Tunnel Hill, she was able to find a kind of a final gear there.
Correct.
Right? She didn't speed up, but she was able to taper off that decline. I wonder if she's, got just a few spry miles left in the tank here to see if she can push that a little bit lower.
I will say she is still running a faster outright pace than she did at Tunnel Hill at this point in the race. She had a pretty big slowdown between about 9.5 and 11.5 hours at Tunnel Hill, and then, as you mentioned, was able to kick up the pace a bit for that last 70 minutes. She had a bit of a slowdown here over the last 30 or so minutes, but the pace has been consistently faster per mile than her Tunnel Hill pace was. And now it's a function of if this kick over the last 30 minutes can be as fast
or
faster than the last 30 minutes she had at Tunnel Hill. Because if it crosses over the pace line, then it'll slip away. It's just you want to throw this up real quick, or are we chasing?
I don't know. I believe that's Jamil on foot.
Okay.
He looked like he was moving very quickly just a few minutes ago, and I believe that he has the follow cam on Camille here.
He does, and he is definitely on foot. You can see his flowing locks swaying from left to right in the shadow. So almost on cue. And then the gimbal turned off, so we ran out of battery for that. But just real quick, just shouting it out. This is the pace chart that I was talking about. The blue line being Camille's Tunnel Hill run back in 2017. The red being her lap times as the race has progressed today. As you can see, has been consistently running faster than that Tunnel Hill split. Generally more consistent over the last 4 hours than she did at Tunnel Hill. A lot of slow down, speed up, then slow down again. But right now, that last lap split was a little bit faster. You can see how the red line has started to dip down as she crossed that 12-hour mark. But she was also essentially kicking at Tunnel Hill. So she's going to need to match that sort of kick level effort if we're going to see that 100-mile record broken here today.
We're going to see it, I hope.
Hey, listen, the people are excited. Listen, it is 8:15 Pacific time. It's 11:15 East Coast time. All right, it's a holiday weekend. You can stay up late. Phone a friend. Tell them to get on the live stream.
Yeah,
we're about
I think
to witness
everyone
history.
in the chat should actually be, phoning a friend right now as we're about to witness history. As I believe we're going to see a world record, but we're also going to see Camille Herron win the USA 100-mile road championships outright, which is truly incredible. And we do have Chris Warden here with a little bit of an update for us. Chris, what do you got for me?
Yeah, first of all, I've got a couple quick nuggets, and I'll be brief. The first is that I spoke with Connor Holt, and they weren't able to get an exact measurement. They're going to wheel it later on, but his guesstimate is 94.5 to 94.6 miles is where Camille ended up after 12 hours. So what was the previous record, 92?
No, it was like 9. The track record was 92.6. The road record was like 90.87.
Okay, so that qualifies as shattered. We can use that term. And then the other thing that I spoke with Connor, and according to his back of the napkin math, she has to maintain a 950 pace per lap in order to break the world record for the 100-mile. And I believe that what was her last lap? 9:30?
That sounds right.
I'm going to take you off here
Yeah,
real quick,
I think it was about 9:31.
I hear.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Chris. We greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, and it's important. It's important to note that the lap times are not the mile pace. It's not 9:26 per mile. These laps are 1.176 miles around. So she's still crushing it at 7-something pace. I can't even do that math.
Fast.
Somebody can do
Fast
that.
pace.
Yeah, she's crushing it.
Fast pace.
At 95 plus miles into a 100-mile race. So no excuses for us to not get super stoked about witnessing something pretty spectacular here as we're following Camille around the course. So also, this came up earlier, so it's important to bring up because this is a national championship. Pacing rules would apply. So it would be illegal for another runner to essentially just start hammering in front of Camille and try to drag her to this record. She would have to be running with someone who is on the same lap as her. No one is currently on the same lap as her. Arlen might have just come through the timing mat, but obviously he's out of position to be able to assist. And nobody else can hop in from the side of the course to assist in terms of pacing. So that's why we see Jamil behind Camille at the moment in terms of the video shot so that it's not accidental or incidental pacing. And it's also why you don't see many other people sort of turning themselves inside out to assist. So just because it's a national championship, those are the pacing rules that apply here. So just wanted to let folks know why things may be playing out the way they are on course.
Yeah, for sure. Good insight there, Skylar. Really appreciate it. As Camille will be coming, and when she hits here, she will have 3 laps to go. Is that correct, Skylar?
Correct.
Should be seeing her coming up here in just a matter of moments, I believe. As she has dropped the jam cam, so we will keep it on lock here at the start-finish line, as she'll be coming up with 3 laps to go. While we wait for Camille to come through, let's actually check in. We've got Mark Hammond here. And here comes Camille coming on through. 3 laps remaining for her. 3 laps with about 26.5 minutes to go.
And she's been averaging 9:20 or so for laps, which would be about 28 minutes. So she's going to have to pull something special here to dip under that record based on where she's currently at on course. Not saying it's not possible, but that kick is going to become super important.
And here we've got 2-time champion Mark Hammond here.
Yeah, Mark Hammond currently sitting in 6th overall, 4th male. Not terribly far back from 3rd place. He is about 16 minutes back with 16 laps to go. Athlete 124, that's Tim Higgum coming out of Riverside. He is 10th overall on course. Your 3rd Masters athlete, but currently 2nd in that 40 to 44 age range, as you see on his back bib right there. So he's still hunting Chris Pope, who is a few laps ahead of him, trying to vie for a national championship at that 40 to 44 age group. Just really dialed in. And for being later in the night, sun's been down for a little over 2 hours now. You can see that it's still a bit warm out there.
Yeah, let me.
WeatherBug about to be updated here. Looks like temperatures have dropped significantly, as much as 15 degrees cooler than the peak of the day, and that humidity still nicely under 20%. But a nice brisk evening out there, mid-50s. No wind. No gusts are even reported in the weather system right now.
Let's check in with the Chris Cam as he's showing off a little bit of the bling here. Amazing. Amazing. And there we've got Jamil following Mark Hammond here as Camille Herron, your current race leader, has less than 3 laps to go as she tries to better her world record of 12 hours, 42 minutes, and 39 seconds here at the USATF 100-mile championships at the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival in the great city of Henderson, Nevada.
It's a good old time. Oh, man, this is a wild night, I must say. And what's crazy is we have these age groupers who are going to be going to the wee hours of the morning, and we have 72-hour folks who've just gotten to witness this entire race play out firsthand, and then they're going to go crush it for another 2 days around Cornerstone Park. While another 6 races start tomorrow morning, and more people get to experience glory. It's just a good weekend.
It's incredible. Here we got the Chris Cam. I believe that is Stephanie Flippin here, who I believe is still your third place female.
Correct. Yeah, the defending champion from last year is sitting in 7th overall, third place female. Has completed 72 laps. I think that actually might have been her just finishing up her 73rd. So 12 laps to go, and finds herself about 2.5 hours away from the time that she ran last year. Won this race in 14:35 in significantly warmer conditions. So as long as she can piece together a solid 14 or 15 miles here in less than 2.5 hours, I think she's walking away with a nice little course PR here. You know, everybody's out here giving it their all. I'm going to shout out the last person to cross the timing mat, sitting in 61st place of all registered or folks that are still showing up as in the race. David Leong from Arcadia, Southern California, representing the 29-year-old, 31 laps into his 100-mile journey here. It's wild to think about. He's got quite a way to go. Not even halfway through. But someone who is, he stepped up to the challenge. Recognized, like, hey, I am a USATF member. Might as well have some fun out there and see what I can do. Has never run further than 56 miles. Believe he actually ran Tarawera, so he might have just cleared 63 miles. But this is a whole new world that he could find himself in. So holding it down, getting around the course, and just testing himself out there. And if anyone who's watching is inspired and you're like, hey, I want to go for a national championship, maybe just in my own age group, all you got to do, become a USATF member and show up at a race of your choice. Doesn't have to be 100 miles. The USATF has championships across a variety of endeavors. National championships, association championships in your local area. Everything from track and field races, cross country, race walking, all the way through 50K, 100K, and 100-mile races. Something for everybody. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Let's have some fun as we continue to build up the sport here in the United States. As we hop out on course following our second place overall, first male on course, Arlen Glick.
Amazing that he's still moving this well.
I'm telling you, he has really not had much of a fall off. It's just that Camille has been running bananagrams out there.
Speak of Camille, she just came through. She'd have 2 laps to go now.
2.35 miles to go in, what's that, 19 minutes?
$18 minutes.
18 minutes.
That's doable.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe
it's still
for
7-something minute pace, but now's the time to kick.
Yeah, we'll see what that lap was. She needs two laps in, what did we say, 18 minutes and some odd seconds, right? So she probably needs to run 9:20s.
Let's say 18. Yeah, about 9:20s, which is consistent with what she had been running for a good chunk of this. Don't give me that. It's stressing me out.
It is stressing me out as well.
Yeah, so she slowed down a little bit on the previous lap. So she basically got a little bit slower, got a little bit faster, got a little bit slower again. And so she's dancing right on.
That last lap was a
9:12. So she dropped that a little bit. Let me refresh this bad boy here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. She started to throw it down a little bit there.
All right.
I'm going to pull up the iPad here.
So here's the pace graph. As we mentioned, going down in this graph means that the athlete is running faster, and you can see that last lap, she absolutely dropped the hammer. She was dancing right on the pace that she had run at
And
Tunnel
we've got
Hill.
to cut away from this as we have a follow cam of her, and she is moving. And the fact that she has this kind of life left in her legs, I feel like Camille can probably take this to the finish, given the robust distances she's covered in other fixed time events. She probably knows at this point that she can hold this pace to the end and isn't really going to fall apart.
Yeah, she's been in this position before. She's obviously run much further than 100 miles, so she should have a pretty good sense of what her body is telling her and what's useful information versus noise. And at some point, with less than 2 miles to go and a potential world record on the line, your body hates you. It's screaming at you. There's a lot of noise there, but she needs to block it out and say, like, here is exactly where my red line is, and here's what I can put myself through, and this is exactly how far I have left to go. And so every few steps, I'm that much closer. Can I give a little bit more? But we are right on the precipice of glory here. Less than 2 laps to go for Camille Herron, currently your outright leader of the USATF 100-mile road ultra national championships. Arlen
This
Glick,
is super
who's
exciting.
in second place.
Randy in the chat is saying, thank the cowboy for kicking people out of the finish line. Randy, I just want it to be known that our wonderful marketing specialist who's out there helping out with the coverage, Bryce Brooks, actually helped corral everyone to the other side of the course. So we're gonna get a clean shot. And Randy, I'm just giving you a hard time. I appreciate you for keeping us on our toes and for tuning in. And obviously, we want the shot clear just as much as you.
Absolutely. And honestly, we just need that course clear because Camille's going to have quite a head of steam coming through. As she is currently out on her penultimate lap.
The time is just, I feel like time is standing still right now. That's how anxious I currently am. Again, the current world record at the 100-mile distance is held by Camille Herron from her 2017 Tunnel Hill run, in the beautiful state of Illinois. It is 12 hours, 42 minutes, and 39 seconds. And that is the time that she is chasing and is looking to best here. And based on that last lap, I am getting a little bit more confident, Skylar. I was dwindling a little bit for a second, and now I'm back on the Camille's got this in the bag boat.
Hey man, you got to stand by your convictions. You said in Sharpie like an hour ago, so yeah. you can't fade off that now.
Well, and then even past that, I said I would paint it. I feel like paint is even more.
I don't know. I don't do home improvement projects because I live in the Bay Area and I don't own. So, but somebody is making some bank tonight. Camille Herron going to be taking home that $2,500 prize purse for first place, taking a bonus $500 home for a new course record. And might as well just take whatever contract bonus she has for setting a new world record home as well. So we'll see what she can pull off here in the remaining 11 or so minutes here as we are running up some stairs. Everybody's getting their aerobic work in on the Bryce cam. We appreciate you, boss. Yes, even though this course in Cornerstone Park is in the suburbs, typically neighborhood parks don't have a ton of floodlights, so unfortunately don't have the chance to throw up a drone or have too much light on the far side of the course. Also why you're seeing some of the runners coming through in headlamps, especially given that 5% of the course that's in that dirt and gravel. But we are awaiting a bit of light from Chris Warden out on course, which will hopefully provide us with our first shots of Camille as she wraps up her penultimate lap here at the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival. Your host for the 100-mile road national championships here for the USA Track and Field Association.
And my hope is that Jamil is tightening up his shoes a little bit for this last lap. We'll have to see what his legs have left in them as well. But we're going to do our best job to make sure we get you as crisp and clear of a shot of this, what I'm dubbing a record run here at the USATF 100-mile championships at Jackpot Ultra Running Festival.
So as she crosses the line here at the start-finish line, that's going to be 1.176 miles around to get back to the finish in an effort to break her world record. And we've got a little bit of a lead shot here.
And here we go, and we're going to send it to our wonderful race director, Ken.
Oh,
here.
one more.
We got one more lap.
Yeah,
Ken,
so,
you're live here, my
yeah.
friend.
Hold the big one down.
All right. What's that?
It's all you, my friend.
Oh. All right, yeah, so Camille's on her last lap. So, hey, quick moment here. We started this company because my beautiful wife here got a kidney pancreas transplant in the middle of an ultra race. She's inspired everyone. Her kidney's starting to fail. So in a short period of time, we're going to reach out to our wonderful ultra running community and simply ask everyone to help spread her story. It's not quite time yet, but I'm shamelessly bringing it up because she inspires everyone who's out here. So look for that in the future. And at this point, we're going to go back and watch Camille kill it. So thanks, guys. So
Awesome.
Stephanie, at some point you'll see it. All right, guys, get back to Camille. All right.
Hey, thanks so much, Ken.
So Camille came through the penultimate crossing of the timing mats about 12:33:30. World record 12:42:39.
So we need, what, a 9-minute lap?
Pretty much. It's pretty much what it comes down to. Can Camille Herron, the current world record holder at the 100-mile road distance, can she drop a 9-minute lap to cover 1.1761616 miles and better her current world record? Time will tell. We will find out here shortly.
Yeah, and it looks like Jamil is heading out in reverse to find Camille. So we will get a cam. We will get his camera feed in here in just a few minutes. It's going to be close.
It's going to be very close. It's going to be very, very close. Yeah, don't want to lose sight of what Ken and Steph were just talking about, though. Their whole company, Beyond Limits Running, started as a result of Stephanie's original search for a transplant, search for treatment, and ultimately trying to rebound and show that, just because you've gone through a traumatic health incident doesn't mean that you can't find joy and happiness in sport, and they want to give an opportunity for those to push their limits. And so that was the genesis of their company. That's how this specific race, the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival, has come to be. So, now sounds like they're going to be searching for a little bit of help to look for donors for Stephanie there. And hey, that's just always a good message if you have the opportunity to be a donor. You can find a whole host of local resources to connect in your community. Make sure you can get tested to find out who you might be a good match for. And even if being a donor seems like potentially even a big step for you, you can be a marrow donor. You can give blood. There are many ways to contribute to those in need for a very low barrier to entry. So definitely recommend everyone, if you're inspired by what you're seeing today, inspired to help out those who are helping to put this on, find ways that you can give life in your community.
What are we thinking?
Man, I'm stressing. I'm going to bring up the graphs. The graphs make me feel better. Where are we at?
The graphs make me feel better. Oh, we're at 12 minutes and 30. She's got not much, about 6 minutes left.
Well, listen, if I'm looking just at the progress graph, she's actually improved her standing against her world record pace.
Well, maybe our clock's
significantly
off.
over the last couple. Okay,
we did have to adjust our clock.
Yes.
Wait, our clock, Chris. Can you show us the actual race clock once again here? 37. Oh, so we are off. Our clock is off by 45-ish seconds.
All right, yeah, you should feel a lot better about what's happening then.
Okay, everyone. So our race clock is off by about 45-ish seconds. I apologize. Oh, feel better now. The race got a little bit of a late start this morning, which is fine. But we had to adjust our clock, and I don't think we got it to the second. But we were able to get it pretty close. So about 45 seconds. So that's good. So now she needs like a 9:45 lap.
Yeah.
She's been cranking
9:20s. 9:10s, 9:20s.
Yeah.
Yeah. That last lap. Let me see if it populated already. Yeah. If you throw up the leaderboard real quick, we can actually get a read on what her last lap ultimately was. And yeah, she is ripping it. A 9:02. So she ran a 9:12 with 3 laps to go. Ran a 9:02
it
lap.
looks like Jam's got her here. So here we go. Let's see what Jamil has left in his legs as well, as he's gonna follow Camille in to what I believe is gonna be a new 100-mile world record, as we are just minutes away from seeing her come into the finish line here.
Yeah, and she is powering. She usually has a fairly unorthodox stride and gait, but it literally looks like she is muscling her arms to carry her to the finish. Like she is in full-on road running kick level.
She's got 3 minutes and 29 seconds left here, and she is moving.
Yeah, nothing short of spectacular on presentation right now for everyone.
I wonder if we can get any audio here. Yeah, and so we can get some course audio here as we're cheering Camille in. And see the lights off in the distance there.
Exactly.
Is your finish area, as she has 2 minutes and 39 seconds now remaining. She is well on her way, I believe, to a new world record. She can see the finish line in the distance, and looks like she may have just cranked it down another notch a little bit there. Yeah, Jamil is confirming, and here she comes as we can see her closing in on the lights in the distance, and she is going to be your outright 100-mile USATF Road 100-mile champion here at the Jackpot Ultras, and it looks as if she may break a world record here.
You see the last hill on course, the last little bit, right there up to the finish line.
Here she comes. Camille Herron, ladies and gentlemen, coming across the finish line in just a moment.
And there you have it, Camille Herron, your 2022 USATF 100-mile road ultra national champion on the women's side, first female masters runner, first overall, and it looks like a new world record in hand to boot. Congratulations to Camille Herron.
What an absolutely incredible run. What a masterful performance, and honestly, a performance that I truly believe will kind of go down in history, at least until she does something that, outdoes this. Again, going back to Javelina, I thought that run was an incredible performance by her, and this was something that was on an entirely new level to, run away from, again, just an incredible women's field, but also to run away from an incredible men's field and to come away with a number of world records, including a new 100-mile world record, is just truly incredible. And I hope that she gets to, enjoy the fruits of her labor now that the hard work is done. And what just an incredible run.
Yeah, and this wasn't a fluke. This wasn't a hard charge just at the end. She also set the 50-mile age group record en route. So she was consistent all day, just didn't have a particularly large fade, held on for as long as possible, and you saw her last 3 laps, 9:12, 9:02, and then a sub 9 to bring it home with a new 50-mile age group record, 12-hour age group and outright world record, and now, of course, all of these pending ratification, a 100-mile road world record.
8:36 last lap is what the chat is telling me. I don't know if I could run that fresh right now.
I mean, for almost 2K around that course, it's 1.17 miles around. So that was, yeah, that's 6 high per mile.
What just an incredible run. You know, I'm lost for words again. I think just an absolutely masterful performance, and I'll say this right now. I believe that, you know, when we begin to have conversations at the end of the year for performances of the year, this will be one that is talked about.
Yeah, I think that goes without saying at this point. You know, recency bias be damned. This was a absolutely stellar performance in conditions that were significantly better than last year at this race, where she took second, but still warm, still very exposed out there in the heat of the day. She found a way to hold on better than anyone else in history to finish in a new world record, 12 hours, 41 minutes, and 10 seconds, taking off almost 90 seconds off of her previous world record.
I just feel like I got my second win. I've lost it ever.
Yeah, I mean, what an incredible run, and let's just listen in here.
I was feeling like kind of crampish and just that total. I mean, this is not an easy course to set a world record. I was like, oh my gosh, I was like, to go on the track, I'll go much faster. Yeah, so I felt pretty good to be able to break my world records at this course. Like, that was as a Masters runner. Yeah, Masters and Masters. Yeah.
Oh, did I get on too?
Yeah. Right before you finished, I made a plug for 70s Kidney. So I knew everyone was going to be watching you. So thanks for running hard. And now I don't have to listen to him all day. He was a nervous Nelly the entire time, Connor. Are you ready? I'm going to follow her. Don't worry. But when I was following you on the 12-hour mark up the hill, my scooter light was blinking that it was going to go dead. And I'm like, oh, dear God, I'm going to sprint after you. Thank you very much. You ran a great race. Thanks for coming out.
Nice work.
Yeah, thank you. We're so proud, and yeah, thank you. So yeah, kind of.
Great official drive. Good job.
12, 41, 10.
That was awesome to watch. Well, that was awesome to watch.
I was sorry. Yeah, good job.
Yeah, I felt like all the energy around like helped keep me going.
You made the day fly by.
It did.
It flew by being out here and following you.
Yeah, Arlen! Hey, say. Oh no, he's got 2 more.
I actually, like, Connor called me, I was like 4 minutes behind him, and I'm like, I feel pretty good.
Big cheers as Arlen Glick comes through with 2 laps to go. Your current leader in the men's race.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was fun. I was actually planning to go for April. And now that I've done it, I'm probably gonna focus on trail. I'll probably do trail now.
If you get it, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. And I still want to improve my 50-mile 100K stuff too. Yeah.
We have another one.
Yeah.
Okay. Still have to. You know my thing. I'm gonna tell you that. He's like the old. You're my dad.
Are you not doing the race?
I was ready. I was kicking it. I was going. I'm good for 100 yards, but it all worked out. Now we could have been doing that like massive.
It has prize money. Yeah. I'm like. Yeah. 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 It's already been. Yeah. It's already established. Yeah.
No, you have to.
They're talking about putting on a 50-mile race. Like a road mile, like on a really.
You hear that? 83 laps.
Yeah. So yeah, I'd like that's the one. Cause I set the 50-mile world best, but it was a point-to-point course. Which yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. It actually, I was hated. I went past 2 years and like 5:38. So yeah, I need to get a proper.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just so you know, this is the lovely lady that's going to be your chaperone to the bathroom.
Joe, you're breaking world records. Stephanie last year has the world record for taking the longest from here to there. It was 3 hours. That's a record. I still want you to break them. I want it. No, shorter. Yeah. Crush this record. I know. I said it. Yeah. No, you're good. You look great the whole time. As the one who was following you several times, Mark, I'm like, she's step on that scooter.
Somebody got champagne all over her.
Yeah, I'll get you.
He's like, I have no idea.
Come on, hurry up, Connor. Get the water. Go. Yeah, I'm surprised you're not freezing at this point. Like I was like, is somebody
I have so much
and then drown.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm gonna tell Megan that.
It's tough to make me tear up, so you did a good job. It's very tough to make me tear up.
Your husband was funny the whole time. Are you ready? You're a nervous guy. He was good though. He was like this. I'm on the radio. I'm like, he's nervous as hell. She looked just fine. Kind of like, okay. He was. I was nervous. I'm like, I got it. Yeah.
I could hear him. He was like going crazy. He had me nervous. Like he said, I was trying to do the math in my head. Like I was like, okay, I think I just made a 9-minute lap. I'm gonna do like 5 minutes.
Hey Megan, this is all right, right? The water, yeah.
Yeah, I trust me.
I just don't want to, I don't want you to make a mistake, Connor, if I let you in charge. I'm kidding, man. That was good. That's contraband. Get it out of her here. Yeah, figure it out.
Check out my shoes. World record shoes. Hoka Rincon 3.
the Hoka Rincon 3s. The new shoe of the 100-mile world record.
This is not an age shoe. I did this myself. And I'm also
10.
40 years old. Old people.
Whatever. 51. Imagine that jackpot course, I tell you. No win. You notice that? Not a single people win.
Oh,
yeah, that's funny. It's 0 win. Good luck. Yeah. Maybe a carpal tunnel, like hold that like that the whole time, man. Nice work.
Small price to pay.
It was funny. He was like a nervous little kid, like the whole time. It was hilarious. Wasn't he? I was like having fun with him.
The more the day went on, when he realized how close it was going to be, it was.
I ran 2 hours faster than I did last year.
Oh
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, it was 90 something and windy.
Yeah, that April versus.
Yeah.
That was 4 years. That was 4 years maybe. Like I played 4 years to do that.
Nice.
Especially that 12-hour record. I knew like I could make that one a lot better.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that 100-mile, I had to work for that one.
Yeah.
It's a lot harder.
It's 50-mile too. Like I had to keep charging the scooter. It's like, here we go again.
Yeah. That was good.
Yeah. So much fun to watch. You're like a Metrodome. Just boom, boom, boom.
It was good.
All right. You want to towel or something for your legs get warm or anything?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah. See, race director now.
Yeah.
We are going to now let Camille enjoy her victory and her world record, and we're going to take it back here to our finish line cam, as we still have more runners to bring on home to the finish here. So we will be bringing you coverage through both the men's and women's podiums here before wrapping up our coverage of the event today. So what an incredible run once again by Camille Herron, and our next finisher should probably be coming through somewhat shortly to start his last lap, I believe.
Indeed, yeah. So Arlen Glick currently in first place for the men's race, out on his penultimate lap, followed by Alex Nichols, who is 3 laps back of him. And then Jonah Backstrom, you actually just saw come through the start-finish line in the black singlet about 25 seconds ago. So that is your top 3 on the men's side. Mark Hammond is in 4th for the men. Another probably about 7 or 8 minutes behind Jonah, and maybe potentially closing in, trying to secure another podium here at the USATF 100-mile championships on the men's side. So the drama is not over yet, as those men have no more than 7 laps to go to finish their journeys here. But Arlen should be coming through just a little over 1 lap around this 1.17 mile course left. On the women's side, obviously you have your overall victor in Camille Herron. Nicole Monet is still out in 2nd place for the women. She is currently on her 79th lap, so basically on the same lap as Jonah. And Stephanie Flippin, last year's champion here, was sitting in 3rd place. So she's still there, still sitting in 3rd. So currently a Hoka sweep of the podium. 4th place on the women's side is Alex Redania, and she is 7 laps back of Stephanie. So barring some pretty large blow-ups, we pretty much know which order, we know who the 3 women will be on the podium. It's just a matter of whether that order will stay the same. Obviously, Camille's not going to go anywhere. She already won. And then on the men's side, going to see if Mark Hammond, who was just there at the finish line checking the TV, see if he can close the gap down on Jonah. And Camille also, we mentioned it early, but it might have been lost in the hecticness that was the world record. She's also the first Masters female in the race, so she's your Masters national champion as well. And Jonah Backstrom currently sitting in third, as we just saw Nicole Monet, the second place female passing through. Jonah Backstrom sitting in third male position would also be your first Masters male in this race. So we are getting down to the nitty-gritty, getting down to the wire. Alex Nichols just passing through your second place male. Got about a lap and a half on Jonah. So about 1.7 miles or so. So he's holding it down. Probably feeling a little bit secure with less than 4 laps to go. I think that might have been Chris Pope coming through with a little pep in his step there.
Here we see Arlen Glick, your men's race leader, who has one more lap to go, just passing through the start-finish area, and now he's going to make his way down the Henderson Strip.
One final time.
Final lap, closing in on about a mile to go, barring any catastrophe. He's going to be your 2022 USATF Road 100-mile national champion here at the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival. And I don't think he is going to, he's not going to get the PR he wanted, but it looks like he will hold on for the victory. Let's just take a look at this.
I mean, you can't be too mad with
not updated quite yet.
No, you can't be too mad with a $2,500 payday. So he can still take that to the bank so long as he gets around this final lap in due time. Just quite the rager out there, Sundown occurred. It's 9 o'clock in Nevada, which means nobody's even partying in Vegas for a couple of hours. Camille and Arlen, realistically, could finish this, hit drug testing, and then just
hit the strip.
Hit the strip. Yeah, Arlen strikes me more as a carnival court kind of guy. Likes a good live cover band. I feel like Arlen could bust a move. I think that could be a scene. And Camille has hit me with DJ requests at Javelina.
What do you remember specifically any of her requests? I'm gonna guess it's either gonna be like some 90s rock or like some Katy Perry.
Neither of those.
Jeez.
It blew my mind. It was Nookie by Limp Bizkit, which I'm not going to qualify as rock because it was something.
I don't know what that actually is.
But she was like, you play this, I know all the words, and I was like, challenge accepted, and then I dropped it, and she, no joke, rapped that whole first verse, and I was like, what has my life become? So yeah, I think she might also – actually, that probably would be a carnival court situation too. So if you're hanging out sort of North Strip, keep your eyes peeled after these athletes get out of drug testing. You might see quite the fun affair, because nothing is more entertaining than ultra runners dancing. Well, I guess ultra runners who just ran 100 miles dancing could also be even more entertaining. You could drop it low, but you ain't getting back up.
Now, there's no dropping it low. You just lock the legs and you move your upper body back and forth. You know, that's the key.
Like the little like hula dancer thing that you put on your dashboard? Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Maybe even a little less hip movement after something like this, though.
Valid. Very valid.
You know, it's just all in the shoulders.
Give them a hula hoop. Just watch them swing it around their neck. That'll look fashionable. So a few seconds ago, we saw Stephanie Flippin roll through, and she's making her way down the Henderson Strip. She is sitting in third place right now, rather comfortably on the women's side. So, again, looks pretty safe in terms of who the top three will be of both of these podiums, unless Mark Hammond can claw back some significant time on Jonah here in the next lap or two.
And we do have a comment in the chat here from the American Trail Running Association. Huge shout out to them.
Absolutely.
For being in the chat. Love the pep in his step. Amazing for such a long run. Yeah, it's amazing how many folks still look fairly spry as of right now, including Arlen and a lot of the other men. You know, Arlen doesn't look as good as he did, you know, the first 40 miles or 50 miles of the run, but for as bad as he likely feels, he doesn't look that bad.
True. Yeah, I mean, when you look at how fast this race was taken out in the early stages, you know, we had two 50K specialists just blitz it in the first 8 or 10 laps, had literally lapped the entire field early on there. You know, he ran a smart race, was very conservative in his pacing strategy, very efficient with those cruise stops, really didn't stop at all, had some very clean bottle handoffs. Even the one bottle handoff that he dropped, we had someone pick it up and sprint it up to him. He couldn't even be bothered to stop to pick up the water bottle. So he came in with a mission. He came in with a game plan, and he has seemingly executed it. Might not have been as pretty as he wanted, might not have been as fast as he wanted, but he's getting the job done, and he will, in a few moments' time, cross the line as your USATF champion at the 100-mile road ultra distance for the men here at the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival.
Looks like we may have lost our stream there for just a second, but I believe that we are back up. Can anyone in the chat please confirm that the stream is back working, if possible? That would be great. I could also confirm that, but we do have eyes on Arlen Glick. You are back. Oh, thank you. Thank you. We we had a software just unexpectedly close, as the computer told me, right as we got eyes on Arlen here. So, wow, that was a little bit nerve-wracking, but we do have eyes on your men's race leader, Arlen Glick, coming on in on his final loop, his final lap. He's going to be your USATF Road 100-mile champion here at the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival in the beautiful city of Henderson, Nevada. And a huge shout out to all of our partners for making this live stream possible. Without them, we wouldn't be able to put this on. So a huge shout out to the folks over at Gooder, Salt Stick, and Koros for just helping bring this live stream to life. Again, without them, none of this coverage would be possible.
And you can see the lights in the distance getting a little bit closer, a little bit brighter. Pulling Arlen in towards that finish line.
Still going to have himself a pretty solid run. Maybe not the time he was coming in here looking for as he's approaching. Again, our clock is about 45 seconds off there, so he's at about the 13:10 mark here. And yeah, just what an incredible run from Arlen, as he can now, see the finish. He's closing in. Arlen Glick, you see the fist pump there. He's going to be your 2022 USATF Road 100-mile national champion. Here he comes, Arlen Glick, Ohio's own, with the win. What an amazing run. And what an incredible effort from Arlen. Let's see if we can get some audio on the Chris cam here.
Yeah, no bucket. Yeah. We're good. Yeah, we're good.
Yes, the Kyle Petari special.
Oh, Jesus Christ, they did not just say that.
Yes, Arlen Glick, your USATF 100-mile road national champion, giving it everything and more. Coming through with quite the performance today. Was not deterred by the hot pace of the leaders early on, many of which did not make it to the finish line. But he weathered the storm. He held it down, and he is your national champion on the men's side here at the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival.
Yeah, what a gutsy performance as well. He went out and really put it out there. Chased some big audacious goals. Felt his fitness was in the place to do that, and was still able to really hold on to capture this national title, which is amazing.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you see the phenomenal support system he has there at the finish line. They executed a phenomenal crew effort out there. He said during his pre-race interview that he was going for 3 minutes of total downtime. I'll be interested to see when the final data comes in off the watch what he has, but I would be surprised if it wasn't something very, very close to that goal.
What'd I do? I know. Oh, yeah.
And let's looks like he's going to get bundled up here, get warm. And that was one of the interesting things we had talked about, was, it got fairly warm and exposed during the day, but the temperatures are going to drop as they do in the desert. And, it's going to get kind of chilly. And while it may not seem all that cold, being, I believe, in the low to mid 50s still. When you have such a drastic temperature change, sometimes that can make it feel a lot colder.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're talking, a 15 to 20 degree temperature swing in air temperature, not even necessarily real feel. The course is seated in this bowl in a former rock quarry, so it sort of really amplifies both directions of the temperature swing. Hence why you see that campfire out there at this time of night. The desert does not play around, but neither did Arlen. He came and conquered. He's questioning a lot about the race today and how much effort he put out there. But the thing he can't question is his heart. Absolutely crushed it. Had a phenomenal race out there. Didn't quite hit his goal of setting a new PR. His old PR is 12:57, so he's going to come in just probably about 13, 14 minutes shy of that. But he's coming out with $2,500. So,
and he's coming out a national champion.
Can't be mad about that day at the office. Yeah, officially 13:10:26 was the finish time for Arlen. So just about 13 minutes shy of that PR, but still quite the day. That time actually puts him as the 5th fastest finisher on this course. It's a good day at the office. It's a good day at the office.
Yeah, definitely not a bad run. Yeah, and Ben Cook in the chat here, excited to see what Camille and Arlen can do at Western. You and me both, and both of them have their golden tickets.
Indeed.
And are on their way to Western. And, Arlen throwing down still a really solid 100-mile effort. And we heard Camille, after she won, saying that this isn't the fastest course.
No.
And so I believe that based on what she was saying, she felt like this might even be a slower course than Tunnel Hill, where she had her previous world record, and that her fitness was just quite a bit better to where it didn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, this course, 95% asphalt, 5% sort of crushed gravel. So you're going to get more responsiveness from the surface itself, but you also have 30 feet of gain per loop. So you run 100 miles on a quote-unquote fast course, but you're still climbing and dropping 2,500 feet over the course of this race. So while that variation might be a little nice on a few of the major muscle groups, that's still additional pounding you have to account for. And it's a lot of just a lot of pounding on the feet. 95% concrete, that's a lot. That's a lot going on. So we heard several people be burned by their carbon shoe choices. A lot of folks either switched shoes or made the prior decision to go with a much more meaty, cushioned shoe underfoot. And it seems like many of the folks who went that route seem to have been rewarded for their efforts here today. We are going to be looking at Alex Nichols as the prospective next athlete to officially finish. Should have about another 2 laps on course, so about 2.5 miles remaining for Alex as he traverses around the course, looking for a runner-up finish here at the USATF 100-mile Road Ultra National Championships. And I believe we have Mr. Warden in the booth. Let me go ahead and try to bring him up here. Chris,
What do you got for us, my friend?
I was at the finish line as Arlen Glick completed his 100-mile run to win the 100-mile men's championship. His time unofficially was 13:10:25. I actually mistyped when I put it into the system just now, but 13:10:25 is what he ran. He almost had the Kyle Patari special, but he thought he did, but I think he just needed to lie down, and so now he's getting some well-deserved rest. And hats off to him and to Camille for both running amazing races today. And Arlen was in great spirits, making jokes afterwards, and just verifying whether or not he actually won. He's good at letting you know he's okay by having the ability to have fun and poke fun at himself. So hats off to them. Of course, the two winners of the 100-mile championships here at Jackpot were also the two winners of the Haviland 100-mile. There's two fantastic runners, and who have had multiple excellent results over the past few months. Of course, Arlen has been basically just showing up and throwing down. And it's going to be really fun to see both of them out at Western States later this year. But we're still basking in the celebration of the two efforts that they put forth today. So hats off to them. But we do still have some coverage yet to come, and I'll be looking for Alex Nichols, I believe, to cross the finish line next, as well as the rest of our podiums on both the men's and women's sides.
absolutely, absolutely, yeah. The record is now 1-1. Arlen has a win. Camille has a win. Rubber match at Western States, so that'll be fun to track down and follow along when we get up to the Tahoe area in June. You did mention Alex Nichols, currently 3rd overall on course, 2nd male, should be our next finisher. We were covering the Colorado College cross-country team who'd come through to support their coach. Are they still around? Because I know it's about to be 10 o'clock in the greater Vegas area, and some college kids might have other priorities. I just want to see, are they truly dedicated to the coach, or did they conveniently sneak away?
I think that they can hold off sneaking away for a little while. They've only got a little bit longer to wait because Alex is having a hell of a race himself. And they are actually gathered down by the finish line. I'll see if I can get some footage of them as they run their coach in, or they cheer their coach in.
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah. Alex Nichols, coach of the Colorado College team, 6th place at the Division III Western Regionals. So yeah, they had a stellar season back in the fall, and now Alex Nichols finds himself with just 2 laps to go, having just crossed the finish line. 2.35 miles and a whole cheering section. I wish they were a marching band. That would almost be pretty apropos, but
they are going to be just as loud as any marching band. I think that they're going to be hooting and hollering. So, and then they can go hit the clubs.
Yeah. I mean, it's Friday in Vegas. So, again, if Camille and Arlen are at Carnival Court, who knows where these college kids are going to end up. I have a hunch that they'll all just pack 18 of them into a hotel room at the Flamingo. So we'll see. Hopefully,
you're giving me flashbacks.
Some things never change. No, so we'll expect Alex to come through with 2 laps to go. And just before him on the finish line, Cam, we had actually seen Jonah Backstrom. So Jonah's 2 laps behind Alex, but currently sitting as the 3rd male. So Alex should be safe and secure in his 2nd place finish, so long as he can continue to move forward. So a lot to celebrate for him as we look to wrap up this men's podium here shortly at the USATF 100-mile Road National Championships. hosted by the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival. Chris, since you're down there, you might actually have a good answer for a question that we have in the chat. Because this is a national championship, we do know that there are drug tests for all of our winners, and really could be anyone on the podium, including the age group podiums as well. Did you see the drug testers down there? Do they already have eyes on our athletes? Do you have some line of sight? You might be able to give a little more intel.
I think so. That would actually, if I can convince him to come onto camera, he never does, but Connor Holt knows about those procedures very much. Like, he's very familiar with them. He's explained them to me at different times. Of course, when Camille originally broke the 24-hour world record desert solstice back a few years ago, you know, the first thing that he was concerned with after she finished was getting a drug test administered to the, so that the record could be ratified properly. I don't know how it works for a USATF race. This is actually the first time I've been at a race that is specifically put on by USATF, but I'll see if I can get that information, and if not, I will try and bring somebody who actually has that kind of information for us.
Absolutely. No, we appreciate you doing the dirty work on site for us down there in Henderson. Yes, as a national championship race, everyone is subject to the drug testing protocols by being a USATF registered athlete. They've all signed the anti-doping clause and whatnot. But yes, given that there is prize money on the line, there's national titles on the line, and in the case of Camille, world records, definitely need to have those drug tests in place for all of those certifications to take place. Typically, there's usually like line of sight. As soon as somebody finishes, they're like, hey, you've been selected for drug testing, pretty much is a guarantee for the winners. And then sort of, especially in ultras, it might take you a while to produce a sample, but you can't really leave the eyesight of the testing official. Just want to ensure that that is happening down there.
Interestingly enough, when you say that, one of the things that I did notice is that Camille wanted a bottled water right away. And then she also insisted that it not be opened until it got to her. Basically she wanted full line of sight for everybody to see that she was breaking the seal of her bottled water. And then when Arlen finished, she encouraged him to get a bottled water, and she actually asked for somebody to bring him a sealed bottle of water. So, I'm assuming that that's part of the process, making sure, like you said, that there's line of sight, and I don't know if I'm assuming that they're the testers, but they'll have things, I'm sure, all figured out. I mean, this is not the first time big numbers have shown up here where they probably had to test, whether it be for age group records or something of that effect. So
absolutely, yeah, nothing is more of a bummer than when you finish 100 miles, you're getting chilly, and you take 3 hours to produce a sample. So hoping that they can quickly turn around and get the necessary number of milliliters into the cup so they can get on with the rest of their lives this evening. It's a real thing.
Which you say is going to include some festivities on the strip in the neighboring town of Las Vegas to our event location here in Henderson.
I'm just saying.
Just one last push for the night.
No, it'll be fine. It'll be good. But yes, there are some pretty strict protocols in place. So excited to hear that Camille even coming through with the pro tips for Arlen, new to this type of endeavor, to make sure that he's well accounted for. And again, there's a little bit of random sampling that can occur. Age group champions also very well in line to be tested. So excited to have USATF on top of their game at this Jackpot Ultra Running Festival, so that all these records can be certified, these national champions can be appropriately crowned, and we can put a nice cherry on top of what has been an absolutely spectacular day out on course.
Yeah, I'm going to go and get the Chris Cam charge one last time to make sure that I can film Alex as he finishes, which would be in a short time here.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Chris. Have a good one.
Thanks, you too.
And so Alex Nichols, when he comes back through the finish, should have 1 lap remaining.
That is correct.
Yeah, so he's on his penultimate lap currently. Yeah.
Yeah, so Alex has a little over 1 lap to go. Both Jonah Backstrom and Nicole Monet are in the middle of their 82nd laps. So when they come back around, they will have 3 laps to go. And then Mark Hammond, who you just saw come through, just finished up his 81st lap. So 4 remaining for him. He's really invested in the TV screen. I'm wondering if he actually might have lost count of where he is on course, and he's using that to be like, oh, I only have to go 4 more. Or if he's just really invested in his splits. I'd be interested to find out after the fact.
Yeah, most definitely.
We see runners coming through here. We have folks crossing this common start-finish line, both for this 100-mile championship as well as the 72-hour race that started just moments after the 100-mile race this morning as a part of the entire Jackpot Ultra Running Festival. And then tomorrow morning, 6 more races kicking off. We've got another 100-mile race, 48-hour, 24-hour, 12-hour, 6-hour, and I think like a 50-mile might also be involved. So a lot
And
more
there's
folks.
another 100-mile.
Yeah. So a lot more folks hopping in tomorrow to run on the trails of the Cornerstone Park. Just saw Nicole Monet roll through. So tune in. I think we have another live stream in the morning.
Yep. So we are going to be covering the first hour of the other race starts here at the Jackpot Ultras. You just saw Bud. I'm just going to call him Bud coming across your screen, wearing the Across the Years shirt. Bud was the second place finisher at the 10-day at Across the Years this last December into January. Bud is from Mongolia.
Right on.
He rocks. He'd be in the 72-hour event. But, yes, we will be streaming live tomorrow beginning at 8 a.m. Pacific time, 9 a.m. our time here. And we will be, again, we'll be covering about the first hour of those races. So, I apologize. We will be starting at 8:30 Arizona time, 7:30 7:30 Pacific. The race starts at 8 a.m. Pacific. So we'll get some pre-show banter going on. We'll broadcast for the first hour, and then we'll call it a day. We wanted to. When Ken asked if we would do, come out on Saturday, we were already going to be there. We obviously said yes because we want to see what this Jackpot Ultra Running Festival is all about. We got a good feel for it today, but I have a good feeling that tomorrow is going to be pretty interesting.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we've seen folks of all ages out there crushing it today. Our youngest starter was 25, our oldest starter 82. I have a feeling we're going to have a pretty broad cross-section of folks towing the line tomorrow across all of those race distances as well. So super excited to be able to bring that. If you know anybody who might be in the mix, make sure you tune in tomorrow and get those screenshots ready so you can let them know. Looks like Jonah Backstrom, our third-place male, recently came through and started making his way down the Henderson Strip. Well on his way to not only a
And
third place.
We have, sorry to interrupt you there, Skylar. We've got Alex Nichols right
Ripping.
here. This should be his final lap,
Correct.
I do believe, as he makes his way down the Henderson Strip here. He's on his way to be the second place finisher here at the USATF 100-mile championships, courtesy of the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival.
Indeed, yeah. And behind him in the standings is Jonah Backstrom, as I was mentioning. But Jonah is also the first place Masters male. So sit third on the overall podium. Will still secure himself a nice little Masters National Championship. Feel pretty proud about that.
Yeah, and then we are getting word that Camille, Chris Warden in the chat saying that Camille is donating a portion of her winnings to a charity of Ken's choice.
Right on. So shout out to supporting the community.
Huge shout out to Camille. She did the same thing at Desert Solstice, where she donated a portion of her proceeds to Native Women Running. So huge shout out to Camille. And it looks like Jamil might be slowly beginning to head out to find our second place male, third place overall.
Alex Nichols?
Yeah, I had Nichols. I couldn't think of his first name there for a second.
Nichols. Alex Nichols.
Yeah, I should have done that. I should have set that up for you. I could have just said Nichols, and then you would have nailed it. I think that we're going to be able to follow him in as well, which is going to be pretty amazing. He's having a heck of a day, especially for, a guy that, coaches a college cross-country team. He's coming down from the mountains, to just tear up this Road 100 miler. It's pretty awesome.
I'm here for the celebration from his college students. I just want to know what sort of TikTok dance moves are we going to see at the finish line? What sort of hype beasts are we going to see? There's a potential for general excellence. So let's make things happen.
Yeah, and we just saw that was that Chris Pope?
I believe that was. Could have also been Paul Young. I think that's still.
Was it Paul Young?
It was quick, so I didn't get a great view, but
it did maybe look.
If it was
we've got the Chris cam up. We've got the Colorado College students who decided not to head away from Henderson and into Vegas quite yet. They're getting ready to cheer on their coach as he makes his final lap around the beautiful Cornerstone Park here in Henderson, Nevada, on his way to the finish of the USATF 100-mile championships here at the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival.
Indeed. Yeah, 85 laps around this bad boy, 1.17 miles apiece. So Alex Nichols should be rolling in relatively soon, finishing up the last of those laps. But we've got.
There you see Stephanie Flippin, who just came through the start-finish area. She's on her way as well. All of our ladies' podium finishers are also, I believe, within like 6 miles of the finish as well. So I believe Stephanie Flippin, who is the third place female, should be right around 94 miles as of right now.
That is correct. Yeah, would have just eclipsed 94 miles upon completion of that last loop. So just Less than 10K to go to the finish. And again, for Stephanie specifically, last year ran a what was then course record of 14:35, and so she is in position where she's still definitely got the potential to drop underneath her time from last year. So with about 55 minutes to go 6 miles, it's really just a matter of how froggy she wants to get, but still a phenomenal performance for her, improving upon last year's painful in the heat, but well executed race. And as you're watching us head backwards on course,
I believe that was just Nicole Monette that we saw there.
Absolutely was. She's tearing around the course in 4th place overall. In the middle of her 83rd loop. So as she's about to close in on the finish line, that will mean that she has 2 to go. I mean, it's actually a pretty great performance for Nicole as well. I mean, we can talk about it a little bit more after Alex finishes up here, but Nicole comes in to this race with a 100-mile PR set just back at Desert Solstice in December, 14:45. So I think she's going to be pretty stoked with her ability to...
I mean, she's going to have a pretty solid PR here, yeah?
Yeah. But we're going back, and it looks like we are now picking up Mr. Alex Nichols with the bright yellow Scott shoes. As he dribble steps his way towards the finish line. Got one big turn. And like 20 feet of climbing left. As he heads towards that runner-up 100-mile national championship performance. Coming down from the mountains, running what might be one of the flattest ultras he's run in quite some time. But stepped up to the challenge and delivered with quite the day. Wasn't even in the top 10 for the better part of the first 40 miles. Let the pace get out hot. He was just hanging back, playing it real smart. And as some of the young guns started to fall off the pace and ultimately out of the race, he found himself in position just moving on up, passing folks, and worked his way all the way into 3rd overall and 2nd place here on the men's side at the USATF 100-mile road national championships.
Yeah, really smart race from Alex. I don't think we expected anything less, right? As someone who's a veteran, someone who's finished 2nd place at Western States. He's been in big races. I fully expected him to come out and run his race. And for him to be able to transition all that strength he has from the mountains into some flat speed and to just lay it all out there, that's pretty epic.
Yeah, absolutely. And not a bad training run getting ready for this year's Western States here. I think he can take a lot of lessons from today's performance and a lot of confidence, as he clearly has a bit of leg speed on the flatter stuff. And now he can get back to his bread and butter as he prepares to lace them up and go on that journey on down to Auburn in June.
Yeah, and this is going to be, again, a really exciting moment for Alex. He's got, 17 members of his college cross-country team over at Colorado College road trip down here to support him and cheer him on, and for him to cap it off with such an incredible performance it's got to feel good for him to, set that example and really have a great showing here.
And here he is, the last bit of a climb, his team right there, showing so much love. And there you have it, Alex Nichols, your runner-up at the USATF 100-mile road national championships.
What an incredible run. And he just looks unfazed.
It's just a walk in the park for him.
Yeah, awesome. Nice run out there. See, he's the one I said on the B picture, and she wanted to see something.
Good job, Alex. Would you like that today or tomorrow? Probably today. We have to play before. Okay. Here's a 100-mile. First we'll do this. Here's a medal.
What a run.
Well done. Good job, dude.
Great race. Very well run.
You need a jacket, water, coffee. Okay. Well, I mean, you don't. I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. You definitely had the largest cheering section out here today. Oh yeah, they were great. They were fantastic.
I bet we can. Over there? Yeah, hold on. You want me to? All right, guys. We can go all over here to get a photo.
Make sure you don't block.
Yeah.
College students doing it for the gram.
Yeah,
who would have thunk it?
Classic. And Alex just getting up out of the chair like it's nothing.
Like, okay.
He's like, I guess I'll stand up.
Yeah, they couldn't be bothered to stand around the chairs. No. Make the person who just ran 100 miles get up and walk somewhere, take photos. But that's fine.
Yeah, incredible. And what a moment for Alex to be able to share this with, with the athletes he coaches, the kids who he's mentoring essentially at this point in their lives, for him to be able to share this accomplishment.
Don't make a meal.
With them, I think is really amazing.
Absolutely.
And we do have a question in the chat, and I'm going to hand it over to my incredible research assistant here, Skylar. Is that a 100-mile PR for Alex?
I was literally just looking that up. My snap answer is yes. I don't think he's really run a 100-miler faster than anything that he had done at Western States. So compared to the performances there, he's knocked off about 3 hours from his Western States PR. So
his first time in a more like fixed distance type setting where you're on a short course flat race. I think again more known for mountain ultras and things like that. So
Yeah, it looks like coming in, his PR would have been, his second place finish at the 2017 Western States in 16:48.23. So go ahead and just wipe that out because he absolutely demolished that. Still had to climb 2,500 feet on this course, so wasn't flat.
Does it count as run flat or stay low?
He stayed low. He stayed at the 1,900 feet or whatever that Henderson sits at, but still not flat. I mean, for him, it's all relative. You got the altitude bump.
Got the altitude bump.
He's got less total climb on this course over 100 miles than he gets in the first 4 miles of Pikes Peak. Like he's cruising.
Yes, they do. Thank you guys so much. Really? Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna throw this out there. I know we had a conversation about best hair. Alex Nichols' little like hockey flow he's got going, very underrated.
He's I'm gonna throw it out there. Tom Holland vibes.
I think it's kind of nice. I'm just saying. Andy just finished second.
Hey, not bad.
You know.
He's gonna be out here just running his fingers through his hair like, yeah, this is nothing.
Well, he probably does that while he's running like 7-minute miles. Just brushes it back like it's no. After watching him get up out of that chair, that was a piece of cake.
It really was, which is absurd. Yeah, no, it's a big day for him. So, well executed second place here.
Just got out, took pictures, walking away like it ain't no thing.
Yeah.
And we're going to send it back to our static cam here near the finish line as we have 3 of our 6 podium finishers now through.
Indeed. So now all eyes turn back on course to should be Nicole Monet sitting in 4th place on course. And should be rolling around with 1 lap to go here pretty soon.
So we will be on the lookout for Nicole. When she crosses the finish line here, she will be starting her final lap. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Well, I hope that our steady follow cam, Jamil Curry, is getting rested and recharged and ready to follow some more athletes in. He's getting a bit of a workout in out there.
Well, he'd been slacking on his speed work and running over the past week and a half, so glad we can give him a kick in the pants to get some miles in today.
Yeah, and it looks like
there she goes. Nicole Monet, 1 lap to go, 1.176, 1616 miles
just keep saying
remaining.
Boom, 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 boom.
As she heads down the Henderson Strip one last time. Sitting comfortably, 4th place overall, 2nd place female. Ultras are a great equalizer. 1st place overall, female. 2nd place, male. 3rd place, male. 4th place, female. Just a good exercise and balance across the genders here at the USATF National Championships. Just goes to show, hey, if you put the work in, then you can get it done regardless.
We've got an additional fun fact about Alex Nichols in the chat. I'm guessing that some of his athletes have to be in the chat.
Oh, yeah, because they're already...
he once dyed his hair red.
Follow-up question. Are we talking like dark red, like brick red style, or are we talking carrot top style red? Which would be fitting for Vegas, I will say. Carrot Top
Yeah, I
somehow
think we
still
need,
big in Vegas.
We need
But
a little bit more clarity here, Megan.
let us know. We must have answers.
You know, we need to know. We only ask the important questions here on this live stream. You know, the real question I have as of this moment, Skylar, is do you think, you know, we've earned the opportunity to broadcast the national championships that will be happening in Eugene around the same time as World Championships, or do you think USATF is never going to invite us back?
I feel pretty good about what has been accomplished today. Don't get me wrong, commentating at 50K, significantly easier on the voice than commentating 100 miles.
Well, my voice is still a little rough from, you know, Black Canyon last weekend, taking the last however many hours I did. And so to come back and broadcast this, I think we've done a pretty good job. We've kept the jokes to a minimum. I think it's been fun. You know, I think it's been great.
Yeah, no, I feel good about the level of professionalism that ultra running deserves, which is about 74% professional, 26%. What did they just say? So I feel like we struck that balance well thus far. As we now see the laser lights popped out at the finish line.
Yeah, that's exactly what that is, isn't it?
Yes, trust me, I know easy to find DJ setups. Yeah, my 2 gigs tomorrow are not going to end well if I have to get on the mic. Like, hey, give it up for the newly engaged party. But no, glad we were able to be.
You're gonna sound like you smoked a pack of Reds a day for the last 15 years.
Yeah, it's not. It's gonna be an experience. I'll put it that way. But I wouldn't change it for the world. Very excited to have been a part of this one with you all in the chat. So thanks for joining us on this live stream. It's not over. I'm just saying thanks preemptively. We also got to shout out the sponsors that help make this possible. Shout out to Koros, making phenomenal watches. Shout out to Gooder, making stylish glasses to meet the moment. And shout out to Salt Stick, because when the going got hot, the hot went and grabbed Salt Stick off of their crew aid stations, downed it, and kept moving to propel them to these phenomenal performances today. So thank you, Koros, Gooder, Salt Stick, for supporting ultra running, supporting this live stream, and just overall, just being good for the sport.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, without those 3 brands, you know, partnering with us for this live stream, you know, we wouldn't have been able to do what we were able to do. So, huge shout out to them. And then we do have a comment here in the chat that I think needs highlighted. I think Jackpot needs a DJ Skizzlefresh set next year. What do you think?
Listen, I always kind of thought that my Vegas residency would kick off at like Excess. But hey, if it's Jackpot, that's cool too. I'll always come through and rage for the people.
You know, maybe we could get you like an elevated platform to where you're like up above it all.
I know what you meant, but in my head, I thought of that scene in The Goods where he's above the car dealership and everybody DJ requests. Yeah, I thought of that, and that would probably be fitting. No, I mean, it worked at Javelina this past year where I was on the elevated platform because it just makes it easier to see the entirety.
No, I'm talking like a lift.
Oh, no, that's a hard pass, bro. I am good at like a solid 5 feet off the ground. Tops, we're cool.
I want you like above the action.
Nah, man, we're fine. Well, anyway, we got Nicole coming in. Speaking of
still looking incredibly strong,
crushing
as well.
through. Yeah, I wish we could get a song request from her to play at the finish line. That would be great. But listen, whatever the beat is in her head, it has gotten her to this point. Second female, 4th overall here at the USATF 100-mile road national championships. And she's just grinding.
Yeah, I mean,
Working her way
she's
to
been
it.
having a really good day.
Yeah.
You know, she's really focused and kind of run her own race early on when the pace was hot. She survived or got through, you know, the hotter parts of the day. And, you know, now she's just having herself an incredible run. Gonna come away with a pretty solid PR.
Absolutely.
As well here, which always nice to nab on a course that, like Camille said after her race, is definitely at the very least slower than a track.
Yep. Which is where Nicole had set her previous 100-mile PR, ran that at Desert Solstice, 14:45:06. So to shave off about 45 minutes here when all is said and done, it's a good day. It's a very good day. And to do so, you know, having bounced back from that performance, that was literally in December. So just 9 weeks later to turn around and shave 45 minutes off, that shows progress. I mean, she's trending in the right direction. So looking forward to seeing what she does at 6 days in the Dome when she tackles the 12-hour there up this upcoming June.
Yeah. And she was also in Javelina but dropped out at about 60K. So to have gone from, you know, a fairly rough race for her to turn it around, have a solid run at Desert Solstice, and now to turn around just a couple months later and to have another big PR here, it's pretty incredible.
Big day. Excited to see her come through here and just really get to celebrate. You know, it was about a year ago that she popped onto a lot of people's radars as a result of her performance out at Hoka's Carbon X2 event. And with a performance like this here today, just goes to show that if you didn't know her name before and you somehow missed her for all of 2021, put it on your radar now because she is here to stay. She is incredibly consistent, and she is going to be one to watch in 2022 and beyond, based on just the outstanding performance she has put in here on her way to a runner-up performance on the women's side at the USATF 100-mile national championships.
Yeah, and again, she's just looked super smooth and super strong all day. When the heat was turned up in a very literal meaning, she didn't even she didn't flinch. She never faltered, and she's gonna find herself as the runner-up here.
As she crosses the line, big PR, just over 14 hours.
And immediately into the chair. I bet that chair feels comfortable after such an incredible effort and a huge PR for Nicole. Much deserved on the day. What did you say again, Skylar, her run was at Desert Solstice?
Desert Solstice, she ran 14:45:06.
Yeah, so I mean a 42-minute PR for Nicole. What an incredible race. And to finish second in what we knew coming in was an incredible ladies field, you know, to come out second, just incredible.
There you go. Here's your medal.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
Medal. Ken! Second place female. All right. Here's your papa.
Thank you very much. Great race. Thank you.
Oh, great race. You did great. Oh, thank you. Thank you for coming.
Okay, yeah, pull back. She just finished. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Sorry.
Throwing on the jacket to get warm with the assistance of Patrick Reagan, teammate. Whose own day ended early and stuck around to support his crew. So just a great community showing here across the board.
Randy.
Well, I think that also speaks volumes to the atmosphere that Ken's created here at the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival. Is you know, it's a lot of fun, and like we said, even though Pat's day ended early, he had some friends and other athletes out there still competing, and between that and the atmosphere being pretty cool, definitely worth sticking around.
Indeed, indeed.
So I had great news coverage today, right?
And just 6 minutes behind Nicole on course was our third place male, 5th overall, and who will be our Masters National Champion, Jonah Backstrom. Should expect him to come through here in the next couple of moments.
It looks like is Mark gonna chase Jonah down? That's what the chat's telling me.
Well,
That's
Mark,
all I can go off of.
Yeah, no, Mark had 40 seconds to make up. It's possible. It's very well possible. If I don't know if Jam can hear us or Chris, but if we can get somebody to go backwards, we might be able to see if there is a kick finish to get this third position.
Oh, and we've dude.
They're on it.
Dude. We got Bryce on it already.
Perfect,
Bryce,
yeah.
Our good buddy Bryce Brooks here going back out on course, because we could have a bit of a sprint finish here, right? You said they were 40 seconds.
They were separated by about 40 seconds starting their final lap. So
Ooh.
going to be quite the interesting finish here. Jonah has locked up, assuming he finishes, this Masters National Championship, but now it's a function of can he hold on to third place on the podium.
And he's still in the black singlet.
Correct.
Of the West Valley Track Club.
That is correct.
As well. So, and Mark, I believe, is still in the white Ultra shirt. I can't remember if it was short sleeve or long sleeve. So we shouldn't have any problems identifying him, especially because you know Mr. Backstrom, seemingly.
ODB?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, I've seen him. Normally he is crushing it in either Masters races or just well ahead of me in Ultras. But yeah, no, he is a character. So it'll be interesting to see if Mark Hammond, a two-time winner at this very event back in 2019 and in 2020, can run his way onto the podium, or if Jonah Old Dirty Backstrom, who's set up to be your Masters champ, will be able to hang on. And it looks like Hammond has made the pass.
Mark Hammond right there.
And he is pushing all the way through the line. From this point, it seems like they have about 300 or so meters as the lights start getting a little bit closer. Not sure if Jonah has the ability to respond to this kick, but Mark Hammond, the ultra athlete, repping what looked like a pretty sweet pair of basketball shorts on top of.
I was going to say, he's also team long shorts.
Yeah. He is grinding. You see really going to the arms here showing that even at the end of 100 miles, hey, you got to get whatever you can out of your body when it comes to this kick. So.
Yeah, and he's no stranger to this race. 2-time champion here at the USATF 100-mile. And here he comes, approaching the finish line here. And he is going to be your third-place finisher for the men's side. Mark Hammond, ladies and gentlemen. What an incredible run. Again, someone who was extremely patient
way out
early on.
Way out of it early.
You know, and maybe that was a sign early on that, you know, you had some of these veterans kind of hanging back. Obviously, Mark Hammond knows exactly what he's doing. That's why he's won the race twice now. And so a huge shout-out to Mark rounding out the men's podium there, and he looks absolutely spent.
Yeah, it was interesting because we talked about this a few laps ago.
And there we've got Mr. Backstrom right there. So we're going to follow him in.
Indeed. No, we were saying he kept stopping to look at the board, and it was a function of like, did he know what lap he was on? Apparently, he was just looking at lap splits and saying, oh, I'm closing in on Jonah. But Jonah powering up this final hill on his way to a USATF Masters National Championship at the 100-mile road distance.
Amazing.
ODB representing West Valley Track Club coming through for that 6th place overall, first place Masters athlete, the 48-year-old Jonah Backstrom came down to the last mile in a battle with Mark Hammond, who ends up finishing 5th place overall.
Let's see if we can get Bryce to unmute himself there, just so that we can hear some audio of what's going on. He might not be able to. He might not be able to hear us. Incredible runs out there, and so we now have our top 2 ladies in, our top 4 men all in. Let's see. What do we have? What do we have next here?
I believe next up should be Stephanie Flippin, last year's defending champion. When she comes through next, I believe we'll have 2 laps to go. And since she has
and there she is,
yep,
right there. So 2 laps to go for Stephanie Flippin there.
Yeah, you saw her coming across just ahead of Jean Pommier. But Stephanie's got about 7 laps up on 4th place Alex Redania. So seems all but secure to get that final podium spot on the women's side and make it a clean sweep for Team Hoka. But she's still got to get around that last 2.35 miles, so we'll keep tabs on it. But solid efforts abound here.
Yeah, just so many amazing efforts.
I think for Mark, you know, he has won here twice, back in 2019 and 2020, running 13:04 and 13:05 respectively. So this is his slowest time of his 3 performances here. However, it's still his 3rd fastest 100-mile ever. So you got to feel good about that, especially as he is building towards Canyons this April, trying to race his way back into Western States. Yeah, after his DNF last year, that is correct. So this has got to be a pretty good confidence booster for him, that he's got some good fitness. It's just a function of bouncing back in 2 months' time to go traverse 100K around the trails of Auburn, trying to earn that golden ticket back into the big dance. And then for Jonah, well, this is a good day for him. He has one 100-mile finish to his credit. That was here last year in the heat, where he finished in 19 hours and 8 minutes. So Jonah can just go ahead and take that 5-hour PR and take a Masters National Championship to boot with it as well. So super stellar day across the board for those top men coming through. Nothing to be bummed about. And you're still seeing folks coming through, and they're going to be rolling through pretty much all night. We still have quite a number of folks on course. I think we still have 64 runners entered, subtracting the 6 that have already finished. So 58 runners on course for this USATF 100-mile national championship. And there's still some national titles on the line in each of these age groups. So every 5-year block, starting at the age of 40, we will be crowning a national champion. So you'll have a national champion in the 40 to 44 range. You just saw Mr. Jonah Backstrom coming through as the national champion in the 45 to 49 range. We'll have one from 50 to 54, 55 to 59, and so on. So even these folks who might be coming in after we finish live streaming here tonight, they still have something to fight for in the way of national championships. So definitely stay tuned, stay on top of it, and keep supporting these runners that are out there just on the absolute grind throughout today to do some big things, achieve some big dreams, and ultimately chase their bliss.
Dude, I'm dazed by these disco lights here. These are laser lights, correct?
Yes.
Not disco lights.
Correct. Yeah, disco, you kind of have to, well, those would typically be a light shined against a disco ball or out of a disco ball. These look to be just a rotating laser. Yeah.
Laser beams.
Lasers. Yeah, I used to work in stage performance. What's up?
Well, I mean, you're a DJ, so I expect you to just know.
Partially why I became a DJ is because I had to work so many events that had horrible DJs. I was like, I got to be able to do this better. Look at me now. 10 years and
well,
counting.
Look at you now. You might book your first Vegas gig at the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival 2023. Technically, it would be in Henderson, Nevada. Maybe we could parlay it with something on the Strip, you know?
Yeah, I'll just I'll take a page out of Callan Kahn's book. I'll rent a sort of Home Depot moving truck, put some speakers in the back, and then just blast music out the back while we drive up and down the Strip. How about that? It won't be the most
you wouldn't
aggressive
even be
thing.
out of place.
Exactly. Exactly. Are we watching a live news hit on this camera being filmed? Yes, we are.
Thank you.
I think we just missed
We
all of
just
it.
missed it, but
Good press, good
there
press,
was a
good
live local
Good job,
news
Jeff.
camera doing an interview at the finish line
with Camille Herron.
Who said local news is dead? Yeah, no. Shout out to.
Great to see you
Shout out
watch
to
you
the
grind
news.
your way up the standings
Who,
today.
how do we know that that's
A
local
lot of
news?
people, went out
Don't
hot.
think it's CNN.
That could have
We're
been,
not able.
yeah, but that could have been ESPN.
Could have been ESPN. That is a good point.
You know.
Let me go ahead and pull up to see if we have a breaking news ticker on
Well,
ESPN.
If not, we need to.
We will
It's
send.
because we're broadcasting during the Olympics. That's why.
Yeah.
You know. Otherwise, obviously.
I'm interested. Whoa, too large. So as we await Stephanie Flippin to round out our women's podium, she was the previous course record here, the defending champion, defending national champion last year at this distance. Looking at her current sort of degradation profile, she had a rough go in the middle of this race today and found a way to just resurrect her chances to run her way back on the podium. There was literally a point in the race where many people thought she had dropped out, but she regrouped, she rallied, and finds herself running to a third-place finish here today on the women's side. And compared to her course record performance last year, where she ran 14:35, she's going to run a very similar time this year. She suffered in the heat last year, as did everyone. She suffered in the heat this year. Apparently, according to her crew, just did not take to it well at all. But to find a way to bounce back for the second year in a row and potentially actually run a faster time really shows just how mentally tough Stephanie is. So really excited for her to be able to not give up in the face of adversity, turn it around, and ultimately find herself, when she finishes here, coming with another podium finish at a USATF 100-mile national championship.
And she should be crossing the start-finish line any minute now to begin her final lap. So once she crosses the start-finish line here, she should be on her last lap, a little bit shy of 2 kilometers remaining at that point.
And as we approach 10:30 local time in Henderson, Nevada, got to shout out everyone still rocking with us on the live stream. Appreciate you all joining us to watch these phenomenal athletes just have themselves an absolute day on course.
And here it looks like we've got Stephanie flipping.
Heading out on her final loop.
1 lap remaining for your ladies. 3rd place finisher in the USATF 100-mile championships here at the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival. She's got 1.17616161 miles remaining.
So we're getting ready to round out our women's podium, which will bring us pretty close to the end of our coverage for the live stream tonight. Matt, you got any sort of takeaways from the last 14-plus hours on course today?
Yes. Yes, I do. I think one of my biggest takeaways is Camille Herron, when she is on, might be the greatest female ultra runner in the sport right now. That would be my hot take. I don't know how hot of a take that actually is, but when she's clicking like she is today, or was today, like she was at Javelina, she's probably the best. And I think she showed that today. And again, this is in the space that she operates in, right? This is in her wheelhouse. As someone who came from a collegiate background, I believe at Tulsa, and then went into the road space and qualified for the Olympic trials multiple times. This is what she kind of does. But she just showcased that she is, when she's clicking, she is in a class of its own, really. And I was super impressed by that. And obviously coming in, we know that Camille is incredibly talented, right? And so to still be impressed by her performance, I think was just incredible. How about you?
I think on the other side of the coin, that men's race went out super hot, and the takeaway for me was having specific experience in these types of races, in this looped format, in this road style race, really benefits folks. So the veterans had themselves quite a day. Even those that didn't make it to the finish line were moving up through the field before various injuries and issues fell them. But the ones who took it out hot early, the young bucks, the folks who hadn't been in this 100-mile environment before, found themselves in a very rough spot. Some are still out there. Some have made it to much closer to the finish line. Paul Young out there super early, just blitzing it. He's still on course. He's still moving forward. Still sitting in I think 10th place overall, 10th or 11th place overall right now. So he, that's a testament to him. He could have walked off the course and been like, this clearly isn't my day, but he's sticking it out. But it was the vets, the ones who bided their time. They have definitely shown through, and their resilience was rewarded with their podium finishes out there today.
Yeah, definitely. I think that it was, something really interesting to watch unfold was how patience came into play for a lot of these runners. As an example, of Mark Hammond and Alex Nichols, who, were, biding their time in the middle of the pack early on, for them to be able to come, come in second and third by the end of the race, I think was pretty amazing. And we will be graced with our final female podium finisher, Stephanie Flippin, here in just a matter of moments. We've got Bryce Brooks going reverse on course, and he's going to follow her in so that we can catch our third place female in the 2022 USATF 100-mile championships here in Henderson, Nevada at the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival.
Yeah, I'll flip this over real quick while Bryce is running back. Just throwing up the graph here, you can see against the baseline of what it would take to run 14 hours evenly on this course. You can see Paul Young, our early leader, took it out super hot, was well ahead of that 14-hour pace, and had a pretty large degradation and fall off, really starting around that 5-hour mark. A lot of the other young bucks that are still out there, still grinding, met with similar fates. But then you see the red line of Arlen Glick, the blue line of Alex Nichols, the green line of Mark Hammond. Mark had a bit of a stumble early on, but, those guys maintained a pretty consistent rate all the way through the finish line. So, and somebody else who stayed consistent, had a rough patch very early on in the heat, but rallied and finds herself running onto the podium here. Stephanie Flippin, the heart of a champion, last year's champion at this race, at the USATF 100-mile road distance, did not give up, did not surrender, found a way to piece it together, pick up the pieces, put them together, and keep it moving forward. So here she is, working her way towards the finish line to round out this ladies' podium.
Yeah, and given where the state she was in early on in the race, for Stephanie to be able to regroup and rebound and come away with a third-place finish here at the USATF 100-mile championships here at Jackpot Ultras, truly amazing. When things aren't going well, sometimes it's easy to maybe lose confidence and lose faith, but instead of doing so, she just kept pushing forward, troubleshooted the issues, and has found her way back onto the podium.
Yeah, and you can see the lights in the distance getting a little bit closer. Last year at this race, she did run what was at the time the course record in 14:35:20. She finds herself pretty close to that yet again, even with having to troubleshoot some pretty significant issues in the middle of the day today. So I got about 3 or so minutes to try to bring it in to set a new course PR, but I think no matter what, she should feel proud and accomplished of what she has done here today.
Yeah, just a truly incredible run, and again, showing us a lot more about her as a person and an athlete than just how fast she is. Sometimes when you're faced with those tough moments, that's when you learn the most about yourself, and for her to, find herself in one of those challenging situations and to be able to come out the other end and to still be able to find her way onto the podium, I think is amazing.
Yeah, she's still moving pretty well, all things considered. So.
Yeah, no, she's definitely still looking really good, moving really strong. And yeah, she's gonna find her way onto the podium here.
Nothing wrong with that. The Colorado resident dropping down a couple thousand feet and working her way towards the finish line here at the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival. And a good day for Hoka on the women's side. You know, they'll have the entire podium, so I think some team rep somewhere is going to be quite pleased with how today has gone. On the men's side, a bit more all over the place.
Yeah, we had a unsponsored athlete in relation to footwear sponsors in Arlen Glick. We had a Scott-sponsored athlete with Alex Nichols. And then we had the ultra-sponsored athlete in Mark Hammond. And here we have the Hoka-sponsored athlete, Stephanie Flippin, your 2021 USATF 100-mile champion. She is going to be your third-place finisher here at the 2022 running of this event. What an incredible performance for Stephanie as she rounds out your ladies' podiums here at the 2022 USATF 100-mile championship.
And if our clock is still just a little too fast, might have come away with just a few seconds course PR here. So shout out to Stephanie for absolutely going beast mode.
Ooh, that
over
was
this
a rally.
course.
Go. I was ready to drop.
Great job.
38. Thank you so much. Appreciate the cheers out there. Congratulations. Thank you. I'm most proud of that. I was ready to call it.
Yeah.
I feel like Jake kept seeing me and being like, see all three dimensions. Yes. Good job. Thanks. That was a rally. Yeah, sure. I'm glad I didn't give up. Yeah. It's good for me.
I'm just coming.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel pretty good. My quads are like sore.
Yeah.
Definitely proud for fighting for it. I'm also glad that I didn't have to race. I was like, I just want to slow down this way. Like, for once, God, just let me like have this. Thank you. Proud of you. Thanks. I really was ready to like call it.
You rallied really hard in the second half. Like I mentioned, I actually came over to ask when I was, doing the live stream, like, what happened? Like, she looks like a completely different person. 60 miles forward, you look great. So.
Fought hard to get through it. Better for it. Yes, sure. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. I know. Well, I think last year we were like on your floor is Thursday. Like really bad. Like this is probably one of my worst like races.
Yeah, you fought through a lot of adversity and you're proud of that. Even if like in hundreds, that's not much. It's like sometimes it takes a step forward, one step back, and it gets you fired.
Yeah.
Way
Yeah.
forward, you know?
Yeah. I have no regrets. I'm really, really glad I would have been really good. I was you do. You never gave up. So considering no, that's your bad grade. Yeah, baby.
She's only a few seconds off of last year's time, if that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, she can.
It was literally like down to the seconds because I looked and it was like 14:32. I don't know if she finished ahead or behind, but if it wasn't as fast as last year, it was real close, like within a minute.
You know what? I think I almost forgot about
Seriously.
Oh, they keep getting shared. Stop looking it up.
Oh, that's
Yeah. I mean, I can laugh.
So do we have an official time on Stephanie here yet, Skylar?
That is what I am trying to pull up. It does not look like it has refreshed just yet. We do know it did come down to just a matter of seconds.
Yeah, and again, you could hear her chatting there with her friends and crew and everything like that. You know, she was ready to call it a day at one point during the race and was able to regroup and get back out there and have herself a really incredible run.
You really like have to go. I mean, you know, like that's all
You both look pretty good considering. I know you probably don't feel as good as you both done on a hill, but you look pretty good.
It actually feels fine.
Feeling out, same spot.
It sounds like, do you have an official time there, Skylar?
Indeed. Well, officially unofficial. 14:34.51 for Stephanie. So taking about 30 seconds or so off of her time from last year. She ran 14:35.20. So yeah, so about 29 seconds off of her time from last year.
A year ago.
Amazing, and it looks like we've got Jamil in the course side studio here. So we will send it to the old Jam on the Jam Cam. Jamil, how are you doing, buddy?
Hey guys, thank you so much. Doing great over here. How are you guys holding up?
Good. We've I'm not sure what's going on with your audio, but it is
You got that
echoey and very granular.
Just unplug the second mic that might be. Yes.
Technology.
All right, let's give it a swing.
Is this better?
Oh, it's a little better, but it's not good.
All right.
It's fine.
I'm gonna come back. I
love it. Love it. And again, we are still watching runners continue on their journey. We'll have some 72-hour runners. We may have some more 100-mile finishers coming up here soon. We are going to be wrapping things up here shortly. And just to recap here, Skylar, we had on the men's side of things, Arlen Glick is your men's overall champion. Alex Nichols with a nice second-place finish. And then Mark Hammond in third place. And then can you break down the ladies' side for us?
On the women's side, we had in first place overall and on the women's side, Camille Herron.
In a new world record.
A new world record pending ratification. So NBD. Second place was Nicole Monet. And third place was, as we just saw a few moments ago, Stephanie Flippin rallying back to run her way onto the podium.
And here is The great Jamil Curry once again. Jamil, how are you?
Hey, can you guys hear me now?
That's wonderful.
Yes.
All right. Wonderful. Yeah, here we are. We've got our men's and women's podium of this year's road championships, which is awesome. And did I hear you guys correctly that the official time for Stephanie Flippen was under her course record from last year?
Correct. She beat it by 29 seconds.
Nice. That's awesome. So that means our podium for our women were all under the previous course best, which is really exciting.
Absolutely.
And Camille, of course, broke the overall course record.
And the world record.
Yes.
Well, yeah. That as well.
Pending
Just a minor
ratification.
footnote. Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, super exciting day. I feel like we literally saw history in the making out here this year. Really excited that we're able to cover this event this year. Now folks can go back and watch this performance anytime they want. They can see how it played out, which is really, really cool for the sport, for road ultra running here in the US and in the world, since we've got some world performances. So just a really great day. Really want to thank Ken, Rubeli, and Stephanie for having us out here, and for everyone else, all of our team from Steep Life Media, you guys in the studio for keeping your voices going for 15 hours straight, which is no small feat, and to do it right on the heels of Black Canyon is pretty awesome as well. So yeah, but right now, obviously there's a lot more to come with this event, and with just this, not only tonight, but tomorrow as well. So there's a lot of athletes still pushing it pretty hard right now, as they make their way towards 100 miles.
Yeah, and we will actually be doing a little bit of a bonus stream tomorrow morning. So we will be going live starting at 7:30 Pacific time, and we'll be covering a little bit of a pre-race, and then the first hour of the Saturday starts at the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival. Super excited for that. Gonna really see what this Jackpot vibe is about tomorrow morning. So, we're super excited to be able to broadcast a little bit of that as well.
Yeah, there's going to be about 250 runners starting tomorrow, so quite a bit more than we're out on the course today that are going to be doing the longer course, just like the 72-hour folks were doing today. So they get that kind of double C-shaped course, some extra sights along the way around this lake here at Cornerstone Park.
Yeah, amazing. Well, Jamil, do you have any other closing thoughts? And we will kind of wrap this thing up so that we can come back tomorrow morning.
I think we're going to kind of wrap things up.
Dude, maybe I'll say a word in the morning.
Okay.
Because you're the celebrity, dude. I'm nothing, man. I get 10 hits, you get 500,000. You keep going.
Oh my gosh.
No, tomorrow I'd say something. No, you
Sounds
were
good.
closing great.
I was just checking in with Ken here to see if he had any closing thoughts. He's going to save it for tomorrow morning, when he is in full force out here. So, yeah, what about you guys? Anything on your end? Wrapping up thoughts, experiences from the day?
No, I think my thoughts are, this year's field was incredibly loaded on both the men's and women's sides. And to see, we saw a number of incredible performances. Obviously, Camille Herron, her world record performance and outright win was incredible, but also a huge shout out to Nicole Monette, who came through with a huge PR at the 100-mile distance. I think a PR by about 40 minutes over her time at Desert Solstice. And for Alex Nichols to come down from the mountains and absolutely crush it with his, college team here. I think just overall it was an incredible experience. How about you, Skylar?
Yeah, absolute spectacle. In addition to all that, the fact that road ultras, they have a place in the sport. We show a lot of glory to some of the crazy technical trails, but hey, 100 miles is 100 miles, and when people put it on the line, it still takes grit, still takes tenacity, and it takes a well-executed race plan to perform well. And we saw that today, and hoping that a lot more folks get inspired to, toe the line. Might be a little extra pounding on the legs, but hey, the glory might be worth it for you.
Yeah, I think for me too, Mark Hammond, watching him, I saw him maybe 20 miles in, and he seemed like he was maybe going to call it a day. Wasn't really having a great time out there, maybe even some sort of slight injury. He's like, I'm just going to walk it out. It's like, walk it out for 80 miles? And he pushed it and was able to grab that podium slot right at the end there. So pretty great stuff. Well, for those of you, I guess, out there watching this, hopefully you take some inspiration and give it a shot. You know, these events are open to anyone, and check it out. Check out all the USATF events.
Yep, amazing. And I think that's going to do it for us. I am your co-host, Matt Feldick, here with the great Skylar Hall. We're going to call it an evening, and I hope that you all have a great